Finally, the moment has arrived. Everyone is counting on us when the countdown starts at 5 seconds. 5, and there's someone in the crowd shining thinking, what nonsense. 4, I'm back. Back to just before I was pushed into that terrible game. As much as I reached the last and 20th round, if I could, I'd stop time right now. A message appears. Your 100 time reversal runes have already been used. And there he is. Well, this is the final attempt anyway, and I'll have to face this game until the end. For that, I'll need to take 4 people with me to the final round. He glances around thinking who will be the best people to team up with. We rewind a few minutes and we see a group of guys celebrating. Yeah man, now we're adults, no more need for fake IDs, right? So what are we going to do after graduation? Should I try delivering for iFood? Hey Gangmin, what are you gonna do? He replies, me? Didn't I tell you before? I'm gonna be a gangster. The other retorts, are you crazy? If you mess up in that, you're done for, man. Another one asks, you're not joking about this, are you? Gangmin responds, I've already said it. We only live once, right? I'm gonna live however I want. The friends laugh, half incredulous. You're nuts. Better stay away from this guy after graduation. One of them asks, and what's going to happen to that punching bag of yours? The guy you're always picking on? You mean that poor guy with the gloomy face? I don't let him off the hook just because we graduated. The friend comments, that's cruel. Now I even feel sorry for him. I bet you thought the bullying would end after graduation. Then the other friend says, you're really evil. Huh. And Gangmin replies, he doesn't get to decide when this ends or not. I'll mess with him as much as I want. A friend looks up and warns, wait, isn't that the guy you always pick on over there? The protagonist is standing nearby, and the announcer is saying, finally, the moment has come. Everyone is counting on us because there are only 5 seconds left. The future gangster says, it's my punching bag right there. And the announcer continues the countdown, 5, 4. The protagonist starts glowing blue. I don't even know what he's doing. 3, 2. Gangmin looks at the protagonist, who stares back at him calmly. Gangmin is intrigued and thinks, why is this lunatic staring at me? How weird. Something is off about this freak today. And finally, the new year arrives. Gangmin, irritated, wonders, has he lost his mind? Why is he staring at me? A friend tells him, relax, Gangmin. Leave him alone today, it's New Year's. Yeah, we've got plenty of time to mess with him later. And Gangmin, already annoyed, says, this useless guy, I'll let him off today. The group celebrates, finally, we're adults. Happy New Year, everyone. May all your dreams come true. Suddenly a voice says, humans are amusing, celebrating the new year without knowing what awaits them. Gangmin, looking at his friends, asks, what did you say? And his friend, also confused, says he didn't say anything but heard it too. Then, unexpectedly, an angel appears in the sky and says, seeing you all like this, lost and in shock, you look like a bunch of monkeys in a cage. One of them reacts, what is this? An angel? Is this some kind of New Year's TV show? The guys are amazed at the angel's beauty, commenting on how gorgeous she is. Then the protagonist, looking at the angel, thinks, so she appeared. Even after 99 times, that face still irritates me. The angel smiles, saying, humans are pathetic. Don't think of approaching me, as I have no intention of associating with worms like you. Judging by these reactions, I'm sure you're hearing my voice. Someone raises their voice. What's your deal, playing cosplay as an angel? What do you mean by worm? The protagonist, knowing the angel's madness, already knows what's going to happen next. The angel glances at the guy with disdain and says, how irritating. And then the guy's head explodes. Seeing this, everyone around panics and runs, not knowing what to do. The future gangster exclaims, what kind of nonsense is this? The angel continues, how dare an inferior human speak to me, a superior being like that? Humans have no right to question me, nor should they act as if they're on the same level as me. Unless, of course, they want their heads to explode like that guy over there. I imagine you're all confused by the current situation. How could a bunch of useless beings have any idea what's happening? Let me explain in a simple and easy way. So listen carefully. The protagonist gets annoyed upon realizing he will have to listen to the same explanation again. Then the angel begins, now let's start the game. On the first day of each month for 20 rounds, humans will be spiritually transported to another dimension to play. In this dimension, you will have a single task. Complete the mission assigned to you. If you succeed, you can return to reality with a reward. One of the guys murmurs, it seems like she'll let us live if we complete the missions. She clarifies, some of you might be thinking, it seems like she'll let us live if we complete some mission, but not everyone will survive just because they completed their missions. Only half of the participants who complete the missions will be spared. But don't worry, I won't take everyone. The crowd falls silent in the face of this bizarre situation. And she continues, only humans between 15 and 29 years old from all over the planet will be taken. The protagonist, who has gone through this many times, reflects, when I was taken for the first time, I never thought I'd have to repeat this 100 times. A man over 29 years old, relieved, says, so I'm out of this. One of Gangmin's friends retorts, grabbing the man by the shirt, you're happy just because you'll stay alive? We might get eliminated here. Worried about his friend, Gangmin says, don't you understand the situation? Didn't you see that guy's head explode? The angel concludes, it seems we'll have about 1.8 billion participants. Now that I've finished the general explanation, it's time to start the game. Their spirits appear in a void and the angel continues. Now you're in a space where you can't see each other. Before starting, you need to create a spiritual body. Think of this as a unique customization, so be careful. The protagonist reflects, well, I'll do what I usually do. My nickname will be Black Scythe. Then we see an empty field with mountains and the protagonist appears looking very stylish. He thinks, with this it's been 100 times already. I'd used this appearance since the 12th attempt. It already feels like my real body. Other players finish their customizations and arrive at the location. Observing the others and seeing that they all look beautiful and attractive, the protagonist thinks, as always, everyone tried to look as attractive as possible. But if you have any sense, you never do that. This is a survival of the fittest world. Anyone who stands out too much becomes a target. And if you're eliminated here, you'll be eliminated in the other world too. He comments, resigned, whatever. It's almost time anyway. Then he sees Yongmin, who has always chosen muscular body. The angel reappears. From what I see, everyone is satisfied with their new avatars. But I prefer when you're overcome with fear. Let's take a look. 1,800,000 in total. A guy asks, 1.8 million? Doesn't seem like there's that many people. The angel places a hand on her head and sighs, as expected of you filthy humans. Do you think there's only this one space here? Everyone is scattered across other planes with other angels. Now you need to focus on this plane of yours. Anyway, before we really begin, I'll explain it in a very simple way. First, just think of the status window. And then the protagonist opens his status window. Ryumin, nicknamed Black Scythe. Beginner level 1, no class, no title with 33 status points. No skills, no runes, nothing else. The protagonist looks at his status and sighs. The angel comments, well, now that everyone is looking at their status windows, you should have some idea of how fragile you are if you've ever played a game. Get stronger. If you survive and win round 20, you won't just be freed from this game, you'll also have one wish granted. The bystanders comment, a wish? That can't be real, but you have to be the first of all to win. She ignores the comments and says, lastly, say inventory and take a look inside. I've prepared a gift. The gangster opens it, and inside is a random rune fragment. The angel comments, as you can see, a random rune fragment for one-time use. You can only use it while you're at level 1. It's the only item you'll receive at the start. The gangster uses the fragment and is impressed. The angel says, judging by your expressions, your luck varied quite a bit, didn't it? But regardless of what you got, be content with the result. This was the luck assigned to you, inferior humans. Now that the rune registration is complete, it's time for the show to begin. She then snaps her fingers and everyone's window announces, mission. Eliminate 100 goblins per person across all regions. Total participants, 1,800,000. Participants who have completed, 0 out of 900 million. Current region, ESK is 45. Participants in this region, 10,200. Participants who have completed, 0 out of 5,100. As she said, only half can survive. The other half will be eliminated. The first goblin appears and someone comments, look, a goblin. This really feels like a game. Could this be some kind of new virtual game being tested on us? Were we kidnapped for this? The angel interrupts, you shouldn't be excited. Not all the goblins have been summoned yet. Then an enormous number of goblins appears, with countless yellow summoning lights. The people who thought it might be a virtual game start to panic. What is this? Why are there so many? The angel says, 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins. Now fight to the death. The first goblins rush toward the group and everyone freezes, unable to react. Oh my god, they're coming. Don't get near them. Someone in the crowd, our protagonist, steps forward. Barehanded, he approaches the goblins. The people react. What is that guy doing? He's heading toward the goblins. But the protagonist simply gives a look and lands a precise kick on the goblin's forehead. This action seems to be part of his plan as he thinks, in a group, the first impression is crucial. I need to leave my mark on their minds. The goblin hit by the kick falls to the ground, dropping a knife. The protagonist picks up the knife. With this, none of them will dare approach me. I need to show my strength now and capture her attention. He glances at the angel, who's laughing at his kick. To impress her, I'll need quite the performance. 2 more goblins charge toward him, but with just a kick. He managed that. Imagine what he could do with a knife. He slices through them with no mercy, eliminating both. The group around him reacts. Did you see that? That's insane. Who is that guy? He must be some kind of special force or something. Even his nickname, Black Scythe, is awesome. Someone says, goblins are usually the weakest enemies in games, right? I think we can defeat them too, even if not as easily as Black Scythe did. It probably won't be too hard if we stick together. But as they talk, a goblin attacks, causing the first casualty. Then chaos erupts, people run, others fight, and the scene becomes a frenzy. The protagonist watches everything while easily eliminating goblins, thinking, in this situation, no one will think this is a game. There will only be one thing on their minds now. They'll think only about surviving. Survival instincts will dominate their minds no matter what, and they'll all just keep running. That was also my choice during my first attempt. Only in the second did I realize there was no point in running on this battlefield. A girl, trying to escape, encounters an invisible wall, a kind of barrier, and realizes escape isn't an option. The protagonist knows that for many modern humans, defeating even one goblin is already a challenge. But to survive in this game, they'll all have to overcome that. The chaotic confrontation continues with people falling, goblins attacking, and the angel watching. She comments, laughing, "How entertaining to see humans fighting goblins. Even small, if armed, they're dangerous." Her gaze fixes on the protagonist. Who is that human? Black Scythe, 70 out of 100. She then notices the system isn't showing more information about him besides the mission. What a mediocre system. Why is it hiding his details beyond the mission? She sighs. As a superior being, guiding these humans is frustrating, but I think I'm starting to enjoy watching. The protagonist fighting eliminates a goblin. You defeated a goblin, gained 4% experience, 10 gold, and leveled up. Now he's completed 75% of the mission, dodges an arrow shot at him, and 5 goblins come his way. He dodges the first, strikes one in the chest, another and another, hits one in the forehead, spinning the dagger. The remaining goblin freezes in fear, even trying to blend in to become unnoticed. But the protagonist eliminates it without hesitation. He stares at the other goblins and taunts, "Anyone else coming?" The goblins cower, scared, even glancing sideways in an attempt to remain invisible. He breathes a sigh of relief. "Looks like I can at least catch my breath now." Next, he opens the status window. We see he's gained 6 points at level 4, and calculating that he quickly reached level 4 and earns 2 status points per level, he decides to allocate everything to dexterity. In addition to improving his dodge chances, it also increases his attack speed and movement speed. By far, dexterity is the most important stat early in the game. He concludes, "With this fast progress, I've probably already caught the angel's attention. It's time to finish this." He throws the spinning dagger straight at the opponent's forehead. "Hey, aren't you coming?" The goblins are a bit irritated, frozen in place, and he says, "If that's the case, I'll have to come to you." In the blink of an eye, it seems he teleported, already holding the knife behind them. The goblins look, but he quickly moves through them, eliminating them all. Experience increased by 4% plus 10 gold. You leveled up and eliminated the 100 goblins. The mission for the first round was completed, and then he was surrounded by a golden barrier. I passed round 1 without much effort. The reason he eliminated the goblins like a true maniac was to catch the angel's attention, but also, then the system announces, "Congratulations, you completed the mission first in the current region. Congratulations, you completed the mission first across the entire region. Round 1, entire region, Black Scythe." And he sighs, once again, first place. It's very advantageous to complete the missions quickly in the rounds, as the top 3 receive several rewards depending on their placement. The system then says, as a reward for finishing first in the current region, you receive a low-level rare weapon ticket. And most importantly, for finishing first across the entire region, you receive a special reward and a selection chest, which is obviously the best reward. He then says, "First, I'll use the weapon ticket I got from the current region." He sees that he can choose between a sword, a stiletto, or a spear. Well, it's not much, but I'm still satisfied to get items this early. Our protagonist, full of confidence, chooses the stiletto, of course. A rare weapon with 15 attack plus dexterity and no special effect, but the best dagger a beginner could use. He then discards the goblin's common dagger. I'll hold on to the special selection chest for now. Checking his status windows, he reflects on the title he earned earlier. This is something I've never seen in my last 99 attempts. He takes his rune and uses it. Use a random rune fragment. Congratulations, you obtained the time reversal rune. The rune obtained will be embedded in the player's soul. Traces of the rune were found in the user's soul, but due to the rune's special properties, the registration failed. He thinks, a natural outcome. If I could emit this rune repeatedly, it would mean I could keep returning infinitely. The system notifies him again. Due to the traces, you have been identified as a time traveler with 100 journeys and have earned the title of Last Traveler. He's confused. What does this mean? In this game, titles are concepts above runes in importance. The title of Last Traveler, unlock condition, obtain 100 time reversal runes. Special effect, upon elimination, the player remains in the same place for 1 minute in spiritual form and, when they wish, can revive with full health restored. It's a one-use ability. The title disappears after resurrection. He continues explaining that titles are much more powerful than runes and harder to obtain. Additionally, resurrection is an ability exclusive to priests who at most recover 30% of health, but this one brings him back with full health. Looks like I got something incredible. It's always good to have a card like this up my sleeve. He then sets his status to private so no one knows about this ability and looks around. It seems people are about to complete their missions too. What is Yangman doing? Look, there he is. He sees that many are starting to complete the mission as well, while the angel comments, "I was starting to get bored. Pitiful humans." Gradually, they were eliminated until only as many remained as there were goblins. She sighs, "I apologize, it was my mistake. Shall we make things fun again?" A girl cries, hugging a friend's body as his and the others' bodies begin to disappear, while the next legion of goblins appears. The crowd panics as the angel enjoys herself. "I gave you a refill of another 50,000. I'm sure you now have more than enough to eliminate." At this point, people are already adapting and preparing to eliminate the goblins. Stabbings, shoves, and intense fights take over the field. 1,021 people finished. In the middle of the battle, some help while, selfishly, the gangster pulls a friend to take the stab in his place. 2,129 people finished. The protagonist watches everything from his safe spot. A crazy guy puts his bloodied hand on the barrier, probably watching a friend being eliminated. 3,533 people finished. The angel enjoys the situation while the protagonist observes her. At the end, 5,143 people completed the mission. The remaining participants who hadn't finished yet asked where the goblins were. The angel informed them, "I warned you, only half of you would complete the mission. Now that it's over, the rest must be eliminated. These are the rules of the game." The group reacted in terror, begging her to wait because they only needed to eliminate one more goblin. But she smiled and said, "Why so many sad faces? You should be happy to be alive. Well, in any case, you may return since you survived. Congratulations on passing the first round. I hope you put in more effort next time. But before we leave, why don't we take a look at the numbers?" The results window for the first round appeared, showing the protagonist in first place, finishing in 10 minutes, someone named Stupid Idiots finishing in 16 minutes, and someone named Heavenly Demon in 17 minutes. The protagonist ranked first regionally and overall, earning 1,000 gold as an extra reward to use in the game's shop. Everyone around him stared and he thought, "Looks like everyone already knows I'm rank 1. The angel exclaimed, "I can't believe the top one from all regions is from my region. What surprise." Black Scythe. Then she asked curiously, "How did you get so strong? Did you acquire some special rune?" She tried to check his status but couldn't. He taunted her. "Why don't you check my status window?" She replied, "I could if I wanted to." "Do you think an angel wouldn't have access to that information? I was just testing you." He smiled sarcastically, thinking, "Don't make me laugh." "Miss Angel," she responded, "What is it, human? Can I make a request?" "A request?" "Yes, I feel like the reward for being rank 1 could be a little better, don't you think?" The people who saw the angel blow someone's head off stared at him. "Oh my god, what's he doing?" The angel is, "What? What did you just say?" Then he said, "So, I hope you have something better to give me." The angel repeated, "What did you just say, human?" The protagonist didn't care. "I didn't like the reward I received, so I'd like you to give me something better." The angel glared at him, thinking, "This audacious human dared to make a request of me? I was only keeping an eye on him because he was active early on, but now he thinks he's all that just because he defeated a few goblins." She thought, ridiculous. I'll blow his head off. But then she remembered, my ability to instantly eliminate someone can only be used once, and I've already used it. But this arrogant human, it's not like I can't get rid of him. I know exactly what I'll do. She turned to the protagonist. "You want a better reward, don't you? Normally, I'd refuse this kind of request immediately, but I'll think about it and we can have a private conversation. Everyone else, please wait." The others were stunned. "Wait, what? She's actually going to give him a better reward? I can't believe that lunatic actually convinced the angel. Should I try complaining too? I didn't like my reward either, but I'm sure it's just because he's rank 1. How good is the reward she's going to give if she's making us all wait here? I'm so jealous." The protagonist glanced at Yangmin, who didn't seem to care about any of it. Our protagonist was walking in the forest with the angel. She asked, "Why aren't you walking closer to me? Do you want me to keep turning my head to talk to you? Walk by my side." The protagonist sarcastically replied, "All right, insolent human, you only listen when someone yells at you. Such a greedy race, incapable of listening to others. And how am I supposed to change something the system assigned to him? It's not like I'm going to make an exception for this guy. He should just accept what he got from the system. He'll learn what happens to a greedy insect. As soon as we pass that rock, I'll get rid of him. Of course, there's a chance it could go wrong. If I eliminate the first place participant for personal reasons, and without my unique ability, other players might question the fairness of the game. In that case, the people in charge might want to punish me for ruining everything. That's why I brought him to a place with no observers. Foolish human, none of this would have happened if you just stayed quiet." She then turned to him. "You want a better reward, don't you? Tell me, what reward would you like?" He responded with a punch, striking the angel in the face. She staggered, stunned, losing her balance. "A daring human struck me," she exclaimed. She tries to recover, but he vanishes and reappears behind her, grabbing her wing and ripping it off. "Now you're not going to escape." He adds, "Stop being a crybaby," and tears off the other wing too. "Now you won't be able to get away. It hurts, doesn't it?" Resentful, she replies, "Of course it does." He retorts, "If it were the other way around, in 5 minutes, you'd be asking me these same questions," laughing obnoxiously. Perplexed, she asks, "Are you crazy? What are you talking about?" He then says, "You were going to eliminate me with that dagger hidden in your wing, weren't you?" "I knew it." She denies it. "I'm going to eliminate you, but I don't know what you're talking about. I had no such plans." He responds, "There's no reason for you to lie to me. I can tell just by looking at your face, Burial." The angel is surprised. "How does a human know my name?" She asks what he's doing with the weapon. He teases her. "Don't you know?" She becomes furious and threatens him. "Do you want me to blow your head off?" With a snap of my fingers, you... Sarcastically, he says, "Remember, you no longer have the ability to eliminate." Realizing her predicament, she mutters, I'm in trouble. She tries to threaten him. My allies won't let this slide. He laughs. Allies? Angels are selfish. They don't care about each other. If you're finished here, I doubt they'll care. Desperate, she pleads, you won't gain anything from this. Just stop. He laughs again. I'm going to finish you off, of course I'll gain something. You just don't understand yet. Still hesitating, she warns. If you eliminate me, you'll regret it. You won't be able to go back home. He replies, this system will automatically return me at the end of this. How do you know that? In desperation, she promises him information in exchange for her life. He answers coldly, if I needed information, I'd extract it from you. I'd torture you until I found out everything I want. Your species' ecosystem, your purpose, and the fact that you're nothing more than a chess piece pretending to be a guide. The angel tries to argue, but the protagonist, without hesitation, strikes her in the heart. She falls defeated. An angel has been defeated, announces the system. You're the first player to eliminate an angel. The title First Angel Slayer has been granted and you receive angel's blood as a reward for eliminating the first angel. He comments, this time I was first as expected, and also received the Slaughter rune, which was automatically registered in his soul. He knows that with this title, whenever he fights a sacred monster, his stats will be doubled. He recalls learning about this reward after eliminating the first angel on his 13th attempt. It's likely because only one player can obtain it. The acquired rune, called the Slaughter rune, increases his stats by 1% for each defeated target, up to a maximum of 100%. The effect lasts until the end of the round. He reflects that perhaps because only one person can receive it, these rewards are comparable to unique items and other angels would be shocked to discover he already possesses this rune. Lastly, the main reason he eliminated the angel was for the angel's blood, a unique rank consumable that allows the player to change their class to Reaper. This item can only be used at level 10 or above and is offered to the first player who eliminates an angel. All players can receive a class starting from level 10. There are a total of 30 different classes and changing class is fairly simple. You just need to obtain a class change item. Usually, they are naturally acquired through hunting or completing some simple conditions. However, there are exceptions when you want to change to a unique class, which is granted only to one player under special conditions. It's obvious that unique classes are completely different from regular classes. The additional stats, advancement runes, and compositions are far superior. The protagonist then states, now I'll claim the reward for finishing first across all regions. He's presented with the following options. He can choose a special reward from the following. 1. An additional experience ability with 3 times the gain maintained only in round 2. 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round 2. He knows the experience buff is the most important because his goal now is to reach level 10 as quickly as possible to change his class. And obviously, the additional experience ability for 3 times the gain in round 2 is the most critical choice. With the buff applied, he declares, this is my last attempt. I'll become the strongest, no matter the cost. And so we reach the end of the first round. The gangster wakes up in the place where the New Year's celebration was happening and immediately starts talking. So this is the New Year's bell? What happened here? Did everyone pass out like I did? Some people begin to wake up, commenting, wow, what a strange dream. He checks the clock, 5:20 a.m. The same amount of time that passed in the dream had passed here. Everyone, including his friends, wakes up with a headache. He remarks, you're up. So Youngmin, did you pass out too? Youngmin responds, it wasn't just me. It seems like everyone passed out. He comments, it looks like everyone fainted at the same time. What's going on? I was about to say I had a very strange dream. A friend asks, Youngmin, did you have that dream? Youngmin hesitates. Yes, but I'm not sure it was a dream. So do you think it was all real? The goblins, round 1 and everything else. Are we really going to be sent to the next round next month? Suddenly, they notice someone who hasn't woken up. Hey, why isn't this guy getting up? When they touch the person, they realize the body is cold. One of them, worried, comments, he's not breathing. I can't feel his pulse. Is he really dead? Another person says, did he die because he didn't survive the game? Are all the people not waking up corpses? This is impossible, only half survived. Will the next round be the same? The gangster prodigy, known for his coldness, speaks with unsettling happiness. It doesn't matter whether someone was born rich or poor. The chances of survival are the same. Now there's no reason to complain about life being unfair. Stay calm, you useless people. We just need to survive. But why are you all so worried? A panicked voice says, it's so unfair to be eliminated like this without even being able to fight properly. Youngmin, irritated, retorts, it's not like that. Other people were also put in this situation. What's unfair about it? His friends think to themselves, what a crazy bastard. An angry friend says you've lived your whole life as a gangster until now. So maybe you don't feel like you've lost anything. But I had plans, things I still wanted to do. One of the friends notices Youngmin looking around. What are you searching for? Youngmin replies, where is that damn kid? Who? That slave of yours? Yeah, where did that guy go? I'm sure I saw him over there before passing out. Did he not even make it past the first round? Makes sense, right? How can a weakling like that survive in the end? Then he hears something, looks around and sees a guy wearing armor. Who's that guy? Where did he get so much armor? Soon notices a status window open in the real world. The status window appears for everyone. They quickly realize that each person can only see their own status window. If the game system applies to reality, Yaman tests his strength by breaking the stone with his bare hands. "This is amazing," he exclaims, euphoric. The news quickly reports an unbelievable incident in front of Jongho, where the New Year's event was supposed to take place. More than 10,000 people passed out simultaneously. The scene even includes footage of the angel, and the report describes how one person died instantly, followed by the angel raising her hands, causing all 10,000 people to pass out. According to the police, this only affected people between the ages of 15 and 29. Meanwhile, on the internet, no one believes it. Those reporters are insane, many say, while others think it's just computer graphics. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Sirius, comments, "This is just the beginning." The news continues to report on the events. The protagonist reflects, "While the articles are talking endlessly about the deaths, the real issue lies elsewhere, the fact that the player's abilities now apply to reality. Even if the effect is small now, as their levels increase, these players will become transcendent entities. No modern weapon, not even an entire army, will suppress them. They'll become uncontrollable human weapons." He thinks, "I can't just sit by and watch as the world descends into chaos. If I let things follow their natural course, humanity will be finished before the 20th round. There's only one solution. I need to control all the players with overwhelming power. I'm certain I'll have to use methods different from my previous attempts." We then see what appears to be the protagonist staring at a screen. To open the final boss's room, you need at least 5 players. I already have some candidates in mind with potential, and I've even thought about how I'll recruit them, but it's not time to act yet. At this exact moment, there's something even more important I need to do. He arrives home, opens the door, and sees that his younger brother had only instant noodles for dinner again. He opens the bedroom door and sees him sleeping soundly. He can sleep well even when his older brother hasn't come home yet. Ryuwon, my younger brother, is about to start his senior year. Our family was ordinary until our parents passed away in a car accident. Many things changed overnight, and one of the most drastic changes was that I became his sole guardian. He adjusts the band-aid on his brother's hand and wakes him up. He turns on the light and says, "Time to wake up, one. It's morning." The boy groans, "But it's only 6 a.m. We don't have time to sleep now." "What? What's going on?" "I'll explain later. Get dressed quickly. We're leaving." "But where are we going? Are you trying to watch the sunrise?" "I'd rather sleep." "Listen, one. Now's not the time to relax and sleep. The world is in chaos." "But you said we were going to watch the New Year celebration. What happened?" The protagonist replies, "Just get ready, and I'll tell you on the way." The two walk through the city. The younger brother glances at the protagonist, confused, thinking for him to look this serious. What could have happened? The protagonist says, "You have no idea what's happening right now to you." His brother retorts, "Why are you saying that? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep?" "Take a look at the top news right now." The younger brother checks his phone and is shocked. "Man, does this mean an angel appeared and kidnapped humans to another world?" The protagonist explains, to be precise, only their souls were taken. "You mean you too?" "That's right. Only after I managed to hunt 100 monsters called goblins was I able to survive and return." His brother is stunned by this revelation. "Is that true? Are you hurt anywhere?" "Don't worry about me." "How can I not worry about you, brother?" A flashback shows their parents' funeral. The protagonist reflects, "So this is family. The only one I have left is my brother, who's crying over there. I know that to fill the void left by my mom and dad, I need to become stronger mentally. But having a strong mind and defeating 100 monsters are two completely different things." The younger brother thinks he has a weak side too. The protagonist says, "I know what you're thinking. Where I was, there was a system called status. Just like in games, the physical abilities didn't matter to me." "Wow, so there was something like that." The protagonist continues, "And one more thing. When you see me later, you won't think I'm weak." His brother, confused, asks, "What do you mean by that?" The protagonist responds, "Well, if you want to know, just follow me." The younger brother says, "Man, I don't want to. Just tell me where we're going or I'm not taking another step. Please tell me first." The protagonist sees the band-aid on his hand, lowers his eyes and says, "Bang Taegu." His brother, startled, asks, "What about him?" "We're going to Bang Taegu's hideout, the delinquent in your class. I know he's been bullying you." "How do you know about this?" "You thought I wouldn't find out." The younger brother thinks, "I tried so hard not to make it obvious. My brother already has so many problems and things are so hard. I'm sorry, brother." The protagonist admits, "To be honest, I really didn't know. I'd only discovered the truth a few hours after I returned from my first round." Then the protagonist rests while his brother says he's going out. The protagonist narrates, "My brother went somewhere that day." The protagonist receives a call. "Hello, is this the guardian of Ryuwon? You need to come to the hospital urgently." He rushes there, but that day, his brother became blind. Because his older brother is weak and stupid, he thinks. He apologizes but promises that no one will bully him ever again. The scene shifts to a warehouse where a boy is being beaten. A blonde guy sneers, "Are these brats looking to get eliminated? Didn't I tell you to bring 200,000 each?" The boys are all bruised. "What? No answer? Are you ignoring me?" He lands another punch. The onlookers remark, man, as expected of Taegyu. He's cruel even to his lackeys. Even the oldest students at his school don't mess with him. No matter what happens, it's better not to get on this guy's bad side. And there's Bang Taegyu. What a load of crap. I was going to buy a motorcycle today with the money I was supposed to get, but it's all thanks to this bunch of useless idiots. He approaches a friend and asks, hey, where can I get some money? The friend replies, where get money? Think fast and figure out a place to get some cash. An idea comes to him. That guy you always steal from, your slave Taegyu, the tall guy with curly hair. Whatever you call him, he must have money. Taegyu says, real one, that bastard. I was already planning to call him, so I'll beat him up to celebrate the new year. I'll rob him until he's broke. That'll be fun. But then he hesitates. But that guy is practically homeless. What kind of money will he even have for me, even if I beat him up? His house is a complete wreck. It's a dump. One of his friends says, seriously, man. He replies, yeah, that loser doesn't even have any relatives. He only lives with his brother. Then his friend notices the uneasy look on his face and asks, what's wrong, Taegyu? Taegyu stares at Ryuwon's brother and asks, what's that? And then the protagonist and his brother show up. Taegyu takes one look and says, well, speak of the devil. No, not the devil, but a damn nuisance. Ryuwon, you son of a... Ryuwon quickly apologizes, holding his brother back. Taegyu asks, who's this bastard? Just looking at his face pisses me off. Then he notices someone standing beside them. And who's this girl next to you? Did you bring another slave because you couldn't handle being alone? Ryuwon, nervous and terrified, can't respond. So the protagonist steps in on Ryuwon's older brother. Taegyu scoffs, older brother? Look at this idiot. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? And now you've gone entitled to this loser? You're in big trouble today, and your brother's coming along for the ride. He signals to his lackeys. Go get them. The guys walk forward. Man, the world's really gone crazy. This punk thinks he can fight Taegyu. They taunt Ryuwon. Tell us, is your brother good at fighting? One of them steps up to the protagonist, who's shorter than expected, and mocks. So girly, are you really gonna try to fight? And he immediately gets punched in the face and drops like a rock. The guy behind him shouts, what just happened? Another adds, did that bastard dodge? And he takes a punch to the mouth, going flying as well. Man, this guy's got guts. Another rushes forward, but the protagonist dodges and lands more punches. Everyone ends up on the ground, trembling, unsure what to do. Taegyu stands there, fuming, useless idiots. So you've learned a little boxing somewhere, huh? You think you can take me on with that? He sneers. Ryuwon's brother, you must think you're something special just because you've learned a bit of boxing, huh? But haven't you learned that physicality is everything? The protagonist calmly responds, haven't you been keeping up with the news? Taegyu snaps back, what news? What news, you idiot? The protagonist dodges another punch, then another and another, as Taegyu grows increasingly dizzy. What's going on? Why can't I land a single hit on him? The protagonist quips, if you read the news, you wouldn't have dared to mess with a player like me, and lands a punch on Taegyu's cheek, dislocating his jaw. Taegyu stumbles backward, his face twisting in pain. Where did that smug bastard go? The protagonist lands another punch from the opposite side for balance. Man, you don't stand a chance against me. Taegyu lowers his hand from his nose and a tooth falls out. I'll destroy you, just die already. Taegyu charges again, but the protagonist dodges, grabs his wrist, and lands 2 blows to his head. Taegyu, dazed, stumbles. Damn it, why is this guy only punching me in the face? If I could just land one hit on him, just one. He charges once more, but the protagonist dodges, lands a punch on his mouth, and sends him flying. The protagonist calmly says, bang Taegyu, does that hurt? Thinking, even after all my resets, I'll never forget what happened that day and I'll make sure that hell never happens again. He walks toward Taegyu, who panics and begs him not to come closer. The protagonist grabs Taegyu's hand, surprising him. This is why you should never have messed with my little brother. The protagonist snaps all 5 of Taegyu's fingers at once. And now, let's move on to the other side. He grabs the other hand. The guy yells, no, no, but he's taken down as well. Taegyu's lackeys are already running away in desperation. Even his brother can't handle the sight, suffering from afar. The protagonist speaks. If you mess with him again, Taegyu, you know what'll happen. Right. Taegyu responds, I know I won't touch him again. The protagonist says, that's right, but I need to make sure of it here, since your heart might change. The guy is desperate, and then it's just breaking left and right. The scene shifts to the 2 of them walking back. His brother, a bit shaken, asks, brother, how did you do that? Did you learn martial arts or something? The protagonist answers, didn't I tell you not to worry? Didn't I? Players can use their skills in real life. What do you mean? Like this. He pulls out the dagger he received from the other world. His brother, surprised, exclaims, a knife, out of nowhere. So you can summon your weapons like that. Exactly. And when I was moving quickly, that was because of something similar. I dodge all their punches. The protagonist adds, that's right, my dexterity is now 11. Your dexterity stat, that's from the game, right? A normal human has 3 points and a professional athlete has 10. So what will happen if your level increases even more? The protagonist replies, how would I know? I haven't reached that point yet. Of course, this is a lie. You can't reveal that he's a time traveler just yet. The first time he revealed everything during his 21st regression, his brother was kidnapped by another player. Although he took revenge, he doesn't want his brother to experience that humiliation again. He knows he must be prepared if he wants to protect him in future battles between players. For now, he says, "You want to grab breakfast at a convenience store? You're hungry, right?" "Yeah." The two arrive. His brother asks, "Brother, where are you going?" "The noodles are over here." He replies, "I know. Wait a moment." He swipes his card, thinking, "This is everything I've saved up so far. 133,001. You withdrew all that money? I need it for something." He looks at the shelf and says, "What do you want to pick out today?" His brother hesitates. "Brother, everything here is so expensive. Over 5,001. The protagonist responds, "It's fine. Eat whatever you want. Are you really going to fill up on instant noodles for years?" "That's true. But will we have enough if we keep doing this?" "Don't worry. Pick whatever you want." "Okay, then I'll choose this spicy pork belly. I've been wanting to eat this." The protagonist adds, "Soon we'll go to a restaurant and have steak, all right? Like really expensive meat." His brother protests. "What are you talking about? This is already more than enough for me." The protagonist looks at his brother and thinks, "Just wait a few days. I'll make you so much food you'll get sick of it." The younger brother eats happily, while the protagonist smiles, content. He stands up and his brother asks, "Thanks, but where are you going?" "Wait here a moment." The protagonist heads to the counter. "Brother, you took out all that money for this." He buys a bunch of lottery tickets. Finally, someone doing the bare minimum after returning in time, "Huh? We're going to win the lottery." His brother protests, "You're spending it all on lottery tickets?" "Yes, but how many are there?" 20. "What? You spent 100,001 on lottery tickets? What if we don't win anything?" The protagonist reassures him, "Relax and just watch." "What are you doing, brother? Are you choosing the same numbers? Why are you asking?" "These are the winning numbers." The next chapter begins with the lottery announcement. Let's start today's draw. His brother, nervous, mutters, "Man, we're doomed. We just wasted 100,001. We should have bought food with that money instead." The protagonist says, "Brother, stop biting your nails." "All right, here we go." The first lucky number is 3, the second number is 18, then 9, 38, and the final number is... They're all here. His brother stares at the screen, then at the tickets. "Wait a second, this is insane. We hit the jackpot." "Brother, pinch my cheeks." The protagonist says, "Pinch yourself. This is a dream, isn't it? Do you want it to be a dream?" No, never." Then he says, "Don't worry, it's not a dream." "Isn't all this just a dream?" "I'm telling you it's not. We really came in first place." His brother is overjoyed, celebrating. He says, "Keep your voice down. The neighbors can't hear about this." And then adds, "Why are you so excited about it?" "Of course. Aren't you happy?" "I am, of course. I'm just thinking. I was the same way the first time. I even shouted with joy." He recalls his first time, how thrilled he was back then. But after repeating this process dozens of times, it's become almost like an annual event he's forced to endure. He knows he has to quickly amass wealth after each reset because 900 million have already been eliminated. The economy will soon descend into chaos and trading between players will become far more active in the future, all conducted through money. His brother, staring in disbelief, exclaims, "I can't believe all those 100 tickets won first place. How much are we going to get?" The protagonist replies, "I have no idea," though he clearly knows. It's enough to shake the world, a lottery win of monumental proportions. At the lottery office, the protagonist arrives. "Well, I've collected this first place reward so many times I don't even get nervous anymore." He approaches the clerk. "Hi, I'm here to claim the first place lottery prize." "Ah, congratulations, sir." As the clerk processes his claim, he remarks, "You look like a student. Where did you buy your tickets?" He replies, "QS 24 at the Yeonwee branch." The clerk, startled, exclaims, "What? Wait a moment. QS 24 in Yeonwee." He remembers hearing something earlier. "Did you hear? Apparently, 115 tickets won this time." 115? That many? Yeah, crazy, right? But the craziest part is that 100 of them came from one place. Don't tell me one person bought all of them. Man, no matter what happens, when this person arrives, call the president immediately. They'll be a very VIP guest. The protagonist notices the clerk is distracted and interrupts, "Excuse me." The clerk apologizes. "Could you wait here for a moment?" The protagonist agrees. A little later, the president arrives. "Thank you for waiting. I'm the president of the Yeonwee Bank." The protagonist introduces himself and the president exclaims, "You're the one who won first place. Congratulations." The protagonist replies, "Thank you. Why don't we move somewhere quieter? Please follow me." The protagonist is escorted to the ticket verification room. A secretary sees them and wonders, "Who's that guy with the president? Could he be his son?" The president introduces him. "He's a VIP guest here to claim his reward. Please ensure he's comfortable." The secretary thinks, "VIP? Could he be the one who won with 100 tickets?" The president says, "You may proceed now." The protagonist thanks him and the secretary collects herself. "Stay calm." She greets him. "Would you like something to drink? We have plenty of options." The protagonist politely declines. Then she gets to the point. "Did you bring the tickets, sir?" The protagonist hands over 20 tickets, each containing 5 entries. She examines them and exclaims internally, "I can't believe he really bought them all with the same number. Can he see the future?" A short while later, after verifying all 100 tickets, she confirms all 100 tickets are first-place winners. The protagonist asks, so how much will I receive? She replies, sir, your total rewards amount to approximately 22 billion won. After taxes, it'll be around 15 billion. The protagonist remarks, well, everything happened quickly. After claiming my reward, the first thing I did was find a place for us to move into. Then I opened an investment account. Bitcoin is projected to increase by 500% next month, so I invested all the money there. Later, he talks to his brother. What do you think of our new house? Do you like it? His brother, beaming, says, of course. This house is incredible. I've never seen a place this big. It must be so expensive. The protagonist responds, this was the best place available for an immediate move. His brother asks, but why did you choose to rent instead of buying? We have so much money. Wouldn't it have been better to just buy it? The protagonist explains, well, I don't have any money left aside from the 1 billion I withdrew to pay the rent. The rest is all in Bitcoin. His brother is shocked and the protagonist continues, I know what you're about to say, but I didn't do this without thinking, okay? Besides, I can still make a lot of money with the lottery since I've seen 4 sets of winning numbers in my dreams. His innocent brother can only stare in disbelief. Wow, I never imagined my brother would be one of those people who dreams about numbers. Then he starts, but brother, are you sure all these numbers are right? And don't forget them, okay? He responds, relax, I won't forget. Besides, it's obvious, right? How could I forget after seeing them countless times already? He says to his brother, well, anyway, get ready so we can go eat. His brother asks, where are we going? I didn't tell you, huh? We're moving today. Earlier during their conversation, he had only shown pictures on his phone, so his brother didn't know they'd be moving that very moment. The scene shifts to the gangster punching a wall, grinning with excitement. Damn, I knew it was a good idea to put all my attributes into strength. On top of that, I've got a room that doubles my strength. I got so lucky. I bet even Mike Tyson would be jealous of this punch. Well, this punch is enough for testing. Why don't I try a real fight now? Then he starts banging on the protagonist's door. Riemann, I don't think this bastard is dead, but he's not even answering my calls. Arrogant piece of trash. Did you think I'd let you get away after glaring at me like that? I'm going to destroy you. He's pounding on the door. Even though he and I are both players, a loser is always a loser, and now I need to teach you a lesson. It's obvious this bastard is hiding in the house, so why isn't he coming out? Fine, if that's how it's going to be. He leans against the door, thinking, if I hear the sound of breathing, I'll smash this place down. Then a voice speaks, student, what are you doing in front of someone else's door? He responds, why do you care? Are you the owner of this place or something? The man replies, I am the owner. The gangster looks confused. What are you doing? Are you here to meet a friend? My friend? That's right, I'm here for my friend. Could you open the door for me? Unfortunately, I lost contact with him. If you could just open it. The man says, oh my, it seems you've been abandoned by your friend. What? It's an empty room? The student who lived here moved out. When did that happen? He moved out today, but I don't know where to. That bastard ran off without saying anything. The scene shifts to an apartment building. The younger brother exclaims, wow, this is so tall. There's even a revolving door at the entrance and card access to the rooms. A building staff member approaches the protagonist saying, your identity has been confirmed. The younger brother exclaims, oh my god, there's even security here. Brother, this place is amazing. Let's go. Right. They arrive at the apartment and the younger brother marvels, wow man, how big is this place? About 330 square meters. Whoa dude, 330 is way too big for an apartment. 330? Isn't that a bit too much space for just the two of us? The protagonist responds, we've got plenty of money, it had to be this size, right? His brother asks, how much was the lease for this place? 500 million won upfront and 22 million per month. Now this is crazy. The younger brother is stunned. Wait a second, 22 million for rent? Not long ago, I was worrying about buying food that cost 5,000 won. He protests, brother, I think this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better to get a cheaper place? The protagonist doesn't care, looking around. No, we need to spend at least this much. The more expensive, the better the security. He thinks to himself, on the first day of the month, players fall asleep until they return from the game. This is the most vulnerable time for everyone, for natural disasters, earthquakes, fires, and assassins hired by other players. So when the time comes to enter the other world, players need to be in the safest place possible. It doesn't matter how amazing you are in the other world if you get eliminated here in real life. The protagonist asks, do you like the apartment? The brother answers, of course I do. There's no need to ask. Good. I'm glad you like it. The younger brother, feeling guilty, mutters, I'm sorry, brother. The protagonist asks, why are you worried about this otherworld stuff? Do you think I'll have to fight again when the next month comes? But I'm here just enjoying everything without any problems. I didn't notice things. I'm sorry. The protagonist gives him a slap. Why are you so down? Do you think I won't come back from the next round? It's not that. Stop thinking about that stuff and let's go eat. I heard there's a great Korean food place on the second floor. The protagonist checks his phone. It seems like he noticed I moved. I'll just ignore him for now. It's not like I'll run into him again in real life. Well, maybe in the other world. The next day, the protagonist wakes up. He sees his brother heading out and asks, "Where are you going?" The brother replies, "You're up. I ordered some rice cakes. I'm going to pick them up." The protagonist thinks, "Rice cakes? I don't remember this happening in any other reset." Of course, things aren't guaranteed to happen the same way, but it's the first time he's going to get rice cakes. He asks, "Why did you get them?" The brother replies, "I'm going to give them to our neighbors since we just moved. Isn't that a good way to make a good impression?" The protagonist says, "Not a bad idea to be a good neighbor." The brother agrees. "Well, I'm off to pick them up. You can rest if you want." The protagonist says no, gets ready, and goes with him. They ring the doorbell. "Who's there?" "Hi, we just moved in and wanted to say hello." A woman answers the door. "Oh, you two look alike. Are you brothers?" "Yes, we brought some rice cakes for you. They're best when warm." She takes them, thanks them, and they head to the next house. They deliver the rice cakes, receive thanks, and move to the next house, where a child answers, and they give rice cakes again. The brother says, "All right, there's only one more place left." The protagonist replies, "Let's finish this quickly and head home to rest." At the last place, the brother comments, "This is the penthouse, you know. They use both the 44th and 45th floors." The brother marvels, "Wow, that means they're super rich." The protagonist says, "I don't know the details, but it's either a very wealthy family or a celebrity." The brother rings the bell, but no one answers. He rings again, starting to worry. "I don't think they're home." Then the door opens, and he immediately recognizes her. It's the actress Siu Arin, with a bodyguard behind her. The brother blurts out, "Wow, she's beautiful, just like an angel." The bodyguard steps forward and asks, "Who are you?" "Fans." The protagonist, arms crossed, replies, "We're your neighbors from downstairs." "Neighbors from downstairs?" The brother steps forward to offer the rice cake and says, "Want some?" The bodyguard responds, "I'm fine. Besides, she doesn't eat this kind of thing." He moves aside and opens the elevator. The bodyguard tells her to go in and she complies, glancing at the two of them. The protagonist thinks, "I don't know who this person is, but that was rude. Best to ignore that jerk." The brother says, "I'm fine, but did you see her?" "Wow." The protagonist, "See who?" The brother, "What do you mean who? You saw her too. That was Siu Arin." "Siu Arin? Siu Arin? Who's that?" The scene shifts to Siu Arin, reflecting on how several actors have been eliminated. She's worried about how the world continues to function. She receives a text message. "Arin, did you see the news? Seojin passed away. Are you coming to the company tomorrow?" She reflects. "To think that someone more successful than me was eliminated in the first round. If I hadn't obtained a good rune, I'd probably be in those headlines too." She realizes how far she's come and thinks about how she's managed to stay where she is. "Would I have become this famous without the company's support? Even this penthouse is funded by them." The bodyguard asks, "What are you thinking about, Arin?" She replies, "Nothing." He sits and says, "You can be honest with me. Didn't I tell you that before?" She says, "I was just thinking about how the world ended up like this. And will I survive the next round? Is that what's on your mind?" He reassures her, "Don't worry about the next round. Why would you worry with me by your side? You just need to have confidence in me and relax." She thinks, "Of course, who else would I trust?" She thought to herself, "When the company assigned this guy as my manager and bodyguard, I was skeptical, thinking they just wanted someone to keep an eye on me. But if it weren't for him," remembering how he helped her eliminate the goblins, she realized she would have been eliminated in the first round without him. He said to her, "I'll protect you no matter what happens, so don't give up." She replied, "Thank you so much, but what about those two rice cakes they brought over? They look delicious." The bodyguard said, "You'll gain weight if you eat that." She retorted, "Wow, but they went out of their way to come greet us. They must be upset." He responded, "Forget it. They just came to greet you. It's nothing special. They probably want something from you. If you give them an opening, they'll keep bothering you." She reflected, they didn't seem like that kind of people. Then she added, "Come to think of it, that neighbor of ours looked older than 15. So he eliminated 100 goblins and survived." The bodyguard replied, "I think so." She said, "Wow, it's fascinating to see him go through all that and act like it's no big deal." The bodyguard questioned, "Do you really think eliminating 100 of those things was hard? Only an idiot would fail." She knew she had only done well because her abilities fit that world. Even then, she wasn't as skilled as that person, Black Scythe. He almost made me pity the goblins. He probably has some real-world job. I wonder what he does. I'm sure I could survive this second round if I worked with someone that's skilled. This time, I only survived by luck. Will I really make it out alive next time? The next day, Tuesday, January 31, 11 o'clock a.m., the protagonist arrives home, and his brother greets him. "You won again." Apparently, the protagonist had won the lottery once more, this time a casual 15 billion won. His brother exclaimed, "Didn't the bank say anything? This is your fourth win." The bank president, already intrigued, said, "You're back, my lucky client. What's your secret?" The protagonist replied, "I told you last time. I got a divine message in my dreams." The president remarked, "Wow, I wish I could have those dreams." His brother asked, "So, were you putting all that into Bitcoin again?" He confirmed, "Yes. It's already up to 150 billion. His brother cautioned, "Shouldn't you start withdrawing it? I'm worried it'll crash." The protagonist responded, "Not yet. Now let's eat. They ate and walked around the city. At 11:55 p.m., lying beside his brother, the protagonist said, "Brother, you have to stay alive and come back." His brother looked at him and replied, "Relax. You saw me deal with Taegyu, right?" He nodded. The protagonist placed a hand on his brother's head and said, "Don't worry, just go to sleep. When you wake up, I'll already be back. Now I'm off." He was transported to the second survival round. The usual crowd muttered, "We're back again. I'm here once more. This place looks different from the first round. Who's that guy?" Everyone stared at the protagonist, who looked stylish as ever. He observed, "Judging by how they're keeping their distance, most people seem to recognize me. Everyone's here. When will it begin?" A new angel appeared and said, "You're all here, but I'm a different angel from the previous one. Why do you think that is? What happened to the other one?" Confused people asked, "Where's the other one?" She replied, "The angel who managed the previous round had an accident and won't appear. But don't worry, humans. From now on, I will guide you. Since everyone's here, I'll now announce the objective of this round." The mission window appeared for everyone. Round 2, main mission. Select a regional representative within 3 hours. People questioned, "What does it mean to select a regional representative? I thought they'd ask us to kill some monsters." One of them pointed out, "Wait, check the survival numbers. Can everyone survive this round?" The angel commented, "Since everyone seems confused, I'll explain. As you can see, completing this round has nothing to do with fighting. It will end once you select a regional representative. When someone becomes a representative, they'll gain the authority to command others and force humans to do whatever they want. If the representative gives an order, the others will either crawl or be eliminated by them. Don't you think that's immense power? In 3 hours, everyone will receive a ticket to vote. With this ticket, you just need to choose someone to become the representative." One guy observes and asks, "That's it? Nothing more?" The answer comes, "That's right. By simply voting, you will complete the mission and can return home. Think of it as a break between rounds." Everyone is excited. "Man, I don't even have to fight. I'll survive. This is way easier than the last round." Then she adds, "Well, now you just need to discuss who will become the representative within the next 3 hours. Time until voting, 3 hours. People are ecstatic. "Man, I'm not going to be eliminated. This is great." The maniacal gangster, however, is annoyed. "What a disaster. I was ready to fight, and now it's all for nothing." Someone approaches him. "Yangman, calm down, man. What's the problem? We'll survive just by voting." But the maniac keeps ranting, "I put all my attributes into strength and can't even show my potential. This is infuriating." The protagonist thinks, "Well, seeing how he put everything into strength, he probably got the strength rune this time too. Everything, including Yama's rune and this whole situation, is exactly as I remember." They'll spend the next 3 hours arguing about who to vote for. But becoming the representative isn't the most important thing. The existence of a main mission means there's also a secondary mission. The hidden mission for round 2 is to acquire a class. To do that, I need to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. He spots a hidden goblin in the forest and says, "Come on." The creature rushes at him, but with one swift move to the neck, it's done. Current kills, 1/100th. With a 3x buff applied, he gains 9 experience points and all his attributes increase thanks to the rune from killing the angel. Going deeper into the forest to start hunting is the right move. Goblins travel in groups, so where there's one, there are more. The goblins stare at him, ready to attack. But if I were you, I wouldn't. It'll all be torn apart. However, since they're designed to be defeated, one takes a hit to the chest, another is sliced down, and soon he's at 50 kills. One more level to go. Oh, only 30 minutes have passed. He checks his status window. Black Scythe, level 9. At level 10, and I can already change classes. If I had a strength rune, it would be more efficient to boost my strength. But it's tough to survive if you only invest in strength. No matter how strong you are, you're done if you take a fatal blow. Players have 4 attributes: strength, intelligence, dexterity, and luck. Strength increases physical power, health, and defense. Intelligence boosts magic power, mental fortitude, and thought processing speed. Dexterity enhances attack speed, movement speed, and dodge chances. Luck increases the chance of critical hits and finding rare items, and it also increases the amount of gold earned. This is a game where you can't just dump everything into one attribute, especially for the Reaper class, which deals both physical and magical damage. I need to balance all attributes equally. However, for now, the focus will be dexterity. As he continues toward more goblins, he hears footsteps behind him. "Wait, someone's following me? I didn't know this because I was hunting, but I'm sure someone's here." The strange thing is, no one has ever tracked me in any of my resets. He pulls out his knife and says, "I don't know who you are, but show yourself now. If you don't declare your intentions, you better start praying." And then who appears? Our first waifu. "Hello, it's me." The protagonist recognizes her. "This person? The actress Siu Arin? Why is Siu Arin following me?" She apologizes. "Sorry for following you." Her bodyguard steps forward. "Apologies as well. We didn't mean any harm, so please don't be upset with us." The protagonist notices the man's nickname, An Sang-chil. Wait a second, isn't this guy the right-hand man of Meg Yeonrock? He thinks, I'll have to come up with another name for him. That one's too complicated. Meg Yeonrock is the eldest son of one of the biggest corporations in the country and a player with the nickname Heavenly Demon. He's also one of my targets. Recruiting the Heavenly Demon to my team will make my growth a lot easier. What I really need is the healer who will ally with him. I didn't expect to meet his right hand so early, but why is An Sang-cheol walking alongside Siurin? Wait a second, was he the guy standing in front of her apartment? Now that I think about it, I recall something about the Celestial Demon sponsoring a celebrity as part of their business. But what matters now is, when did you start following me? He thinks, "Scam, I don't like this. The future is changing again." Siurin speaks. "We started following you right at the beginning. I saw you heading into the forest and decided to come too. Sorry if that upset you." The protagonist asks, "Why did you follow me?" "It's not for any bad reason. I just wanted to make you an offer." "An offer?" "Yes, you placed first in the first round, so I was thinking we could cooperate or something like that." The protagonist asks, "Cooperate?" "As far as I know, cooperation is a word used when both sides benefit." She replies, "That's true." He immediately responds, "But I don't need you, do I? I'm doing just fine fighting on my own. Don't waste my time with useless conversations and leave." Wow, the protagonist is not holding back. She tries again, "Let me stay with you." And he says, "No, I'm too much of a man to stay with a woman. I have no intention of forming a team with you." Then he turns his back and walks away. The guy gets irritated, thinking, who does this bastard think he is? How big is his ego? She collapses to the ground and he exclaims, "Miss Arin." She responds, "He's not rank 1 for nothing." The pressure was overwhelming. The guy says, "Pressure? Of course you'd be nervous with him pointing a knife at you." She replies, "I just want to form a team with rank 1, but it looks like things didn't go as planned." He says, "What did I tell you? People like him are too proud to consider teaming up with anyone." "I know, but it's still disappointing." "Well, don't be. We're wasting time following someone like him anyway." She comments, "Wow, I didn't know there would be monsters like this in the forest. Should we spend this extra time hunting?" "Not a bad idea." "Alright, let's go, Mr. Bodyguard." Seriously, call the guy by his name, girl. Even in a virtual world, show some respect for his profession. Meanwhile, a goblin looks around confused. Where is he? The protagonist suddenly appears and strikes. He thinks you're talking about cooperation while I'm this busy. I don't even have time to consider those things. It's almost time to level up. You eliminated the hobgoblin. 60 eliminations. Then a pack of wolves appears. Wild dogs. Okay, 5 at once. Looks like I'm lucky. The beasts charge at him, but the protagonist glances at them and swiftly takes them all down. They drop to the ground, dead. 65 eliminations. You've leveled up and reached level 10. It's time. You've met the conditions for advancement and can now access the shop. Finally, my advancement. Round 2 side mission. Advance before the voting period. Completing it rewards you with a 50% discount coupon for a daily shop item. Most people who see this side mission for the first time get confused. A mission item? Where do I get that? How does it work? What are classes? It's obvious that receiving a class is a big deal. But the problem is that no one knows how to get class change items yet, as they're only obtained after fulfilling certain special conditions. For example, warriors need to raise their strength to at least 10 and eliminate 30 monsters at once. A berserker must continue hunting while bleeding. An assassin needs to stab multiple monsters in the back. In other words, players must perform actions related to the class to unlock advancement. At first, I kept hunting monsters repeatedly, hiding and fleeing through the forest. That's how I received the Hunter class. But after learning about the Reaper class, I stuck with it. Now I've got the item. Use. You use a class advancement item. Your class cannot be changed. Choose carefully. Do you want to switch to the Reaper class? I don't even need to think about it. Yes, you switched to the Reaper class. As a reward, you've received the Reaper rune. And there it is. When used during the day, the weapon's attack is doubled. At night, attack speed increases by 50%, and the chance of an enemy detecting you is drastically reduced. The rune has been automatically registered to the player's soul. As an advancement reward, you've received the Reaper's Scythe. As a reward for completing the secondary mission, you've received a 50% discount ticket. Your rank has increased from beginner to apprentice. The protagonist comments, "Alright, my rank has gone up too." Here, players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster at level 99, Master at level 60, Expert at level 40, Regular at level 20, Apprentice at level 10, and Beginner at level 1. Just like in a game, you receive more abilities each time your rank increases. He receives the Reaper's ability, Death Insignia. Effect: creates an insignia visible only to the target and the caster. The target's remaining health becomes visible, and they take 100% additional damage. The ability can only be active on one target at a time. The protagonist says, with the rank advancement, you can also equip higher ranked items. He equips the Reaper's Scythe, which while playing for now, holds potential. The system announces you have been identified as the first player to change classes and have received a random gold pouch as a reward. The protagonist remarks, well, being the first to advance also comes with perks. The system notifies him you have received the neutral ability, Track. Effect: allows you to locate a target of your choice. To track a target, you need to know their face and name for them to be valid. Ability value: 20,000. The protagonist says, I got a skill worth 20,000. Should I test it? He uses it. Tracking Huang Yangmin. Face and name recognized, tracking target's location. Yangmin's location confirmed 190 meters away. To find the target, follow the arrow ahead of you. The protagonist reacts 190 meters. That means he's also entered the forest. The last time I did this, he was 2 kilometers away. Should I check it out? The scene shifts to Su Arin and her bodyguard fleeing. She stumbles to the ground. I can't run anymore. My leg won't move. The bodyguard urges, we have to keep running, Orin, or we'll get caught. Stand up, even if it hurts. She struggles to get up. The spot where the arrow hit is burning. It's on fire. He reassures her. It's just a theory. But I think even if you're injured in this world, your real-world body remains intact. You just have to survive, and somehow everything will be fine when you return home. She responds, got it. I'll try to endure. But then a voice interrupts. Where do you think you're going like that? They turn to see Yangmin standing there. Well, looks like I didn't hurt you enough last time. The bodyguard grumbles. Great, we got caught because of this damn woman. What kind of bodyguard says that? I thought he was more loyal. He squares up, realizing he has no choice but to fight. Yangmin mocks him. Oh, old man, are you planning to fight us? Take a look, don't you see how many we are? The bodyguard asks, why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Yangmin replies, of course you didn't do anything. Then why attack us out of nowhere? He smirks. We just want one thing. What's that? The girl standing next to you. We don't care about you. We just want Su Arin. Yangmin's crew discusses among themselves. Is it really Su Arin? Look at her. It's the same name and face. Couldn't it just be someone impersonating her, right? Who cares? She looks the same, doesn't she? Yangmin says, if you step aside and leave Su Arin here, I'll let you go. How about that deal, old man? The bodyguard groans. What a mess. You should have told me Su Arin was your target from the start. If you had, I would have abandoned her without hesitation. I have no intention of getting eliminated because of this woman. He thinks, but there's a problem. If I don't protect Su Arin, I'll disappoint director Megyanrock, the heavenly demon. Yangmin taunts him. Well, old man, made up your mind yet? What's with that pose? You want to fight. The bodyguard retorts, do you realize what you're doing is a crime? Yangmin laughs. A crime? That's a good one. You think there are any laws here? And who are you going to tell? The police when we get back. Go ahead and try, but what proof you have? This might not even be my real face. The guy thinks, what a situation, he's getting on my nerves, but he's right. I don't think he'll let me go with just a few words. Looks like I have no choice but to fight him with this battered body of mine. Then he notices someone nearby and says, you're. And there he is, Black Scythe. Yangmin glances nervously at him and says, what? When did this guy? The protagonist steps forward and asks, what are you all doing here? Yangmin responds, oh hey there, brother. How about you just keep on walking? The protagonist cuts him off. I'm not talking to you. He looks at the bodyguard and asks, what's the situation? The desperate bodyguard explains, this guy, they're trying to capture Su Arin and set a trap for us. If you could help, we know you a great debt, Mr. Black Scythe. The protagonist turns to Yangmin and asks, what's he saying? Is it true? Yangmin retorts, who cares if it's true or not? Just go on your way. It's none of your business. The protagonist's aura flares red. What do you mean it's none of my business? These are people I know. Yangmin hesitates. What are you going to do? The protagonist swiftly draws his scythe. I can't abandon an injured person. The gangster grows irritated, Su Arin is relieved, the bodyguard expresses his gratitude, and the protagonist finds himself at the center of it all, thinking, well, it's not like I won't benefit from doing this. If I help this guy, the celestial demon will think highly of me. And if a conglomerate like his owes me, it'll create a snowball effect, leading to a much bigger favor in return. Not to mention, I really don't like these useless idiots here. Yangmin sneers, so what are you doing, man? I'll take you out if you take another step forward. The protagonist replies, what's the problem? Don't you want to fight? Yangmin thinks, arrogant bastard. What does he think he's doing? He wiped out those goblins in an instant and ranked first last time. Do I really have to fight a monster like him? The protagonist plants his scythe into the ground. Be honest with me if you don't want to fight. Yangmin asks, if I'm honest, will you let me leave? The protagonist responds, I might consider it. All you need to do is get on your knees and start begging for your life. Yangmin fumes, wait, he's asking me to humiliate myself. In front of my friends in Su Arin, I wouldn't want to fight him if I could avoid it, but this is pissing me off. You son of a... He thinks, but hold on, I'm strong enough to break a wall with my fist. If I'm lucky, I might even send this black scythe flying with one punch. Smirking, he says, you're crossing a line, you bastard. What do you want me to do? Get on my knees and beg. Are you looking to get eliminated? He plans, if I can gradually close the distance, I'll just land a punch square on his face. Not even this guy could survive something that can break a stone wall, right? The protagonist sheaths his scythe and Yangmin blurts out, wait, what are you doing? The protagonist replies, wouldn't it be unfair for you to come empty-handed while I use weapons? Winning that easily would be kind of boring. Yangmin snaps, you're being ridiculous. But before he can finish, the protagonist vanishes and reappears in front of him. You fool. You put your weapon away and expose your face. Yangmin throws a punch at the protagonist, but he quickly sidesteps and counters with a kick to Yangmin's stomach, sending him flying. Yaman crashes to the ground, beaten and groaning. The protagonist smirks. Stop swearing. My ears might rot if you keep that up. He lands a heavy punch on Yaman's mouth, grabs him by the collar, and rains down more blows on his face. Yaman thinks this isn't just a punch, it's like being beaten with a hammer. This bastard is as strong as I am, but he doesn't seem to have his strength ruined like mine. How is he this strong? Dizzy and battered, Yaman's friends try to intervene. Yaman shoot him. One of them draws an arrow and Su Arin watches in fear. The protagonist calmly steps aside, closes the distance, and now face-to-face addresses the attacker. Oh, I think you got lucky and managed to find it Bao while hunting, right? It's a shame you've ended up meeting me. The scythe is already out, it swings, and the arm goes flying kid. The guy is already on the ground, writhing in pain, and the other two are panicking. Do you think you can escape after messing with us? You're done for. Die, you bastard. The protagonist just gives him a look. Death emblem, he pulls out the scythe, swings, and wow, so cruel, he cuts the warrior right at the shins. Man, that scythe slices through like butter. He's already stiff on the ground, and his friend is his leg. Dude, the protagonist says, you attacked me with a weapon, didn't you? So you'll have to pay the price. And then man, the protagonist seems to have a thing for chopping people into pieces, and now everyone's ending up amputated. They're going to have to set up a disabled zone. Well, as expected from the death emblem, this buff with double damage can cut through even armor in a single blow. The guys are all on the ground, amputated. You might feel bad for you. And then he's just standing there. Too easy. But I can't end things like this. I have to leave them so terrified that they'll never dare crawl in my direction again. The guys are lying on the ground and the protagonist makes several cuts on them and they're all, I feel like I'm being killed. Please forgive me. Then he says, stop complaining. You're not going to die from just this. And then while these guys here, it looks like they're done for. The next one is, he glances to the side. You know it's useless to keep hiding, right? There are no exceptions here. Man, here he comes again with that vibe, chopping down another one. Damn dude. The poor guy is agonizing there. Then he says, stop being such a crybaby. This isn't even that painful. And remembering, right? This is the guy who used to intimidate him. So dude, you're screwed. Compared to the pain you caused me, this is nothing. Take another cut, and another. Su Arin and the guy are, oh my god, this guy damn. To think he'd be able to keep cutting arms and legs and torturing even the ones who don't even want to fight anymore. The bodyguard is another psycho over there. This might seem cruel to some people, but this lack of restraint is so cool. This black scythe, he definitely rivals even the president. The protagonist, after the beating session, says, so, are you guys calm now? Yes, thanks to you. Well, you won't have to worry about them attacking you again. As you can see, it won't even be able to walk. So you better go vote. The two thank him. Thank you so much, Black Scythe. Then she asks, or won't they end up being killed at this rate? And he says, so what if they're killed? They're not even on the level of animals. Right. The protagonist stares at her. Well, it looks like she's still too soft. Why does she care about the lives of these bastards? Does she think she's some kind of saint? Maybe she's trying to keep up her celebrity image. The bodyguard says, Black Scythe, can I ask you something? I hope you don't mind. Then he says, what is it? Why didn't you kill them? It wouldn't be a problem in this world even if you did. Youngmin is in shock, seeing how the situation could get worse for them. The protagonist says, is there a reason I didn't kill them? Thinking, this guy is acting exactly like the right-hand man of the heavenly demon. And he says, it's simple. I don't gain any benefit from killing them. No benefit, but even so, leaving things behind like this, they might come back and cause trouble in the future. The protagonist gives him a look and says, trouble. Do you really think these guys can cause me any trouble? Besides, it's not good to decrease the population, since the number of participants who can finish the round ends up dropping as well. The guy says he's really got a point. If the number of participants decreases, the number of people saved also drops. He's already thinking about these details. His understanding of this game is way above everyone else. This guy is truly impressive. And then he says, got it then. We'll ignore this trash too. The protagonist says, well, now I'm off. The guy says, no, wait, hold on, Black Scythe. If you give me a bank account, I can send you compensation in the real world. Forget about it. And he's already leaving. The guy is, wow, to think he would refuse a reward after saving us? I need to tell the president as soon as I get back. Well, as much as it would be nice to get rid of this guy for now, I'll have to hold back. Since, as Black Scythe said, there's no benefit for me in eliminating him. And then he spits in the guy's face. What's that? That was humiliating. Let's go. Arin, let's move out everyone. Already at the voting region, everyone's there. Please, give me all your votes. Vote for me. You know, if you vote for me, I'll do the right things. Man, these guys think this is the presidential election or something. No, instead of voting for someone like him, I'm sure I'll do better. The guys are arguing, everyone's grabbing each other. People saying, don't fight, be careful. Then someone says, you're all too irritated. It has to be someone calm like me. I, you, then another guy says, no, wait a minute, my dad's a congressman. How about that? And everyone keeps arguing, until a strong voice cuts through. Everyone, you only have 2 hours until the voting ends. We shouldn't be wasting our time like this. Let's hurry up and decide this vote. The guy's name is Mid Chocolate Boy. All right then. Bro, how are we going to decide who to vote for? Do you have a suggestion? And he replies, yes. I have a great suggestion. Really? What is it? Everyone falls silent to listen to him. Then he says, these people are diligently following my words. As expected, they're all falling again for my persuasion rune. When I received this rune as my fragment, I was disappointed. What kind of useless thing is this? Persuasion rune increases your chance to persuade a target if they are capable of having a conversation. Then he said, man, there's no way this will work on monsters. They can't even talk. But soon I figured out the right way to use this. He sees the guys who are about to finish off the goblins. Go, man, just one more stab. I got one here too. And he shouts, guys, there's a woman over there in a very dangerous situation. Drop those goblins and run to help her now. The guys, what? Let's go, let's help her first. And just like that, you manage to get past the first 100 goblins. If things go as I'm planning, I'll easily become the representative of this region. Then he tells the group, everyone, first we need to decide the candidates. We should narrow the options down to a maximum of 5 and decide among them. The group, all manipulated, says, that's not a bad idea, it makes sense, it's a more organized way. Then he says, all right, let's reduce the options first. If there's anyone you want to recommend, raise your hand and say their name. The chummy guy was about to recommend himself, but the guy says, obviously, you can't recommend yourself. If we do that, we'll end up with the same problem as before. Then the chubby guy's like, damn it, he's right, seems like we're stuck again. And he thinks, it's so easy to persuade these losers. But the group is indecisive. I don't know who I'd recommend, I don't know anyone here, and I don't want anyone to represent me either. And he thinks, now, everyone's quiet. At this rate, only those who stood out will be recommended. A guy in the back raises his hand and says, I recommend Mint Chocolate Boy, that bastard. And he's like, bingo. Then he says, me. And the guy replies, yeah, you'd be a great representative, someone with such logical skills and leadership. And you're handling the situation so well, aren't you folks? And everyone's like, yeah, he is. He thinks, another sucker for my list. Thanks for thinking of me for such consideration. If there's any other name. Then another guy stands up, I'd like to recommend Black Scythe. And he says, makes sense. Of course, someone would recommend the guy who came in first in the last round. Another guy raises his hand. Then I want to recommend the guy who came in second. Life is a documentary. I'll recommend the third, right hand of the Black Dragon. All right then, with that, we already have 4 candidates. We just need one more. Is there anyone else you want to recommend? All right then, since there isn't, let's say we have 4 candidates. Before we vote for these people, does anyone want to say anything? Thinking to himself, convincing this bunch of losers will be really easy. When I become the representative of this region, I'll. Another guy nearby interrupts, stop talking all that nonsense. Then he goes, huh. Looks to the side, and there he is, Life is a Documentary, the guy ranked number 2. And he says, I can't listen to the garbage you're spouting anymore. The guy's like, what do you mean? What are you saying? Then he replies, oh, Mint Chocolate Kid, you must think this world is pretty easy, huh? People just do what you say with a few words, right? Now he's there thinking, what does he mean? Could he know about my ability? No, he must be talking for another reason. Rank number 2 steps up, go to hell. Who do you think you are to decide who represents the region, you damn provocateur? Then the guy responds, oh, you're already crossing the line. There's a saying that the words a person uses are their face and personality. Do you really need to be so hostile? Mint Chocolate thinks, perfect, this will probably work. But the guy snaps, oh, you bastard, are you really trying to teach me a lesson? You want to get eliminated, don't you? Then he's like, what? How is my ability not working on him? Wait, there's no way. He looks around at everyone. Oh, you bunch of bastards, you better not vote for anyone, got it? Vote for me, or I'll destroy you all. Mint Chocolate's there. This guy is seriously clumsy. Do you really think people are going to obey you talking like that? Stop embarrassing yourself and disappear. He hears that, stays silent for a second, then gets grabbed by the neck. Stay one more thing, my friend. Not writhing on the ground, he says, I told you, didn't I? I'd eliminate you if you mess with me. The poor guy drops dead, and then he declares, if you don't vote for me, you'll end up like this guy here. Everyone is terrified and in shock. This guy's insane. He's a killer. Then he says, so what? Come fight me if you've got a problem. This guy's lost it. He's completely unhinged. Then he laughs and says, well, since you're going to keep spouting nonsense and not fight, looks like you want me to come over. And now the guy is outright eliminating everyone mercilessly. This is the best. No police, no reporters, no cameras. I can kill as many people as I want. If you don't vote for me, I'll eliminate you in the next round no matter what. Got it? Everyone's on edge. So what do we do? Vote or get eliminated. Done. Now they'll vote for me out of fear. That way, I'll guarantee becoming the representative. Black Scythe, I'll take this bastard down as soon as I get authority and become rank number 1. Meanwhile, the protagonist is out hunting, already having eliminated 265 monsters, maximizing the rune effect and taking full advantage of the experience buff. Well, it looks like I'm almost level 16. The downside is that since I gained so many levels, progress is slowing down now. Even after killing 200 monsters in the last 2 hours, I barely managed to gain 2 levels. The upside is that it's been pretty easy, obviously, right? I've got the Reaper's rune and the Assassin's rune. Well, I think it's about time. Voting time is up. The voting period has ended, summoning all players in the starting region. The protagonist and everyone who was in the forest are teleported and see a bunch of people lying on the ground. What happened here? Seo Iron says, don't tell me that guy eliminated everyone. The protagonist, well, looks like Cho Jong-sik took the lead again this time. That guy's the leader of a gang and the second best fighter in this district. Too bad his personality is garbage. It's always a good idea to remove a ticking time bomb before it explodes, but now's not the time. The guy approaches the protagonist. Black Scythe, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for so long. What do you want? Nothing much. I just have a suggestion. I'll get straight to the point. Serve me. Serve you. That's right. I'll spare your life if you serve me. The protagonist laughs. Hold on. So you're saying you want to start a fight now? Get on your knees and beg or you won't leave here unscathed. Rank number 2 is there. Looks like you're still crazy. You don't seem to understand the situation you're in, but once I become the representative. Then the protagonist says, is it hard to understand what I'm saying, or will you only be satisfied after getting eliminated here? He pulls out the scythe and the guy stammers. Wait, where'd he get that weapon? Damn it, I messed with the wrong person. The protagonist stares at him. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. The guy responds, you know I'm Cho Jong-sik, right? The leader of the Jong-sik gang. Do you really think I'm going to kneel to someone like you? Come at me with that weapon of yours, you son of a... The protagonist thinks, looks like he's as hot-headed as always. Well enough joking around. Things would get complicated if I showed my strength and ended up getting the votes, so I need to make Cho Jong-sik the representative so I can use him in the 3rd round. Not to mention, it's almost time for the angel to appear. Right on cue, the angel shows up. Have all the humans gather here? The protagonist says, you're lucky. You better think carefully about who you challenge if you don't want to get eliminated early. The guy freezes, I almost had a heart attack. But I'll let you off for now. Just wait, when I become the representative of this region, I'll pay back this humiliation tenfold. The angel speaks, have you all decided on your representatives? I see that apparently you've done more than just talk in the last 3 hours. Of course, I don't care if a bunch of undesirable humans gets eliminated or not. Shall we proceed with the voting? And so the voting for the representative begins. You can vote for one person, and the person with the most votes will become the representative. To vote, just look at who you want to vote for and think vote. Players who fail to vote within 5 minutes will be disqualified from the round and eliminated. The voting starts. Everyone is wondering, who should we vote for? The gangster thinks, as expected, everyone's looking at me. But then he notices a girl not looking at him. He snaps, why aren't you looking at me? She looks startled and he shouts, anyone who doesn't look at me will be eliminated. The protagonist remains calm, trying to draw as little attention as possible, while the gangster declares, if you don't vote, I'll eliminate you myself. I saw you turn your head. Someone's trying way too hard. The voting ends. Well, voting is over. Good to see none of you tried to avoid it. Now let's check the results. The angel claps her hands and the results appear. The gangster actually wins. Life is a documentary, 2,400 votes. In 2nd place, the protagonist with 2,000 votes. The gangster exclaims, I'm in 1st, but are you telling me I only got 2,400 votes and Black Scythe is in 2nd? Those bastards, I told them to vote for me, but they voted for Black Scythe instead. The angel announces, well, here are the results. Life is a documentary, you're the representative of this region. Since that's the case, I'll grant you the power of authority so you can command the people. Then the system speaks, you become the representative of the region. As the representative, you've been granted the command authority. He smiles and says, now you're going to regret not eliminating me, Black Scythe. I'll command everyone to eliminate him. But when he looks at the ability, it says, temporary skill, command authority. You can issue one command to players and forcibly control them. Under its effect, the player cannot disobey the command under any circumstances. Usage limit, 10. The ability does not work on players with a class. The gangster is stunned. Wait, I can only use this 10 times, and I can't even use it on players with a class? Does that mean everyone who's received a class can ignore everything I say? The angel continues, well, dear humans, you must be thinking everything is over after the voting, right? But that's not the case. There was a hidden mission in this round. The crowd is shocked. Wait, what does she mean? Hidden mission. Then it appears. Side mission. Advance before the end of the voting and receive a class. Everyone exclaims, what? An advancement item? Receive a class. She says, well, this mission window was programmed to appear as soon as someone reached level 10. You didn't even know, did you? The crowd murmurs, but how are we supposed to level up if there are no monsters here? She smirks. What do you mean by that? The forest is full of monsters. Well, don't feel bad. Only 80,000 people managed to advance from all the regions. Speaking of that, someone in this region got a class upgrade. Then people start saying, wow, someone already changed their class? Who? Should we check the secondary mission results to find out? She snaps her fingers and it appears. Secondary mission for round 2. All regions, Black Scythe, region 45, Black Scythe. Everyone's like, wow, it's Black Scythe again. He was the first, and in our entire region, he's the only one with a class, and it's a Reaper. What kind of class is that? It sounds super strong, doesn't it? The guy was carrying a giant scythe. Life as a documentary is there, frustrated. Damn it, I was planning to use my authority command to make him eliminate himself. But who would have thought this guy would get a class upgrade so soon? The angel says, well, in round 2, the reward was given based on who completed the mission first. So the first to complete the mission in our region was the player Black Scythe. And not just in this region, but in all of them. Incredible Black Scythe. And even your class is unique, a Reaper. And your name fits perfectly with it. Tell me, how did you come up with that name? Did you already know you become a Reaper? He replies, I didn't know I'd get a class that would match my name so well. The angel says that it seems becoming a Reaper was your destiny. The protagonist thinks even the angels don't know how to get the Reaper class. They just know it's a unique class. The angel adds, it's destiny, isn't it? How interesting to think that someone in this region would change classes and also be the only one unaffected by authority commands. People are curious, you won't be affected? What do you mean, Miss Angel? Well, since I mentioned it, I'll explain everything. How about that? Authority commands don't work on humans with a class. That means Black Scythe can do whatever he wants. Plus, he only has 10 authority commands. Just because you're the representative doesn't mean you have unlimited power. The crowd reacts, oh, he only has 10 commands. That's how it is. The subject is furious. Damn Angel, why are you telling them that? The angel continues, now we need to give Black Scythe a reward since he changed classes so quickly. She snaps her fingers and it appears. You are the first to complete the mission in this region and all regions. You receive a low-rank armor and a special chest. Please select one of the rare armors. You can choose metal armor, hunter armor, or mage armor. Obviously, there's no need to think about it. The first option is too heavy, and the third has no defense. So if he takes the hunter outfit, the special chest, just like last time, offers a choice of a 3x buff, 3,000 gold, or information. Well, since there are a lot of monsters in round 3, it's better to pick the experience buff again. The angel says, now that everything has been distributed, please return to your homes. Round 3 will be very exciting, I guarantee it. The system announces that they completed the mission and will return on March 1. The soul then returns to the body. The gangster wakes up and checks. My arm, thank goodness it's still here. Luckily, as long as you're not eliminated, your body comes back intact. He lowers his head, never again. I'll never mess with Black Scythe again. What a disaster. Why did I have to get involved with someone so heartless? Back at another location, a bodyguard who initially said he'd abandon the girl decides not to, so everything's fine. He says, well, you worked hard, Aaron. She replies, what did I do? You did everything. Thank you so much for helping me and for protecting me. He adjusts his tie. That's expected, considering I'm your manager and your bodyguard. Then she adds, I'd like to thank Black Scythe again. Is there any way to do that? Unfortunately, we don't know his real appearance, so there's no way to find him. Besides, it seems Black Scythe doesn't want his identity revealed. He doesn't. Do you know why? I asked him for his bank account number so I could send compensation, but he immediately refused. Black Scythe knows I'll be able to find him with the account number. She looks a bit sad, doesn't she? The bodyguard says, well, if you really want to show your gratitude, why don't we find him in the next round and give him an item? She responds, that's a good idea. I'll have to think a bit more about how to repay him. Well, get some rest today. I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, take care. The guy's already in the elevator saying, President May. The president answers, hello, Sanchu. He says, looks like you're still not asleep. The president replies, I was just having some whiskey after getting back from the game. The bodyguard says, I saw the results, President. Congratulations on becoming a Black Knight. The president replies, well, it was nothing special. What happened on your side? Well, Siwa Renan and I only managed to reach level 8. In the middle of everything, we were hunted, got injured, and couldn't continue hunting. Hunted. I was planning to tell you once I got back. Is it possible for me to come now? The president says, is this related to Black Scythe? Come to the hotel immediately. I want to hear the details in person. All right, I'll be there in 20 minutes. The guy gets into his car while the protagonist watches from the side, observing. As expected, he's going to meet the president. 10 minutes earlier, the protagonist had woken up and used his tracking ability in real life. He just thought of the guy's face, and as the name and face matched, the system immediately provided a location, 9 meters. Well, he's very close, probably on the top floor, but now it's changing minus 23 meters, 56 meters. Judging by how fast it's changing, he probably took the elevator. Where is he going at this hour? Could he already be heading to see the president? I need to confirm this. Thankfully, I activated my tracking as soon as I got back. The shadows are covering the moonlight. It's the perfect time to tail someone. The president is there. I'll hold back for now since I need this information first. Black Scythe, who wouldn't want to know about the player who's already ranked number 1 in both the first and second rounds. The president thinks the guy said he has some information about rank 1. I got a bad feeling. Did you pick a fight with my subordinate? If that's the case, I can't just let it slide. Messing with my right hand is like challenging me. It doesn't matter who it is. If you try to get in my way, I won't let it go, even if it's rank 1. The protagonist, on the other hand, is thinking about allying with this guy, though his villainous look suggests he might cause trouble, putting the protagonist in a tough spot. At the president's office, Sang Kyul arrives. The two greet each other and engage in small talk. Out of nowhere, the guy says, just your existence motivates me, President. Thank you so much. Wow, Talk about over the top. Even the president comments, "You're really good with compliments, but take a seat." It's not a compliment, it's the truth, sir. And though it's late, congratulations on surviving. The president responds, "Surviving? Round 2 was like taking candy from a baby." Sang-Kyul adds, "Congratulations on changing your class as well. It was nothing special, pure luck." People say luck is also a skill. Besides, you ranked number 2 and number 3 across all regions. That's no small feat. There's no greater honor for me than serving you. All right, calm down there. The president remarks, "Seems like you want something. Given all these compliments, go ahead and ask me what you want to know." Sang-Kyul asks, "In that case, could I ask where you got an advancement item?" The president replies, "It was nothing. It just dropped while I was hunting some monsters. The truth is, it's thanks to the rune I received that I got this fragment." We see the moment when the angel tells him to check his inventory. He opens it, and there it is, Rune of the Black Knight. The description reads, "Increases all your attributes and imbues your weapon with a black aura that damages your enemies. Automatically advances you to a Black Knight when you reach level 10. He thought, Rune of the Black Knight? So I can become a Black Knight when I hit level 10. He thinks I was lucky at level 1 to get such an incredible item. However, he muses, even for a subordinate I value so much I can't reveal this information. People always change from one moment to the next. That's human nature." The president says, "Well, let's get straight to the main topic. Who tried to hurt you? Was it Black Scythe?" He responds, No, it wasn't him. Actually, he saved my life." "Saved your life? Tell me the details." A bit later, after explaining the situation, the president says, "So you almost died because there were some thugs after Arin?" "Yes. If Black Scythe hadn't shown up, I think both she and I would have been eliminated. Maybe Arin would have survived, but I believe the psychological trauma she'd suffer would end her career in the entertainment industry." The president thinks, "Not only did I almost lose my most valuable subordinate, but even my business was nearly ruined." Then he asks, "And what happened to them? They were eliminated, right?" Sang-Kyul answers, "Well, even though Black Scythe made them suffer more than death, in the end, he didn't eliminate them." The president asks, "Why not?" He said something like, "There's no benefit in eliminating them. Reducing the total population also decreases the number of survivors." The president reflects, "Well, if he's not wrong, but who knows what they'll try in the future. Still, thanks to Black Scythe, my subordinate and my asset are intact. Looks like I owe him one." Then he says, "I need to compensate him." Sang-Kyul replies, "I mentioned compensation to him, but he said it wasn't necessary and left immediately." "What do you mean he refused compensation? Is he afraid his identity might be revealed? Seems like a very cautious man." "Well, if you see him in the next round, deliver my message. Tell him I'm extremely grateful for saving both of you." "All right, I'll tell them, President. And also keep an eye out for any way we can help. You know I'm not the type of person who likes to owe anyone." "Of course, sir, as you wish." "I forgot to ask something important. Those thugs, what were their nicknames?" Seems like the president is planning to hunt them down. Outside, the protagonist sits in a tree thinking, what a loyal dog. He went straight to talk to that president as soon as he got back, even though it's so late at night. "Well, now that I've confirmed their fate, I better head back. I look suspicious wandering around here. Now, having a celebrity of the heavenly demon living in the same apartment as me, I'll have to thank my little brother. If I hadn't gone to deliver those rice cakes, I never would have met Arin or found out she's connected to that guy. If I manage to trust my neighbors have in me carefully, I can gain that guy's trust too. On the other hand, I still need to think carefully about whether I want to take the heavenly demon to the final round or not. His Black Knight rune is so powerful it could be considered a hack. The problem is the downside of receiving this rune, you're forced to become a Black Knight. And the worst part is that after receiving the Black Aura, the power of the Black Knight, you need to recharge an exclusive energy called Dark Energy, which can't be acquired through normal means. It's clear you have to eliminate others to recover energy. In a way, it's a skill that suits a psychopath like him, and it's kind of dangerous to have someone like that as an ally. For now, I'll keep him as just a candidate and use him when necessary because there are plenty of other talented individuals besides him. I'm also thinking about that woman who's probably the priestess connected to him. Well, as soon as the sun rises, I'll start working on this. At KS24, where the protagonist bought lottery tickets, a man is thinking, what do I do? Monthly revenue is going to drop by half at this rate. A girl opens the door and says, Dad. He responds, Oh, hi, Julie. What's got you so down? It's just, the lottery tickets have been completely suspended. Just like that, out of nowhere. The government's response kind of makes sense. It seems it's because of the players. They don't know what abilities they have, so it's dangerous. Then she adds, Do you remember the news about a guy winning first place 4 times in a row? And the secret, I saw it in my dreams. Okay, who could it have been? The father says, Well, things were already tight because of rent and work expenses. What am I going to do? Don't worry, Dad, I'll graduate soon and help you out, okay? Would it be a good idea if I got a part-time job to help with the household bills? The father replies, Julie, don't worry about money. I'll handle that. You focus on your studies. You have good grades, don't you? Aren't you going to school? Your dream is to become a doctor. Dad, I gave up on that dream. School doesn't matter in this situation anymore. He says, you're right, money doesn't even matter anymore. If things go wrong, you could be eliminated in the next round. I feel lost lately. Sorry, Julie. She responds, Dad, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. It's okay, I promise. I survived round 2 and even received a class. The father is surprised. A class? Yeah, hold on a second, she says, and then casts a healing spell, channeling a power over him. What is this? He asks. She explains it's a skill called buff. I got it from my class. It slightly increases all your attributes and seems to have a revitalizing effect on normal people. Wow, that's an incredible skill. My body feels full of energy. She smiles and says, I can use it on you anytime, so cheer up, Dad. All right, I'll feel better. Just then, the customer enters the store, and when he looks, he freezes. Who is that? Julie asks, do you know him, Dad? That's the lottery psychopath, the guy who won first place by hitting the same number 100 times. The protagonist enters. Hey, how's it going, sir? Do you remember me by any chance? I bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets. I remember you. But why are you here? First, I wanted to apologize to you. Apologize? Out of nowhere? Why? I saw the news because I won first place consecutively. Lottery ticket sales were discontinued. I came here to apologize for unintentionally causing so much trouble for your store. The shopkeeper replies, don't worry about it. It's not your fault. It's not like we're going to starve just because we can't sell tickets. The protagonist responds, even so, I feel bad for affecting you with this situation. That's why I'd like to offer some compensation, even if it's a small amount. The shopkeeper looks. What's this? 10 million won? Both father and daughter exclaim, wait, hold on, you don't need to do this. Take it back. The protagonist says, please keep it. I'm sure I caused you trouble. He turns and leaves. The father says, oh, customer. My goodness, how can I accept so much money? Julie says, Dad, give it to me. I'll go return it to him. The father agrees, all right, go return it to him then. The protagonist walks ahead and she chases after him. Excuse me, wait a second. He turns around and she says, Riemann, is that you? He responds, and who are you? You don't know? It's me and Julie. We're in the same class. The protagonist says, same class? What do you mean? You don't even remember someone from the same class as you. Sorry, I'm not very good at remembering faces. Of course it's a lie. Minju Lee knows she's from his class and that she's the daughter of the shop owner. He also already knew she would receive the buffer class. When he first discovered that a girl from his class received such a strong class, he was impressed that fate and coincidence could align like this. The reason he went to the shop, pretended not to remember her, and everything else was to bring her to his side. She says, so, can we go somewhere to talk? He replies, all right, let's do that. The two sit on a park bench and she hands him the money. Here, take it back. He responds, but isn't that the money I gave you? We can't accept so much money. Take it back. The protagonist thinks 10 million won really is an absurd amount, but I gave it to them knowing they wouldn't accept it. No matter how tough her circumstances are, she's the kind of person who doesn't like to owe anything to others. She insists, take it already. My arm is hurting. He says, I won't take it. What? I told the shop owner earlier that I only gave that money because I felt bad for causing so much trouble. It's the least I can do for my conscience. She says, but this is too much. But you know, no matter how much it is, I really want you to keep it. Otherwise, I'll feel bad every time I think about this situation. Then she adds, but this is such a huge burden. I can't accept it. The protagonist thinks that's exactly why I'm giving it to you. He says, look, tell the shop owner too. This isn't a lot of money for me, so you can keep it without feeling like it's a burden. She retorts, oh, why are you always so annoying? Why do you? The protagonist interrupts, well, we're done talking, right? I'm leaving. She quickly responds, no, wait. 10 million is way too much. I'll take 1 million instead. Is that okay? The protagonist replies, but are you the one deciding that? Go ask the shop owner. She says, oh, my dad will definitely feel uncomfortable with so much money. The protagonist questions, your dad? The shop owner is your dad? Yeah, he is. Wow, that's surprising. I go there all the time. Fascinating. She replies, it's fascinating for me too, finding out that the lottery's first place winner is a classmate of mine. The protagonist thinks, huh, classmate? She continues, well, didn't you realize we're in the same class? I recognized you as soon as you walked into the shop. He apologizes, sorry, I'm really not good with faces. Besides, this is the first time we've actually talked, isn't it? True, she admits. She then says, so this is the first time you've heard my name, right? Yeah, sorry. She seems a little embarrassed, and the protagonist thinks, even though I feel bad pretending I don't know her, I have to do it to keep her interested in me. Sigma protagonist, cold and calculated. She stands up and says, I told you before and I'll say it again. My name is Minju Lee. I'm in the same class as you, and this is my face. Will you remember me? The protagonist replies, I'll remember. She sits down feeling defeated. Why does it feel like I've had a reality check? What am I doing with my life? I'm introducing myself to a classmate when graduation is just around the corner. The protagonist says, well, at least we know each other now. It's not like we can't talk after graduation. Speaking of which, why don't you give me your number? My number? Yeah, is there a problem with that? I don't think it's strange for classmates to exchange numbers. You're right. She hands him her number. Here you go. The protagonist responds, well, I guess it's fate that we met like this, so let's talk again. She agrees, okay. He then says, I have something urgent to do, so I'm heading out. As the protagonist leaves, she suddenly remembers the envelope. I forgot to give it to him. But then she reflects. To think he would ask for my number out of nowhere like that, it completely threw me off. My heart is racing. I know he asked because he sees me as a friend, but I still like Ryumin. What's happening to me? Damn people. Did I win the lottery out of nowhere? No, hold on. We're going to figure out why. She recalls I met him by chance. Then I saw a bunch of guys kicking and insulting him. You bastard. You didn't bring the money, huh? Do you think my words are a joke? Kicks all around. And she remembers thinking, oh my god, I called the police. Was it because I felt sorry for him? Or because I was the one who reported the incident and wanted to see how it would play out? She followed Ryumin to make sure he got home safely. But when she saw him working his part-time job as if nothing had happened, she realized he was much stronger than he seemed. From that moment on, she began to take an interest in him. But she never had the courage to speak to him. Her feelings grew, but she was always too scared. Who would have thought we'd meet like this? I need to act now. This is a chance given by the heavens, and there's no way I can pretend I don't know him after receiving 10 million. Well, since that's the case, should I ask him to grab a bite to eat with me? That's how you do it. Go for it. Call the protagonist, who's lying in bed scrolling on his phone. Damn, she already called. Let's go eat. Let's grab dinner. I'll pay. I have plenty of money, but I can't keep relying on you so much. The protagonist thinks good, a positive sign. It seems she feels like she owes me something and wants to buy me lunch. It'll be easy to make her an ally and naturally become her friend. This way, I can save her and take her to the 20th round. He gets up to leave, already carrying a Prada bag. His brother asks, where are you going? I'm going to meet a friend. A friend is not a girl, is it? And why can't I meet a girl? I'm leaving. Bye, don't forget to have lunch. The brother is surprised. No way is he going on a date. At the meeting, the protagonist asks, so, how's the meat? She replies, what? The meat? Do you like it? Yes, I do. I like it. Then eat a lot. All right. The warrior looks awkward. Worse than those protagonists who make us frustrated. She thinks to think I'd be here alone with Ryumin. What an amazing day. Both sit in silence. She thinks no, the atmosphere is getting weird. I need to say something. Come on, be bold. So how did you win the lottery? Like 4 times in a row. The protagonist replies, I saw the results in my dreams. Wow, how much did you win from those dreams? Maybe I wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of my life. On the other hand, now I have to worry about my life. So I was curious. How was your first round? Was it hard to eliminate the goblins? It was very hard. It took forever. What region are you in? Yes. I don't remember the rest. Something ending in 5. Oh, mine ends in 7. That's a shame. It seems like we won't be able to meet there. The protagonist thinks, don't feel disappointed, my friend. We'll definitely meet. Over time, the regions will merge as the number of survivors decreases. Now I'm confused because he wants to hide that he's the rank 1 protagonist, but he also wants to be her friend and recruit her to his team. So things are getting complicated to follow. What level are you? She asks. I'm level 10. I'm level 10 too. Did you get a class? Not yet. And you? Well, I was lucky. I got a class item. It's called Buffer. Oh, Buffer. Like in games. The protagonist thinks, thank goodness she has the Buffer class again. She says, do you want to see it? I have a buff called Blessing that increases all your stats. Really? Let me see. She casts the buff on him and he marvels. Wow, this thing is amazing. It increases all stats by 50% for 3 hours. Yeah, I need to take her to the 20th round. The protagonist says, as expected of a unique class, the effects are excellent. He comments, wow, that's incredible. The protagonist knows that when she maxes out the skill, the effect will double, reaching 100%. But that's something for when she levels it up completely. Still, he's glad she used the buff on him. I was looking for her because of this. The reward I got for being the first to change classes was a random gold backpack. As the name suggests, it gives you a random amount of money, but it's influenced by the luck stat. So the higher your luck, the more gold you get. He says, wow, this is great. Thanks, Shali. She replies, just let me know if you want a buff. It's really easy for me to use. Alright, but didn't you say you had something you wanted to tell me? Oh right, I should have mentioned this earlier. So thank you for the 10 million, and my dad asked me a thank you too. Rest assured, we'll pay you back. The protagonist says, that's what you wanted to say? I already told you, don't worry about the money. Well, if you don't want the money, maybe something else. I got it. She takes something out of her inventory. The protagonist thinks, what's that? She explains, I got this while hunting. If you won't accept money, at least take this. I'm being sincere, so don't even think about rejecting it. In the next scene, they're saying their goodbyes. She says, this was really nice. The protagonist replies, for sure. Be careful in the next round. Bye-bye. The protagonist heads to a square, opens his inventory, and sees the item she gave him, a low-grade purple magic crystal. He thinks, wow, to think I'd get this from her. Unfortunately, I can't fully understand what this item does yet. I'll only know at level 20 when the combination feature unlocks. You can combine the crystal with your weapon to add some effects. There are 7 crystals: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for dexterity, blue for intelligence, and dark blue to reduce the damage you take. Finally, there's the purple crystal, the rarest of them all, which has a very low chance of increasing all stats. Well, I'm really lucky to have received this for nothing. Looks like my luck in real life is pretty high. I'll use the magic crystal once I reach level 20. Now, should I open the golden pouch right away? But before that, I need to increase my stats with my assassin rune without using those pesky worms. The assassin rune increases my stats by 1% every time I eliminate a target, and insects count too, since it just needs to be something alive. There are no insects in the other world, so I've got no choice but to rely on monsters. Luckily, that's not the case here on Earth. He apologizes in advance and starts crushing bugs, activating his rune to 100 out of 100, boosting his stats by 100%. His luck is now at 45. My 15 points in luck have already reached 45. Looks like I'll get some good results this time. He opens his inventory and then the golden pouch, which can contain anywhere from 1 to 9,999 gold. Let's see, how much will I get? You can receive a different amount even with the same luck stat. In the past, depending on my stats, I usually get between 3,000 and 6,000. He checks it, and what? He gets 9,999, the maximum amount. Impressive. It was definitely worth receiving this blessing. Now I've got 16,000 gold, enough to buy even an epic item. The item I've been waiting for will appear in 2 weeks. I'll wait for now. The protagonist heads home, and his brother, curious, asks, "How was your date?" "What date? You didn't go on a date. Stop talking nonsense. What did you have for lunch?" "I ate black ramen." "Seriously? Why didn't you order something better?" "Brother, there's nothing wrong with eating black ramen. Do you know how much I've been wanting to try it?" The protagonist replies, "Yeah, that makes sense too. A month ago, we didn't even have money to survive. Speaking of which, my Bitcoin investments should be nearing 150 million. Just like in my past life, I know it's going to crash in 2 weeks. Time to sell it all." Before that, he decides he also needs to get his driver's license quickly. The protagonist goes for the driving test. My God, how many times have I done this already? I might as well half-ass it and pass. He just stands up, walks out, and the examiner thinks, "What's with this guy?" He checks the screen and sees that the protagonist passed with a 95 very quickly. The examiner is shocked but realizes, well, that result was obvious considering how many times he's done this. Quickly, he receives his license. The protagonist has an existential crisis, thinking, wait, how many years have I lived? What's my actual age? Right after, he pulls out a Lamborghini Aventador. Protagonist showing off, damn man. It's not an easy car to buy, but he knows where to go and what to say, so everything goes smoothly. 2 weeks later, it's finally time to say goodbye to Bitcoin. He has a sinister smile on his face. His brother asks, what happened? "I just sold all my Bitcoin." "How much did you make?" 300 million. His brother stares, shocked. 300 million? You turned the 60 million you won in the lottery into 300 million? It seems like the values are in won, but now they're talking in dollars, which is why the numbers seem off. The protagonist says, "I'm telling you." His brother replies, "Wow, I was trying to stop you from investing." "Damn, but for you to have profited this much." The protagonist adds, "I didn't know I'd profit this much either, since the most I made in my last attempt was 280 million. His brother asks, "Are you going to withdraw it all?" "Of course." "Good, brother. Now I'm going to start investing in stocks." His brother spits out his coffee. "Brother, you're planning to invest in stocks? You don't know anything about that." "Don't worry. I saw it in my dream." You've had another one of those crazy dreams, and now it's about buying stocks. "Exactly. I'm going to buy it, and we're going to make a fortune." "Well, do whatever you want then." He gives up. The protagonist thinks, I don't blame him for being so nervous, but I know the future, don't I? The company I'm investing in now is Kozdak, worth around 900 million. It's the corporation of the Heavenly Demon Consultancy. This company belongs to that guy. Even though nothing major has happened so far, they'll create a special system after round 4, and then this company will grow a lot. There's no reason not to invest when I know I'll profit so much. If I acquire a large share of the stock and secure some operational control, it'll be a huge advantage to exercise the influence of a majority shareholder. First, I'll invest 280 million and obtain 31%. Now, he glances to the side, seeing his brother. Please let the dream be correct once again. He makes the purchase. Good, it's confirmed. Now I just need to buy my items. At midnight of the same day, the protagonist opens the game's item shop. I've been saving up until now. He navigates to the equipment section. You can buy common items and skills as long as you have the money. Nothing is more convenient than this. However, most are normal rank items. Still, it's not impossible to buy rare or epic items. The daily item feature allows you to purchase a random item that changes every day. Of course, it's difficult to get exactly what you want since you don't know when it will be available. But that's not a problem for him, as he already knows what will appear. And today is the day an epic item he needs becomes available. There it is, item of the day, skeletal necklace. It provides some stats, and its most interesting effect increases attack speed by 1% for every enemy defeated, up to a maximum of 25%. Perfect. The skeletal necklace is an item that increases his intelligence and attack speed, not to mention that it's quite cheap for its many effects. Now that it's here, it's time to use that. He opens his inventory and uses the 50% discount ticket he received when he changed classes. The protagonist, who scored 0 in math, pays half the price and is amazed that he still has almost 14,000 left. Wow, I have so much money. That's great. Obviously, if you'd done the math earlier, you'd have realized it was easy. Originally, he was planning to buy a set of normal equipment with what was left, but if he saves another 6,000, he can buy another skill, and this skill is much better than any normal equipment. I need to earn 6,000 gold as quickly as possible. Thankfully, round 3 is full of monsters. Time passes, and finally on the first day of March, everyone is transported. The group is teleported and already upset. Damn it, we've been brought back again. Man, this isn't even a forest. Where are we? The surroundings resemble a ruined village, seemingly encircled by a fortress. It looks like castle gates. What's that crystal over there? What will they ask us to do in the third round given this setup? The protagonist thinks this place is unfamiliar to everyone, so they're all anxious. Except Cho Jung-sik. He's the only one who's not nervous. People mutter, "Hey, isn't that guy the representative of our zone?" Yeah, it's life as a documentary. He's the leader of some gang, remember? He grabbed a sword and started threatening a bunch of people. They should have let Black Scythe be the commander. Watch what you say, man. He has authority. He might hear you, you know. So what? He can only use that authority 10 times. Why are you scared? Life as a documentary hears them and immediately commands everyone to shut up. The group whispers, "Oh no, he's already yelling. Does he think yelling at us is scary?" He shouts again, "Shut up. Who's the idiot who said that? Damn it. I knew this would happen. That cursed angel must have revealed my weaknesses to everyone." At that moment, the gang leader Prodigy steps in. "All right, that's enough. Wang Yaoman, what's your deal?" Life is a documentary. Hyundam, I, the leader of the Jong-sik gang, Jong-sik Sunbainam, have come to meet you. All right, so which group and family are you from, Sunbainam? I'm not part of your family yet. I'm just a 20-year-old man who wants to become a gangster. What? Wait, this kid's dream is to become a gangster? What kind of psychopath is he? Then the kid says, "You're my role model, and I've always wanted my gang to be part of your faction." The other guy replies, "Wait, so what are you?" Before he can finish, the kid throws himself to the ground. "I want to serve you. I want to serve you as my mentor for the rest of my life. Please accept me." The guy smiles, "I've seen crazies in my life, but this is the first complete psychopath. Still, I like this kind of passion. Hey, stand up." "Yes, sir." "Are you nuts, kid? Don't you know my image around here is ruined? And you still want to stay with me?" "I don't care about that, man. I respect you. If you accept me, I don't care who stares at us." He looks at him and says, "I like your answer. All right, I'll take responsibility for you, kid." "Thank you, sir. It's an honor." The crowd murmurs, "Wow, that guy joined Life as a documentary. He's really crazy. Look how happy he is." The protagonist observes. There he goes, teaming up with Jong-sik again. This could be good. Soon after, the angel appears. All humans are here. Let's take a look. There are 90 fewer than last time. Everyone reacts. 90? What does she mean? No side chatter, she says. Let's get started. Round 3, main mission. Protect the relic for 3 hours. Across the entire game, out of 856 million players, only 214 million can survive. In this zone, only 1/4 can survive. The crowd is shocked. What? We have fewer people. How did this happen? She responds, "It's not like humans, so young could have been eliminated due to age, right? Seems like you were fighting in reality. What humans do isn't my concern." Someone notices something odd. Wait a second. The players check the survival limit for the round and see. What? Only 1,200? Hey, that's a quarter of everyone. Angel, is there some mistake? She starts laughing. A mistake. Too bad, but there's no error. You must be scared because the number of survivors is so small. But did you forget? The rule is clear. Only half survive each round. However, all of you survived the last one. So naturally, only 1/4 will survive this time to balance it out. Someone exclaims, "But this..." She cuts him off. Hey, don't feel cheated. You just need to work hard to be in the top 25%. Enough explanation, let's talk about this round. Monsters will appear from 4 gates every 30 minutes. Their target is the relic in the village center. There will be 5 waves of monsters, and you need to combine your powers to protect the relic. If you successfully protect the relic for 3 hours, you'll receive additional rewards. But if you fail, you'll face a severe penalty. Regardless of whether you survive or not, your rank will be based on how many monsters you eliminate. Due to the defensive nature of this round, there will be many more monsters, but they're 3 times weaker, so it won't be too hard. Of course, the experience and gold you earn are also reduced. Life as a documentary thinks, so all I have to do here is kill a bunch of monsters. I still have my authority, so this will be easy. The angel continues. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The representative of this zone is Life as a documentary, right? He can use the authority position during this round. But you're all probably curious. What happens if the representative of this zone gets eliminated? If he's naturally eliminated or killed by monsters, the position will become vacant. However, if he's assassinated by another player, the killer will automatically become the new representative and receive 10 uses of the authority position. That's all. Monsters will arrive in 10 minutes. I hope you all work well together and survive these 3 hours. But I don't think you'll collaborate, will you? She vanishes. Life is a documentary stands there stunned. What the hell? That's so unfair. He turns around and sees others already drawing their knives to attack him. You bastards, come on. I'll chop the head off the first one who comes at me. Someone says, you're being way too aggressive for a guy with only 10 authority uses. If we eliminate him, we'll become the representative, right? Ma'am, I should be the representative. Everyone suddenly looks behind them. There he is. The kid enters in his signature style. Black Scythe, what do you want? Don't be scared, I just came to talk. I'm not scared, speak already. If you think I'll be afraid of your threats. The protagonist interrupts, I have an offer. It seems like you're in a tough spot, right? I'll protect you. What? I'll stay by your side and protect you if any players attack you. Everyone reacts, what? Black Scythe is going to protect Life is a documentary? Does this mean we have to fight Black Scythe too? No man, this isn't a good idea. Life is a documentary is deep in thought. Look at everyone's reactions. If I accept this guy's offer, I'll probably survive, but deals always come with a price. What do you want in return for protecting me? Nothing much, just that you follow all my orders. That's the only condition. What? This bastard. He tried to phrase it differently, but what he's really saying is become my subordinate. Why are you making me this offer? I can't tell you. And these orders? What kind of orders are you talking about? I can't tell you that either. You just have to follow my commands. Follow him completely. Worthless. Does he think I'm going to listen to him? But if I reject this offer, will he attack me with that scythe? Decide. Everyone else is waiting for your answer too. I reject your offer. I knew he'd do this. There's no way this guy would let go of his pride. The group is shocked. He rejected the offer? He could have been hunting peacefully if Black Scythe protected him, right? This guy's pride must be too wounded to follow someone else's orders. Looks like his pride will matter more than his life in the end. He probably thinks we won't do anything, huh? The protagonist thinks everything is unfolding just like in my last life. Now I need to draw a firm line. Understood. Since that's your decision, there's nothing more I can do. From now on, I don't care what happens to you. Whether you're eliminated or survive, it's none of my concern. The group reacts. Did you hear that? Black Scythe said he doesn't care anymore. So does that mean we can attack this gangster? Let's go, guys. Life is a documentary stares back. Damn it. Should I have accepted that offer? Suddenly, an announcement rings out. The first wave will now begin. Prepare for the monster invasion and protect the relic. In 30 minutes, regardless of the state of the first wave, the second wave will attack. The group scrambles. All right, everyone. Let's protect the relic. Time until the end of the round, 2 hours, 59 minutes. Life is a documentary mutters, damn it, I can't fight alongside these guys who are targeting me. This is an individual mission. I just need to focus on mine. He looks around, but where's that bastard going? He notices the protagonist heading toward the entrance. Is he planning to fight alone? At the entrance, the announcement echoes. Wave 1 to 4,900 players, 9,800 weakened goblins. 9,800 goblins. Based on this round, all goblins have only 1/3 of their strength. Good luck in battle, everyone. Life is a documentary mutters, damn it, I'll hide first and observe the situation. But why is Black Scythe moving? Is he seriously going to fight the goblins at the entrance alone? Even if the entrance is narrow, at least 10 can pass through at a time. Does he really think he can handle 10 at once? He watches as the protagonist stands waiting for the goblins. That crazy bastard. He's acting all confident just because he's a level higher. He'll probably kill a few and then run away when things get tough. Guaranteed. The goblins approach. The protagonist draws his scythe and slashes through 3 at once, tearing them apart. Life is a documentary stares in disbelief as the goblins leap toward him. Time seems to slow. The protagonist jumps and slices through them in midair. Wait, is Black Scythe really this strong? I don't think even if I reach level 16, I'll be like that. I can't just stand here. I need to hurry and start getting stronger too. The majority of players are occupied fighting the goblins. In the distance, someone shouts, block that side. The west gate is being overrun. Stop them. Let's go. Life is a documentary thinks I need to head down quickly. This is my chance to kill some goblins too. Come here, you experienced bastard, he mutters, cutting down one goblin and then another. Thanks to my detection room, I can easily predict how they'll act. Suddenly, an arrow flies by. What? An arrow? From where? I didn't see any goblin with a bow. Who was that bastard? Damn it, I didn't see who it was. If I catch him, he's getting stabbed right in the ribs. Got him, guys, I got him. He pulls out his spear and strikes the guy in the chest, stabbing him all over. I'll eliminate you. He spots another guy holding a bow staring at him. Must have been that bastard. Pulling out his spear, he strikes him square in the head too. Damn it, to think I have to worry more about players than monsters. If I hadn't become the representative of this crowd, I'd give this position to someone else. Maybe I should have accepted Black Scythe's offer. No, a man's got to keep his pride. I'll never submit to that bastard. There's got to be a solution, a way to hunt peacefully without worrying about players. That bastard, wait, he's rank 3 in this zone. Black Dragon Flame in my right hand, isn't it? It's going to be you. Hey, what's going on? Black Dragon Flame in my hand from now on, protect me. Meanwhile, the protagonist, benefiting from the effects of the skeletal pendant, has his attack speed increased by 25%. You eliminated a goblin. Current kills, 502 of 100, applying 3 as experience buff. All stats increased by 100% due to the assassin rune. Earned 3.33 gold plus an additional 1.66. The protagonist checks his status window. I've made around 2,000 gold so far. At this rate, I can easily reach 20,000 by the second wave. No, I need to earn even more this round to buy 2 general abilities. If I could, I'd even get the Inner Thoughts rune ahead of time. Another goblin appears. The protagonist stares it down and slashes across its chest. The goblins start retreating. Hey, you're not coming. Fine, you're not coming, I am. He charges forward, cutting and slashing, taking them down. Meanwhile, near the relic, someone asks, what's that sound? Did something happen? The goblins start disappearing. You successfully defended the first wave. Survivors, 3,933. Eliminated, 967. Each survivor receives 500 gold as a reward. We survived, but 967 are already eliminated. Even weakened goblins aren't to be underestimated. But where is he? Found him. Cho Jong-sik, he's still alive. It's going to be tough for him to make it for the next round. Jong-sik is muttering, damn bastards. They're not aiming for the goblins. Those jerks just want to eliminate me. Here comes another one. He takes a hit on the shoulder from an axe-wielding player. Good thing I've got these fools protecting me. Thanks to the commands, they're obeying me like meat shields. Maybe I can survive this. The gangster asks, Hyunnim, are you okay? Look at this bastard protecting me without even meeting a command. Damn it, I'm losing a lot of blood. Can I really make it to the final stage? Whatever. I'll survive this mess and prove to everyone I'm the strongest here. Wave 2 to 3,933 players versus 7,866 goblins and hobgoblins. Based on the round, they're weakened. Good luck in this battle. The protagonist faces down the goblins. With a single sweep of his scythe, he cuts down 5 or 6 of them. He leaps forward, slicing through 3 more. You've reached level 20 and your rank has increased from apprentice to regular. You can now use the combination function. Finally, level 20. Now I can combine items to create unique ones unavailable in the shop. As a reward for your rank increase, the Death Seal ability has been strengthened. Additional damage from Death Seal has increased from 100% to 120%. Additionally, you've received the Reaper's exclusive ability, Night of Death, effect. Harnessing the surrounding darkness, you create an artificial night around you with a range of 500 meters. Your next ability will be unlocked at level 40. 120% damage thanks to Death Seal, and now a new ability too. The best thing about Night of Death is that it works perfectly with the Reaper rune, which boosts my attack speed by 50% at night. A swarm of goblins armed with weapons approaches. Come on, I just learned a new ability. He activates Night of Death, plunging the area into darkness. The goblins, confused, flail around. The protagonist moves swiftly, slashing here and there. The goblins are lost, looking around helplessly. One after another, they fall. Total carnage. You survived Wave 2. 3,343 players remain with 590 eliminated. Every surviving player will receive 500 gold. Is the second wave already over? Should I buy my skill while I rest? Shopping. The first skill I need to buy is Detect Presence. With this, I can sense anyone within 30 meters of me. For now, there are only goblin corpses around. Should I save up another 20,000 gold? Wave 3 to 3,300 players versus 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. Quick slice here, stab in the chest. You successfully survived Wave 3. Wave 4 to 3,001 players versus 6,002 hobgoblins and gnolls. The future gangster stabbing left and right while others surround life is a documentary. You survived Wave 4. Just one more wave, just one more hour. If I can endure this just 1 hour, I'll make it. I'd already used all 10 of my authority commands. Now, as long as they protect me, my life won't be in danger. Wave 5 to 2,700 players versus 10,000 weakened gnolls. 10,000? Why so many? Based on this round, they're weakened. Good luck to everyone. I don't mean to worry. This is an opportunity for me. I'll set a record now. I need to get stronger and take down those bastards who tried to eliminate me. He looks around, noticing the group he commanded earlier taking blows to their chests. He's over there. That's the zone representative. We need to eliminate him now. Bastards, protect me from them. He grabs 2 players, using them as shields to fend off attackers. One takes a stab to the chest, another a knife to the face. They drop dead. Damn it, I'm in trouble. It's not time to hunt anymore. I need to run. There he is. Let's get him. Damn it, I just needed to survive one more wave. Just one more. He runs straight toward the protagonist. Black Scythe. Hey, Black Scythe. I accept your offer, man. I'll do anything you order, but please protect me. I said I'd accept your offer, Black Scythe. Answer me. I refuse. I told you before that I don't care what happens to you anymore. But you made the offer. I said I'll submit. Why are you rejecting me? I don't need a subordinate without authority commands. Damn it, he's saying, I'm worthless now. If I'd known it would end like this, I would have accepted the offer earlier. Did you see that? He rejected the offer. What a relief. I was worried about what I'd do if Black Scythe accepted. Your life really is a documentary, buddy. Now that you screwed, it'll be easy. Damn it. If you want to come at me, fine. I'll take at least one of you down before I'm eliminated. The gangster prodigy steps in. Sunbeam, you're struggling, huh? Don't worry, I'll help you out, man. Huang Yanmin, I knew I could count on you. If I survive this, you can be sure I'll. A punch to the mouth sends him to the ground. Sunbeam, relax. Your death won't hurt at all. You bastard. More punches, relentless blows. Damn it. To think that I, Cho Jong-sik, would be betrayed by a bastard like this. And it's over. The zone representative, life is a documentary, has been eliminated. Authority is transferred to the killer. Player Yaomin is now the new representative. That's it. I'm the representative now. I'm the king. You are now the representative and have the authority powers. Now I can mess with Siwa Ren as much as I want. It's going to be great. Relax, Kyumnim. I'll use your authorities well. Don't hate me too much. This is what happens to a boss who only runs away. Shameful. Hey, could you guys see how I took this guy out? He didn't stand a chance. Yeah, you're right. Thankfully. What the hell? His hands are still covered in blood. He beat the guy to death with his bare hands. This psycho is giving me chills. A complete bastard. To think he really betrayed the guy. What's wrong, everyone? What's going on? Hey, wasn't this bastard supporting that gangster earlier? Looks like he was planning to betray him from the start. Man, this guy's weird. To think he's the leader now. Hold on. Let's take this guy out. He says, they're targeting me now. Fortunately, I have someone to rely on. Black Scythe. What? You saw the message. I'm the zone representative. I have the 10 authority commands. So, the offer you made to life is a documentary. I accept. I'll do anything you order as long as you protect me. Cho Jong-sik was abandoned because he no longer had those commands, so you're going to accept it, right? I don't really like your attitude. If you get on your knees and beg me, maybe I'll consider your case. Excuse me, you didn't hear what I just said. I have the 10 authoritarian commands. Yes, so what? You must be mistaken about something, but the one who needs someone here is you. The guy looks a little confused, saying nothing. You want my protection? Get on your knees and beg. He looks back, already turning around. I'll do everything you order, so please use me as your subordinate, please, Sir Scythe. The protagonist stares him down. I've seen this scene so many times it's almost unpleasant, but Huang Yangmin, unlike Jong-sik, has some value for now. Alright then, I accept your offer. Thank you so much, Scythe. Stop doing that. You're disgusting, man. Sorry. He takes a few steps forward. The group, wait, what happened? The Black Scythe is going to protect Yeoman? That's ridiculous. Are we going to have to fight against him? Man, did you see Scythe fighting? No way. He wiped out hundreds of monsters on his own here. How are we supposed to take this guy down? The protagonist? I'll help you decide. You have two choices. Either give up on the zone representative and go back to eliminate the monsters, or be eliminated by my hands. I recommend the first option, but I don't mind the second. Whoever raises any blade in my direction, I won't consider human. The group already lowers their blades, their daggers dropping as well. I'm leaving. Me too. Yanmin, incredible. Everyone followed with just a few words from Scythe. I was scared when he was an enemy, but being on his side feels pretty good. The protagonist, things will soon come to an end. We can calmly beat the fifth wave at this pace, but it would be a shame to end things like this. Huang Yangmin. Yes, Black Scythe. As promised, you'll do what I tell you. What is it? Just tell me, and I'll do it. Use the 10 commands of the position of authority to break the relic. What? The relic? But wait, if the relic breaks. He remembers the angel. If you don't protect the relic, it'll receive a severe punishment. So why? Wait, if I use my 10 commands, I won't have any left to make Siu-Ren my slave? Scythe, can I ask why? Shut up and do it already. Can I use 9 instead of 10? I won't repeat myself. If you don't want to be eliminated, make your decision now. Alright, I'll do it then. I'll choose the 10 people on whom you'll use the authority. Sim Sang Ju, Small Pepper, Don't Touch Me. Spring, Summer, Winter, command the 10 names I just mentioned to break the relic. Excuse me? Wait, that includes all my friends. What's the purpose of this? The guys exchange glances. Hey man, guys, I'm sorry, but it's a command from Black Scythe, so you have to understand. And it starts. Don't touch me, Sim Sang Yun, Small Pepper. The command is passed to all 10. Break the relic. The system alerts, the relic is under attack. The guys, what? When they look, the 10 maniacs are already destroying the relic. Hey, why are you doing this? Stop it. We'll get penalized, man. Don't break it. Everyone's already smashing it, the group cutting away. It's done. The relic was destroyed. You failed the main mission. In 30 minutes, the Divine Punishment Agent will be summoned. The group Punishment Agent? Who is that? Survive the Punishment Agent for the time limit. The round won't end until the agent disappears. Whoa, man. It must be some kind of boss. Secret secondary mission. Round 3. Survive the divine agent for 30 minutes. Reward, 3,000 gold. The group, wait, at least the reward is 3,000 gold, man. Man, I told you we've earned only 2,000 so far for protecting the relic. This will be worth it. Yeah, it's actually profitable. That's right, man. A reward bigger than the 5th wave itself. That's why I made Yongman break the relic. But I didn't break it myself because the players who attacked the relic have been identified. The 10 players who attacked will receive a penalty. 50% of their stats will be permanently reduced. The guy, wait, how are we getting this penalty? We were just following commands. This is absurd. Yongman, you scum. Sorry, my friends, but who knew there would be this penalty? As the zone representative failed to protect the relic, you will also be penalized. What? All my stats were permanently reduced. He already. How absurd. Oh, the protagonist is watching. Permanent status reduction is directly correlated with survival chances. That's fatal. Well, it's time for me to prepare to face the agent of divine punishment. Shopping time. Let's start buying some items like an assassin's hood and agility boots. Even the worst boots will help me in this situation. Now, combination. Just place an item and combine it with an energy stone. Combination successful. +1 to all stats has been added to your skeletal necklace. I could insert an energy stone into each piece of equipment for all items. Combination successful. +1 damage reduction has been added to your armor. Combination successful. +2 strength. These low-ranking stones won't help much, but it's better than nothing. Wait, is it starting like this? I'm a bit nervous. Hold on, everyone. It's just 30 minutes. We can do this. Let's keep running. It's only half an hour. Everyone will make it through. I'm not so sure. It's not that easy to escape the agent of divine punishment. In my last life, out of 2,700, only 500 survived. Not being eliminated here is already a huge challenge. Originally, the agent of divine punishment is a monster that takes 5 level 40 players to take down. But I plan to receive a nice reward for defeating it now. Because of the title I received from Burial, and here it is, the title. The first assassin of angels. In fact, all stats are doubled when fighting a divine type, and it happens that the agent of divine punishment is a divine type monster. Man, a giant angel descends with absurdly huge wings. Is that the agent? Wait, we just need to run, right? Just dodge the attacks. Won't it be easy? How absurd, I was scared for nothing. The creature raises its staff, takes a step forward, and strikes the ground with the staff, forming a bubble around everyone. The divine agent has cast the restriction field. It has a barrier, and I can't escape. You cannot leave the area unless the caster of this ability deactivates it. Wait, we can't leave, so we're trapped here, right? The attributes of everyone inside the area were reduced by 50%. People are hitting themselves, shouting, "Let us out, help," and the protagonist thinks 300 were trapped. It's a shame, but there's no saving you. The angel strikes the staff on the ground again. It's begun. The protagonist even turns away, not wanting to see. A rain of swords begins falling everywhere, piercing everyone. How absurd. How can we dodge this, man? It's hard to watch. It's impossible to see clearly. This restriction field, after being trapped here, it's almost impossible to dodge all the arrows. But if you think about it differently, as long as you dodge them, it's not a big deal. Now's the time. Everyone is distracted. As always, as long as it's hunting humans, it doesn't pay attention to its back. As soon as this barrier goes down, I'll ambush this guy. People are being eliminated inside, and the barrier begins to fall. Now I don't even have to worry about it turning around because it doesn't have ears. At 5 meters, I just need to apply the death seal. I need to land a perfect strike with this first attack. The divine agent turns, but the most important thing at this moment is that it's already too late, man. Perfectly, right in its eye. The protagonist falls back and starts running. Because of the death seal, it now only has 60% of its life. One attack reduced 40%, not bad. It will probably use the restriction field again to try to locate me. The divine agent is using the restriction field, but as soon as it realizes I'm already out, it'll drop it. The creature lowers the field again. Now that I've taken out one eye, I need to take out the other as well. I already strike at the other eye too. The creature is writhing in pain. The divine agent used the restriction field. Your stats have been reduced by 50%. It doesn't matter anymore, man. Without your eyes, you're just an angelic punching bag. Apparently, its plan is to shoot arrows everywhere since it can't see me. But Death's Might already surrounds the creature, which has no idea what's happening in this situation. Completely lost. Light cannot pierce through the darkness. That's how this system was designed. Let's end this now. Right on the wing, one is torn off and it falls. The protagonist loves ripping angel wings, doesn't he? He's already leaping, dodging the attack, and cuts off the other wing too. He loves tearing off wings. The creature is completely wrecked. Only 10% of life remains, and I'm not stopping here. It's time for us to create some distance. Conditions met, the agent of divine punishment activated their passive skill. Final radiant glow has been activated. The divine agent became invincible. I already knew about this phase when you're down to 10% of life. The creature over there is writhing, unleashing power in all directions. Let's witness your suffering once more. Final radiant glow duration, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, 1. The invincible state has been deactivated. The protagonist is already behind it. End of the line, he dashed in and decapitated it. You leveled up 3 times, earned an additional 8,200 gold, and another 4,000 gold. It was confirmed that you were the first player to eliminate the agent of divine punishment. You received the title Opposition to Divine Punishment. Effect: damage taken from divine creatures is reduced by 80%. While the protagonist is already fighting gods. You receive a condensed ether as a reward for eliminating the divine agent. You receive a radiant rune for being the first to eliminate the divine agent. The rune was automatically engraved on your body. As expected, a condensed ether. It's fair to say the entire plan revolved around this, since a condensed ether is an essential ingredient to craft a god-ranked item. Besides that, I received the Rune of Radiance. It increases intelligence by 1 point and boosts the effectiveness of divine skills by 1% per level. Now that I'm level 30, I'll gain 30 intelligence and the effectiveness of divine skills will increase by 30%. Well, at least I won't have to spend points on intelligence for a while. Everyone completed the side quest and earned 3,000 gold as a reward. Guys, it's over. We're alive. Thank goodness. Man, I can't believe it. Black Scythe defeated the divine agent alone. He's a monster. Incredible. The angel. Eliminating the agent of divine punishment alone? You're the first human I'm genuinely interested in. How about an interview in the morning? Black Scythe, how did you come up with these plans to eliminate the agent of punishment? Him thinking, what a pointless question. I eliminated it because I wanted to eliminate it. You need to get rewards if you survived and you still wanted to eliminate it. If I didn't eliminate it, I'd have to watch everyone else get massacred. The group, wow. So we fought to save everyone? Man, I thought he was arrogant, but he has a good side, doesn't he? He's a decent guy, dude. The angel, you did all this just to save your race? Humans are really strange. One moment, they're cutting each other down and killing one another, and the next they're living together, protecting each other. That's pretty hard for me to understand. The protagonist, of course, you wouldn't understand narcissistic angel. Whatever. Humans, congratulations on staying alive, but it's far too early to relax, because whether you survive or not depends entirely on the outcome. Shall we take a look? Black Scythe, 3,600 kills. Worthless Bastards, 982. Celestial Demon, 963. These are the rankings for all zones. Now for this zone, your zone is SK45. Black Scythe is first, Sang Chil is second with 687 kills, and Siu-RN is third. Looked a bodyguard and she took second and third. Speaking of which, did she even show up during this fight? I didn't see her at all. Come on, draw it out for my eyes. Black Scythe eliminated 3,600, but the second rank didn't even reach 1,000. Level 30, man, this guy is insanely strong. Does he have some kind of bonus or what? The protagonist, I do have an experience bonus, but I think the only way to get this is by being first in the zones. Congratulations, you completed the mission as rank 1 across all zones. Congratulations, you ranked first in your zone. You receive a coupon to select an intermediate level ring for being first in your zone. A ring? Please choose one of the intermediate items. There it is, Wind Ring, Magic Ring, or Resistance Ring. It might seem like the worst choice, but this one is the most important. I'm choosing the Resistance Ring. Effect plus 4 luck and plus 35% resistance to abnormal effects. It doesn't matter how strong you are if you get caught in control effects. Besides, resistance to effects can't be increased with stats, so it's better to get this as early as possible. Now for the next thing. You can choose one of the special rewards, plus 50% to stats for round 4, 4,000 gold, or information about round 4. As expected, there's no more experience buff, since from round 4 onwards, it's no longer about monsters. So I'll go with number 2, gold. Anja, now humans, you're all happy here. But did you look at the messages? Rank 1225 is the cutoff line. The guys, Anja, wait, I think there's been a calculation error in the system. Please check it again. Seriously, I eliminated so many monsters. There's no way my rank is that low. Why are the bugs talking? You need to be annihilated if you couldn't even stay in this rank. She snaps her fingers, and they vanish. And with that, we reach the end of round 3. Siu-RN wakes up in bed. I'm back. Thankfully, I survived round 3. No, not just that. I even received the summoner class, Fairy Summoning. Look at this, really incredible fairy. These fairies served as shields, plus my bodyguard kept everyone distracted. Thanks to them, I managed to pass the 3rd round safely. I can't believe it, I ranked 3rd. Wow, this energy stone I received as a reward. I wonder if the Black Scythe will like it. The protagonist will surely love it. If there's one thing he likes to grab when he sees a woman, it's an energy stone. Yaman appears, throwing a lamp against the wall in fury. Damn it, that Black Scythe. Penalty applied, your stats are permanently reduced by 50%. Ew, damn it. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have volunteered. Bastard. He looks at his phone ringing. Damn, I'm really in trouble now. Incoming call from Kim Sun-han. He answers, Hey Kim Sun-han, are you insane, man? You bastard, you realize the mess you've made. What are you talking about, dude? I didn't do anything. Stop playing innocent with me, man. You know everyone's been screwed because of you. How can a leader betray his friends with this power of authority? You call yourself human? Man, I had no choice. I would have been eliminated by the Black Scythe if I hadn't done it. Then you should have been eliminated. What? It would have been better for you to be eliminated than to betray your friends, you bastard. Damn you, it wasn't fair to me either. Didn't you see I also lost my stats for being the representative? So what, man? You took advantage of your friends. None of this would have happened if you weren't so greedy. You're a traitor, bastard. Kim Sung, never call me again, man. In real life or in the other world, I don't know you anymore. If I see you, I'll lose it and beat you to a pulp. The guy hangs up. What did I do that was so wrong? I'm a victim here too. I'll talk to my other friends. We'll deal with this bastard. He starts calling his friends. No one answers. Everyone blocked him. You sons of bitches. Fine. Friends? I don't need any of that. I'll live my life the way I always have, alone. What did he say? That he'll eliminate me if he sees me again? Let's see then, huh? You want a piece of me? Let's see then. I dare you to cross me. I'll take you out. The next day at the Imperial Hotel. Come in, Department Chief. You survived again, huh? I just got lucky, sir. Round 3 must have been a bit tough. Are you okay? Yes, sir. Maybe because the monsters were weakened. I didn't struggle much. What's your current level? Did you get a class? Yes, sir. I'm level 11 and my class is Knight. Siu Arin is also at the same level as me, but her class is different. She's a summoner. A summoner. I don't think that's a common class. I was surprised too. After her class changed, she summoned some fairies that kept using protective shields. We managed to hunt smoothly because of that. That's great. Why don't you maintain a close relationship with the actress Siu Arin? If you're interested, you could even date her. Date her, sir. What are you? I'm just saying if you two are close, it would be easier to learn her weaknesses. I'm not telling you to actually marry her. Wait, you want me to try dating her? Ma'am, I'm just kidding. It's been a while since I've seen that look on your face, you know. You don't have to do it. There's too much trouble. I see, it's just that Siu Arin doesn't seem to like me much, I think. I'm a failed loser, useless, worthless, a virgin, a coward, and shy. What are you talking about? You're such a responsible guy. She's still formal with me. She calls me Mr. Bodyguard. Is that so? Well, anyway, what's the urgent message you have for me? First of all, I'd like to apologize. But why? I failed to complete the mission you gave me. I couldn't help Black Scythe, nor could I deliver the message. You must have your reasons, right? Yes, what happened was... And then it seems he explained the whole story. So the agent of divine punishment seems like a powerful target. Did Black Scythe eliminate it? Yes, sir. He took it down alone with some overwhelming skill. It's like he already knew how to win. Black Scythe doesn't seem like someone who needs help. So apparently he really does have abilities beyond our imagination. So strong that I feel ashamed for thinking I was strong just because of the Black Knight's rune. Black Scythe, I want to meet you if I ever get the chance. Well, since you had your reasons, I won't blame you for it. I'm sorry, sir. Enough of that. What's the result of the tracking on those bandits? The main one is called Hwang Youngmin. Assuming that's his real name and not a fake. There are dozens of people with that name in Korea. But assuming he's in his 20s and living in Seoul, how many does that narrow it down to? 5 people? What's their location? The detective from the agency said it will take at least a month to locate all their homes. A month? Then we won't find him before round 4. Yeah, but there's no need to rush. We can stall for a bit. How much gold have you accumulated so far? Around 10,000 gold. You're already halfway there. The shop has a skill called tracking. Once you gather 20,000 gold, buy it. All right, sir. I was a bit distracted, so I forgot to tell you that last month a shareholder bought a large number of shares in your company. Which company? You mean my company? The Celestial Demon Consultancy, the one you're currently focusing on. Wait, what percentage of shares did they buy? Sir, don't be too surprised, but they bought 31%. Hold on. A single person bought 31% of all the shares? Yes, I even doubted it when I saw the monitor. Wait a second. The Celestial Demon Consultancy is valued at 900 billion won. If they bought 31%, that's a 280 billion won investment. Does one person have that much money? Could it be some rich person I don't know? Or is this something to do with my siblings? Well, in any case, if they invested 31%, it means they want to be part of the management. Head of department passed me the contact information of this major shareholder. Meanwhile, the protagonist is looking at his phone. Soon, he'll call me. I need to act like someone important since I'm now a major shareholder. Brother, what level are you? His brother bursts in. Why are you asking me that out of nowhere? There's this guy in my class who's acting all high and mighty. He keeps saying his brother is a high level, that he's class level 11, and so on. Level 11? Don't worry, I'm a higher level. Really? What level are you, brother? What should I tell him? If I tell the truth, it might complicate things. 12. Really? Wow, you must have a class then. Of course. What's your class, brother? What is it? Secret. Come on, man, there's no secrets between brothers. Now get out of here. All right, the phone rings. Here he comes. Hello? Am I speaking with Mr. Ryumin? Yes. Who's calling? Greetings, I'm Magyeon Rock, the CEO of the Celestial Demon Consultancy. The protagonist thinks I better act a little lost at first. The more clueless he thinks I am, the lower his guard will be. Yes, hi. Hello. So last month you invested a fortune in our company, correct? Yes, what about it? Well, as it stands, you are now the majority shareholder of the Celestial Demon Consultancy, and I'd like to meet you in person. Could I treat you to lunch? Sure. Would Friday work for you this week? The protagonist thinks Friday. That's an important day for me to receive the Rune of Inner Thoughts. I have plans on Friday. Would Saturday work? Of course. Let's meet on Saturday then. As I expected, he called. The Celestial Demon Consultancy is one of his priorities since he wants to gain his father's approval. There's no way he'd ignore one of the major shareholders in his company. Before meeting him, I need to collect the runes. There are several ways to obtain runes. They can be located in certain places or specific rounds or even as special rewards. They can also drop when you eliminate bosses and in very rare situations, even normal monsters. However, something not many people know is that you can obtain runes in real life. Of course, the conditions for a rune to manifest are quite complex. Soon, Jan will show up right here. His real name is Jang Sikyan. This is a name I won't forget because he was the criminal who kidnapped my brother. And I still clearly remember that guy's voice. Do you want to save him? You'll have to pay the price for that. Tell me all the information that others don't know. What are you talking about? How would I know? Stop laughing. I know you went back in time. How does he know that? You're curious about how I know, aren't you? I have the Rune of Inner Thoughts, you see, and I used it to take a look at your brother. Of course, I also know your inner thoughts. Since that incident, I've been seeking revenge against this guy from my 11th regression until now. At this point, there's no emotional weight to it for me. I'm just here to get the Rune of Inner Thoughts before this guy. The man walks in carrying someone. Today, in this place, he throws the girl to the floor. I'll take it out for you, but don't scream, okay? Do you understand? She pleads, please spare me. What's this? Is that all you're going to say after I let you go? Try something different like, I don't know, I have a kid. I'll give you money. I don't want this kind of unbearable whining. Sorry. Why are you apologizing so much? Are you saying that because I gave you a weird look that day, huh? I'm truly sorry. Exactly. Why did you do something like that and now you're here apologizing? I felt like trash that day, you know. 2 nights ago. I need a girl today. Which one of these will help melt away my problems? What a beautiful body. Oh, where is she going? He follows her and enters ahead. Ow, my eye. I can't see. Who are you? I don't know what happened there, but he comes out with her all limp. I love this thrill of doing crazy things. My life was so boring before that I wouldn't have cared if I were eliminated. But the Rune of Luminescence makes my body glow and blinds all my opponents. It's the perfect rune for having some fun. He walks into the shop. Welcome. She's really pretty, isn't she? Give me an iced Americano, please. All right, your total is 5,001. Oh, are you working part-time here? You know, I always come to this place, but you're not the usual attendant I see. So you're a regular? I didn't know that. All the other part-time workers left. As you know, the world is changing a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. In a world where you can be eliminated at any moment, who's going to stick with a part-time job? So are you the owner? That's right. How old are you? You look really young. I'm 32. That you're not a player? No, I'm not, thankfully. I see. Could you give me your number, pretty girl? I like you. What? What's wrong? Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? What? You're disgusted by my face just because I have a few marks, aren't you? What a terrible feeling. I'm not going to drink this horrible coffee. Give me my money back, you filthy woman. Here. He snatches the money from her hand. Bitch, looking down on me just because I'm not very handsome and because you're a bit pretty. You'll pay the price for looking at me like that. He hits her on the head and we're back. I'm sorry. You know you can't look down on people just because of their appearance, right? I know. I won't do it. I don't know. I think this isn't enough. You're not being very sincere. He throws her to the ground. You think I don't know? You're just pretending to get out of this situation. Please let me go. But didn't you want to apologize? If you're so interested in apologizing, why don't you pay me with something? She all nervous. No, it was my fault. No, stay still. You stay still. Wait, I thought there was no one else here. Is he a detective? Who's this guy? Man, stop swearing. Though soon you'll be swearing a lot anyway. Man, what is this guy? What's with that giant scythe? A white mask? Hey, you lunatic. You think this is the place to cosplay with toys? Apparently you still don't understand the situation, do you? Does this look like a toy to you? Yeah, let's go. Smoke rises. What the? Is that real? Are you a player? You're really stupid. What do you think? The protagonist looks at the girl. Get out of here now, miss. This is your only chance. Hey, who said she's leaving? The protagonist charges at him, striking several blows. He falls. Whoa, that one hurt even me. The man groans in pain. The protagonist says, didn't I tell you that you'd be cursing up a storm? Then he looks at her. Go now. Leave him to me. Thank you. She runs off. All right, now it's just the two of us. Is it time to start the game? You bastard. I'll take you down. I'll kill you. Is that your attitude? It's no fun if I take you down while you're giving up. You son of a, how dare you keep smiling like that? He dodges. What's happening? How is he evading so easily? The protagonist says, I can't believe you're still using a goblin dagger. He spins the scythe. Oh man, that was precise. That thing's sharp as a blade straight out of a factory. A limb is sliced off. Does it hurt? Because I haven't even started yet. The guy looks down in shock. The protagonist vanishes, reappears, and slashes again. Look at you, all scared. Man, at this rate, he's going to kill me. If I want to get out of here alive, I need to blind him. He activates his power. Now I'll take you down, you bastard. But then he looks at his stomach. What's happening? Why isn't my power working? The protagonist thinks, shine as much as you want. Inside the Night of Death, no light is permitted. I already knew you'd try that, so I activated the skill beforehand. Not that it matters. Even without the Night of Death, I'd already have slashed your wrists and heels. He strikes his legs. Man, this scythe is ridiculously sharp. What is this? It cuts like a hot knife through butter. The poor guy now looks like a Minecraft character, his fingers gone, reduced to cubes. Dude, you're a demon. Why are you doing this? Why? The protagonist delivers another slash. Why? We eliminate pests because if we leave them alive, they cause chaos. You psycho. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude. Blood, blood, and more blood. What is this guy's problem? Why all this rage? This is so unfair. It hurts too much, man. Maybe I should just end it myself. He starts biting his tongue. The protagonist stops him. Hey, hold on. Are you seriously thinking about biting your tongue before I take you down? Do you really think I'll let you escape like that? I don't let you die until you're on your knees begging for it. Damn, man. This guy's a psychopath. He wants me to kneel and ask for death. Please, I need to stop this pain. Just kill me. What did you say? Kill me, please. Are you sure? Please, man. You must be wondering why I'm doing all this, huh? After all, we're complete strangers. But actually, it's not like I don't know you. I met you before, you know. He knows my name. Wait, don't tell me. You know that woman? No, I have nothing to do with her. Then how? You kidnapped my brother and threatened me to give you some information or you kill him. But I didn't. Of course not. That's because this is an incident that will happen in the future. None of this has happened yet, but for me, it's something from the past. If I hadn't gotten involved, you'd have received the rune of inner thoughts. Inner thoughts. Yeah, there's a hidden rune here. Do you know the condition for it to appear? The person has to hear the true voice of another. True voice? Yes, a voice that comes from the heart, genuine and sincere. If I hadn't shown up, you would have abused that woman and she would have begged for her life in her true voice. With that, you would have received the rune of inner thoughts and gone on to commit even more crimes. I've seen it happen in several regressions. And besides all that, you've already committed 12 crimes and are a despicable person who deserves to die. If I deserve to die, kill me, please. No, I won't even touch you. What? What do you think I've been doing this whole time? I'm just here waiting for you to die on your own. Man, what's the deal? I just asked him to kill me. Dude, it hurts too much. He doesn't want to receive the rune, huh? Then why won't he let me talk? I'll speak from my heart, please. The protagonist, you're wondering why I'm not letting you speak, aren't you? It's because I'm testing the rune of inner thoughts. Sorry, but I already received it. Don't you remember? You already sincerely begged me to kill you from the beginning. That's when the rune reacted to your true voice. You caused someone to use their true voice, fulfilling the condition for activation. You discover the rune of inner thoughts that was hidden in this place. The rune will be automatically implemented into the player's body. If you observe your target, you can faintly read their inner thoughts. It only works within a 30-meter range. I was just running a test here, and apparently it works. The guy thinks, damn, you got what you wanted. Now kill me already. No, I'm not going to kill you that easily. It would be unfair to your victims, you despicable demon. A while later, the guy disconnects. He's dead. There are no witnesses, but I need to clean up this mess. Using the bonus abilities and the skill I learned this time, erase traces. Effect: erases all traces from the scene, including bodies, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. This works perfectly. It's best never to leave anything behind. Then our protagonist appears in the morning wearing that elegant suit. His brother asks, are you going on a date? Who's the girl? The protagonist replies, why would it be a date? You don't usually dress like this, you sly guy. He says he's just going to meet a business partner. The brother, concerned, thinks, business partner? What's he planning? Getting into investments now? Man, once again, this brother is, but what if he loses all the money? Dude, he already made $1 billion for you. Isn't that enough? The protagonist, noticing his brother's worry, tells him to relax. Don't you trust your brother? His brother gets all excited, saying of course he does. Who else would he trust? Then the protagonist says, wait here. The other players are going to start behaving dangerously from now on. His brother replies that he heard about this. On the news, they're saying that many players are using their abilities for evil, and that all countries are struggling to deal with these powers. The protagonist says, unfortunately, that's how it is. As long as you meet the requirements and clear the stages, you get stronger. Soon, the phase will come when players begin enslaving powerless people, and I need to become an unstoppable force before that happens. And of course, build my reputation as a reaper. As he's leaving, he tells his brother, be careful out there. His brother is curious about the job, but the protagonist says it's a secret. I'm curious. Tell me. The protagonist replies, I'll tell you soon. Stop complaining. Stay here and eat something, man. The protagonist is now standing in front of a giant gate. Just like the football team has a home advantage, this here is the Osun Group's hotel, so it's all this turf. No one knows about that guy's connections to the Osun Group, so this is information only the protagonist has. And our boy is going to take a risk, using this information to appear even more important. For now, though, he needs to seem as clueless as possible. He walks awkwardly up to the reception desk. I'm here for a meeting. At the counter, right? She asks, a meeting with the president of the heavenly demon. The protagonist responds, yes. All right, wait over there. He'll be here soon. Thank you. Still all awkward. Perfect, I need to act anxious and look around like everything is new to me. Wow, this place is impressive. Until, are you Mr. Ryu? Whoa, this is it. When he looks, look who it is, man. The guy recognizes him, right? It's you. The protagonist says, yes, I'm the guy who delivered the rice cakes to Surin. The man apologizes for the lack of courtesy. In shock, he thinks, this guy doesn't even look 20 years old and he's the one who invested 280 billion? Something's off. The protagonist immediately realizes, this guy is going to suspect me. But it's a natural reaction considering he has so much money at this age. All crook, he says, all right, it's not like we know each other. I never expected the president to live so close to me. The guy responds, no, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not the president. Obviously, the protagonist knows that, he's playing along. The man introduces himself as An Sang-shil, the head of the department here, adding that the president will arrive soon. For now, let's go in and wait for him. The protagonist sits calmly in a chair and the man closes the door. He then picks up the phone and calls the president. President, I met him face to face. There's no way. This guy is way too young. It's impossible he invested all that money alone. Someone else must be backing him, so be cautious. The protagonist immediately picks up on everything. It wasn't a coincidence this guy spoke to him first. He's likely relaying information. No way someone as meticulous as the president would be late. And there he is arriving. Hello, I'm Megyanrock, president of the Celestial Demon Consultancy. He greets the protagonist. It's a pleasure. I'm Ryu Min. He tells the protagonist to take a seat and has the department head sit beside him. The protagonist finds it odd. He's including Sang-shil in the meeting without consulting him first. Looks like he's up to something. Gyeonrock suggests they eat before discussing business, saying he prepared Korean food and hopes it suits their taste. Dude, you're in Korea serving Korean food. It's not a big deal. The protagonist continues his act. Wow, everything looks so luxurious. This hotel is so fancy. I'm glad it's to your liking. At this, Gyeonrock starts lowering his guard, thinking, this guy is so young, and with that attitude of his, I doubt he earned 280 billion alone. Someone's backing him or he's working for someone. He starts wondering who sent him. My brothers? My uncle? I need to find out. He tells the protagonist he was surprised by his arrival. I never expected such a young shareholder. How old are you? The protagonist responds, I'm 20. Gyeonrock, surprised, 20? I'm 29. It's good to meet someone in his similar age range. The protagonist replies, it's good for me too. Then Gyeonrock cuts to the chase. How did you make so much money at your age? Are you from a wealthy family? The protagonist internally, damn, he's direct. Of course not. I was just a regular student until recently. Until recently? What do you mean by that? Didn't you see the news? What news? You didn't hear about the millionaire who won the lottery 4 times in a row? Gyeonrock, I heard about that. The protagonist reveals, that's me, the 4-time lottery winner. Wait, hold on. Pardon? You're that Ryu from the news. That's right. Gyeonrock skeptical. Wait a second, there's something off. The article said the total winnings were around 60 billion. How do you have 280 billion? The protagonist responds, I invested in Bitcoin. It almost sounds like a joke. Bitcoin, just like that? Exactly. Gyeonrock continues, wow, that's impressive. But still, what made you risk 60 billion on Bitcoin? I wouldn't have the courage. Even Sang-shil chimes in, kid, you're really lucky. The protagonist retorts, none of this was luck. Sang-shil then mentions, didn't you say in the news that you saw the winning numbers in a dream? The protagonist interrupts, it wasn't a dream either. The two men are stunned. The protagonist stares at them, thinking, this is the only way I'll gain Gyeonrock's trust and bring him to my side. He speaks, this is the first time I've revealed this to anyone, but I have the rune of future sight. Gyeonrock, confused, asks, what's that? It's a rune that allows me to see a few years into the future. In other words, I'm a prophet. The two are silent, clearly impressed. Gyeonrock can't believe what he's hearing, while Sang-shil thinks the protagonist is insane for bringing such a wild claim to the meeting. Gyeonrock asks, are you serious? The protagonist replies, why would I lie? So that's how you won the lottery. Exactly. That's also why I invested in Bitcoin. Thanks to my ability, I knew how to multiply my money. The protagonist lays it all out there, leaving them in awe. Gyeonrock, intrigued but cautious, asks, if it's not too much trouble, can you prove this to me? Show me something that's going to happen in the next few moments. The protagonist wonders, does he know? For me to predict what happens next, I have to have lived through it already, right? Do you think he's already taken this path? He says he can even read the guy's thoughts, so predicting the next move won't be a problem. However, to negotiate properly, he needs to define some kind of restriction for his ability. Our protagonist, the King of Lies, continues, sorry, but I can't use my ability freely. It activates at unexpected moments. Gyeonrock seems to believe him, especially since he thinks an ability this powerful must have some kind of limitation. At this point, Gyeonrock thinks of something. Mr. Ryu, is that why you invested 200 billion in the company? The protagonist replies, yes. I know that the heavenly demon consultation will grow exceptionally in the future. That's why I invested. Gyeonrak asks, how significant will this growth be? Hey, you'll be listed on the KOSPI within half a year, no problem. Guys, I looked up what this KOSPI thing is. It's the Korea Composite Stock Price Index, meaning the company is top tier. A smile of happiness appears. He's in shock at how great it'll be if this turns out to be true. Not only will I be recognized by my father, but I'll also secure the director position. But he hesitates. Damn, I got too excited. Stupid. What a disaster. That information made me laugh and don't even know if it's certain. The protagonist cast the bait and the guy bit like a starving man. The protagonist plays his next card, saying that for the guy to succeed, he'll need to completely change the business model. Sang-Kyul slams the table, saying that's a ridiculous demand. How can we change our business style at this point? It'd be easier to change the company's entire name. Gyeonrak, calm down, man. The protagonist chimes in, it's true. If we're going to change the business, we might as well change the name too. The guy raises his voice. What are you saying? The protagonist, unfazed. You think I'm joking? Both of you are players, so you should already know this. Revealing a rune is a huge loss. Even so, I decided to reveal mine to you. The protagonist adds, as an investor and business partner, I only want the company to grow. Otherwise, why would I have invested 280 billion? But for you to succeed, you'll need to work with me. Sang-Kyul starts sweating. Sir, you're not seriously believing this crazy guy, are you? The protagonist says, it seems you don't trust my ability. Sang-Kyul admits honestly, no. The protagonist argues more assertively. Do you know why I moved to that penthouse? Sang-Kyul stumbles, unsure what to say. Gyeonrak asks, wait, the penthouse. What does that mean? Sang-Kyul blurts out, this crazy guy moved underneath Siu Aren's place, this sleep bastard. The protagonist explains, I did that when I obtained the Rune of Future Vision. Gyeonrak doesn't like finding this out only now. Sang-Kyul is completely thrown off. I didn't know this guy was relevant. I thought he was just some random citizen. Gyeonrak begins thinking harder. If it happened in January, it was before he invested in Bitcoin. He moved to the neighborhood of someone connected to the company he'd later join. That's impossible unless he knows everything that will happen. Or maybe he's just someone who knows I'm Siu Aren's sponsor. The protagonist sees them whispering and realizes he needs to push harder. You don't believe me, do you? Then how about this? This hotel ran as your property, isn't it, President? You're the eldest son of the Osun Group, and the Heavenly Demon Consultation is a secret business created solely for your father's approval. Or am I wrong? Sang-Kyul gets up angrily, demanding to know who sent the protagonist. But once again, Gyeonrak has to calm him down. Relax, uncle. Gyeonrak calmly says, you're right about all that. But these are things anyone among my acquaintances would know. Honestly, Mr. Ryumin, you're extremely suspicious. You seem like someone sent by another party to trap me. And now you're suggesting I trust you and change the business. You already know my answer. All of this seems utterly nonsensical. I want to believe in your Rune of Future Vision. Who wouldn't want their company to have something that good? But it's hard to believe, Mr. Ryumin. Thank you for your investment, but you'll need to arrange a meeting with all the investors to make this proposal. And obviously, convincing them will be your job. Man, could it be that the protagonist didn't win them over? Hold on, the guy was about to get up, and the protagonist says, wait, sit down. The man sits back in the chair. Do you have more to say? The protagonist thinks, is this really the only way? Then he says, how about this? I'll give you information about the 4th round. The man suddenly perks up. Wait a second, you know about the 4th round? The protagonist replies that he saw everything using the Rune of Future Sight, and that he knows about the tragedy that will happen. This information should be enough, right? The scene shifts to Sang-Kyul apologizing to Gyeonrak. Gyeonrak says, it's fine, you did it out of concern. Sang-Kyul then asks to say one more thing, something suspicious about Mr. Ryu. If this guy really has the ability to see the future, why does he want to join us? He could easily handle everything on his own. Apparently, Gyeonrak is focused on expanding the company and making money. Sang-Kyul questions, but what's his reason? The guy has 280 billion. That's more than enough to never work again. Gyeonrak explains, well, you know how it is, human greed is sometimes endless. Sang-Kyul still doesn't want to accept it, but Gyeonrak counters. Look, if the guy can see the future, we need him. Imagine if we always had information about the upcoming rounds. Not only will the company grow in the process, but we'll also become better players. Still, Sang-Kyul doesn't budge. What if he's not really a prophet? Gyeonrak replies, then we just wait and see, don't we? The protagonist provided the information, though we don't hear it, to avoid spoilers. Now on the street, the protagonist knows that when the 4th round ends, they'll be sure he's a prophet. Of course, he withheld information about secret missions and strategies for reaching the top rank. Actually, we do find out. He told them that the 4th round isn't about eliminating monsters, it's a massacre between players. You can't let your guard down for a moment. Man, that's all he said. Still, he's confident it's enough to prove he's a prophet. After this, their trust will shift. They'll want to treat him well and try to protect him. After all, it's much better to have a prophet on your team than on the enemies. Our protagonist pulls out his phone and says, now that I've assumed the role of prophet, will I have to keep it up in the future? First, he thinks about contacting, but doesn't decide. It starts with our waifu. It's been a while since we've seen her, and we missed her. She's waiting for the cars to pass when a sleek car stops. Why is that lunatic stopping here? Who is it? It's Daddy's ride, and he's inviting her along. Come with me, partner. She approaches, confused. Hey, what's this about? Is this your car, babe? Literally, get in. I'll take you for a ride. And she just goes, all right. They speed off down the road. She's shocked, saying it's her first time in a car like this. Our protagonist says it's his first time too. He's never had such an expensive car. She asks, wow, how much did it cost? He casually replies, 900 million, not much. She exclaims, what do you mean, not much? You could build a ton of convenience stores with that. He says, it's just that compared to what I won in the lottery. It's not much. She remembers, oh, that's true. You won 60 billion. Our worlds are so different. But isn't this kind of like a date? Exactly. It is. She's shy. Our protagonist says there's something he needs to confess. She's almost bursting from nervousness. The protagonist calms her down, saying it's nothing weird. She's still ready to jump out of the car and hide out of embarrassment, but nervously asks, all right, fine, what's the confession? The protagonist starts, you know how I told you I saw the numbers in a dream, right? Yeah, so. That was a lie. It wasn't a dream. I obtained the rune of future sight, and as the name suggests, I can see the future. Maybe that's why my class is prophet. She responds, wow, that's amazing. Isn't that a unique class? He replies, yeah, I think so. She's overjoyed. Thank you for sharing that with me. The protagonist says that since she revealed her class to him, it's only fair. She replies, but I didn't tell you about my rune and you told me about yours. So I'll tell you mine then. The rune I obtained was the rune of protection. For every 10 people within a 10-meter radius, it creates a thin barrier around you. So if there are 5 people, you get 5 layers of protection. Pretty decent, right? For someone who plays a support role, at least you get up to 10 layers of protection. She feels relieved to share this with our boy. However, she asks, why did you bring this up out of nowhere? The protagonist replies that hiding it would be a burden, and he thinks she wouldn't believe what he's about to say unless he told her this first. She's confused. What do you mean? Apparently, the protagonist also told her about the 4th mission and warned her to be very careful. She needs to stay extremely alert around the players nearby. She's all excited. Oh my god, he told me first. Does this mean he has a place for me in his heart? Wait, what? You want a place in his heart? She even said it would be nice. Seriously. Back at home, our boy is there thinking, wow, she likes me, huh? I never knew that. Now it makes sense why she treats him so well. It's a bit surprising, but it's a good way to make her another ally. Plus, she'll believe the prophecies more easily. Wow, protagonist, always scheming. Competing like your life depends on it. Well, it does. After that, he rested and time flew by. It's already April 31st at 11:55. Before entering the other world, he bought another epic item of the day, the shadow gloves. These gloves are covered in shadows and can't be seen at night. Weapons you hold also become translucent. Wow, it's like being partially invisible. Man, now what he said is true. Right. With his Knight of Death ability active, the weapon will also become invisible. He's getting insanely strong, as if he wasn't already. His brother shows up and says, it's time, man. Are you confident it'll go well? Our boy replies, I'll only know once I'm there. Hey, you said you're a prophet. Do you know what will happen in the 4th round? The protagonist answers, knowing and knowing what to do are 2 very different things. His brother, as always concerned, says you have to survive, no matter what. Man, don't create problems where there are none. Are you trying to mess me up before I even get there? Bye. See you later. The 4th round is the round of death. Oh, look at that miserable guy again. What a mess. All of his attributes are permanently reduced by 50%. He had to betray the person he admired, and in this round he has no command authority. So how is he going to win here? The guy is nervous, looking around scared of his so-called friends, betrayed everyone. But above all, he wants to know, what kind of place is this? What kind of mission takes place in a completely empty area? It's like they're lab rats trapped in a box. Oh, he's already looking at our protagonist. Look at that bastard. I knew he'd be here. He's suspicious. Finds it odd that the protagonist used other players to destroy the relic and without hesitation eliminated the prosecutor of retribution. He's thinking, if I had the strength, I'd have eliminated him by now. But at this moment, there's nothing he can do. To stay alive, he'll have to dance the devil's tune. And here he comes. Hey there, Mr. Black Reaper. What's up, man? He walks up smiling and says, the contract from the previous round still stands, right? The protagonist, what contract, you lunatic? In exchange for me being your subordinate, you protect me. Our boy cuts him off. No, I don't need you as a subordinate anymore. The guy's shocked. What? Why not? I know you don't have command authority anymore. What's the point of a representative without that? Plus, most of the players have already advanced, so you're basically useless now. Now you're nothing but a walking target. A target? He's stunned. He looks around to see if anyone is staring at him, but the protagonist tells him not to worry too much. At the end of the day, everyone here is a target, and there probably aren't that many people who want to take you down. Really? You think they won't come after me? The protagonist explains, by now, everyone has probably learned that being the regional representative isn't necessarily a good thing. Considering the risks and how much you're hunted, it's not worth it. The guy mutters to himself, that's true. I need to get rid of this title as soon as possible. Oh, here she comes looking all stunning full waifu mode. He didn't like it. He's shy and angry. First time I've seen that. She approaches our boy. Hello, Mr. Black Reaper. Hey, Sang-Shiul, do you remember us? The protagonist replies, of course I remember. Sang-Shiul continues, you saved us from this bully here. We want to thank you again. Glaring at the guy. The man gets irritated. Me, a bully? Calm down, relax. The protagonist thanks them and says there's no need for them to meet again. Man, the protagonist cutting off friendships just like that. Sang-Shiul adds that the president of their association also sent his thanks. The protagonist interrupts again, saying he doesn't care about that. But Siu Arin steps forward with a gift, saying she wants to show her gratitude. Please, take this. The protagonist is impressed. Once again, something unexpected is happening. She says, I don't think my words are enough, just wanting the guy to accept it. Being the greedy person he is, he takes it. Well, arigato. I'll take it. I have no reason to refuse such a good item. She blushes slightly on her upper right cheek, the part we can see. She hesitates, wondering if the protagonist will like it or get mad at her for giving him a useless stone. But with this, the protagonist is sure she doesn't know the value of this crystal. Obviously, if she did, she wouldn't have given it to him. The guy next to her thinks he has something similar. The protagonist wonders, wait, does he also have an energy crystal? The guy keeps thinking, I think mine was a black and gold strength stone. The protagonist is shocked. It's an extremely difficult item to obtain. Much rarer than a magic crystal, and currently, it's impossible to acquire one intentionally. Now intrigued, the protagonist wonders, knowing he has such a valuable item, is this good or bad luck? Siu Arin approaches timidly. Sir Scythe, do you mean a barrier? The protagonist responds, what do you mean, a barrier? She reveals she obtained the summoner class and can place a fairy barrier on him if he needs it, shyly trying to please him. But she's quickly interrupted. Thanks, but no, I don't need it. She replies, oh, I see. After saying goodbye, she leaves with a polite farewell. Take care. I hope you do well. Thanks, bye you all. The other guy was already leaving when the protagonist called out, wait a second. If you keep this up, you'll regret it, you know? Confused, the guy asks, what are you talking about? I'd already told you you were a walking target, but didn't you say no one would come after me? I said there wouldn't be many, not that there wouldn't be anyone. After all, as a representative, you still have some benefits. Even though a lot of people are already level 10 and have obtained a class, there are still those who haven't. So you're still a target for the authority of command. You really think none of the thousands of players would want to kill you? Then what do you want me to do? I'll help you not to be an easy target. He beams with excitement. Really? You're serious? But it won't be for free. As payment for helping you, do you see the stone Siu Arin gave me? If you match something similar, I'll take it. Really? He eagerly opens his inventory, retrieves the item, and hands it over. Man, just like that, easy. The protagonist asks, got anything else? The guy replies, no, I gave you everything I had. But now that I handed it over, you're going to protect me, right? The protagonist assures him, yes, I'll keep my promise. Hearing about being a walking target made Yangmin freeze in shock, then turn to the others around. But even so, the protagonist asks him not to worry too much. He would be a target in name only. There shouldn't be that many people trying to kill him, and Yangmin questions if those people wouldn't come after him. Ryuman explains that he should know the final fate of a player holding the position of regional representative. The others had also understood that being the regional representative wasn't exactly a good thing. And as people advanced, the total number of people one could control using the command authority would decrease. It wasn't worth it compared to the risk, and Yangmin reflects that the Black Reaper was right about that. Even if he wanted to get rid of that authority now, if possible, he would have to be patient and accept things as they were. At that moment, Arin approaches accompanied by Sang-Shiul, worrying Yangmin, who wonders what the two of them were doing there. Arin walks up and greets the protagonist, and Sang-Shiul asks if by any chance Ryuman remembered them, which he agrees to, so Sang-Shiul says that he saved them from that other bully, and they would like to thank him once again. Hearing that he was a bully made Yangmin irritated, but he backs off when Ryuman gestures for him to step away. The protagonist states that thanking him once was enough. They shouldn't come find him again. Still, Sang-Shiul insists because they felt grateful, and the president of their company also sent thanks for being saved. And he starts to mention more about the president, but Ryuman refuses to listen because he didn't want to know more than that. Stammering, Arin then steps forward to offer a gift as a symbol of sincerity and gratitude for having been saved. She extends her hand, asking Ryuman to take it, and he realizes it looked like a low-level purple magic crystal, something unexpected once again. Arin didn't think her words were enough, so she thought it was more appropriate to offer a physical gift to make up for it. And he agrees that it was indeed a good gesture, thanking her and taking the crystal from the girl's hand. Ryuman had no reason to refuse such a good item. He'd need to try making a low-level magic crystal when he went back. Nervously, she wonders if he liked it, questioning if he wouldn't get mad because she gave him a useless stone. Seeing her nervousness, the protagonist realizes that Arin truly didn't know the value of a magic crystal, because if she did, she wouldn't even be offering it to him. But Yangmin realizes that he also had something similar to that. Ryumin is surprised to discover this because it seemed like Yeonmin also had a mana crystal in his possession. Yeonmin thought it was called a black and gold power stone, and the protagonist paused to think more about that new name. The black and gold power stone was an item with an extremely low drop rate from killing an enemy. It was a very hard item to get, even harder than a regular magic crystal. It would be impossible to get one on purpose now. Now, Ryumin knew he had a precious item and wonders if it meant it was part of his bad or good luck. Then Erin asks if maybe he needed a barrier, which caught Ryumin off guard, not understanding what she meant. And she says she obtained the summoner class so she could summon a fairy to use a barrier on Ryumin if needed. The protagonist thanks her for the offer but declines, not thinking he would need it, and she slowly nods in understanding. Then she bows to take her leave, hoping that Ryumin does well in this round and that everyone makes it out alive and safe. The protagonist wishes them good luck before the pair walks away. Then Ryumin turns to ask Yeonmin to wait and not leave, because if he kept going like this, he would end up regretting it, and Yeonmin asks what that was supposed to mean. After all, he was a walking target now, and Yeonmin asks if Ryumin himself hadn't said no one would come after him. And the protagonist says he did say there weren't many, but he didn't mean none. The benefits of being regional representative hadn't completely disappeared. Even if some had reached level 10 and obtained a class, there were still some who hadn't, which means there were still targets for the command authority, and Yeonmin is still somewhat shocked hearing that. Ryumin asks him to think about it and questions if he really thought none of the thousands of players would come after him. Stammering, Yeonmin asks what he should do, and the protagonist smiles, saying he would help him so that he wouldn't become just another easy target. That caught Yeonmin by surprise, but he was about to thank him when Ryumin stopped him, reminding him that he wouldn't do any of this for free. As payment for helping him, he should have noticed the stone that Erin offered. If he had something similar to that, Ryumin would accept it as payment right away. So Yeonmin agrees since he got a stone like that, immediately handing over the black and gold power stone. Then the protagonist asks if there was any other item besides that one, and Yeonmin says no, since he had given everything he had offered. But Ryumin says he didn't need to worry, he wouldn't have taken anything else even if it had been offered. Then Yeonmin asks if he would really help him now that he gave what he wanted, and the protagonist turns to walk away, agreeing he would keep his promise. At that moment, the angel appears just in time, laughing happily because today they had all gathered there without fail, though obviously the numbers seemed to have dropped a lot. The players themselves were confused about the numbers dropping. It seemed that some people had fought in the real world. It would be more surprising if a player hadn't gotten into some trouble for an entire month. The angel continues, saying that now that everyone was there, she could begin announcing the mission for the 4th round. The sister displays the details for the main mission, which was to kill each other within 3 hours. Across all regions, the total number of participants was 181 million and still increasing slightly. In the current region, there were a total of 1,042 players ready to participate, and those who would pass would be counted later. All around, everyone is confused by the idea of simply killing each other, and the angel explains that everyone must be quite confused, but in truth, they should simply obey. They just needed to kill the players that were with them. It was supposed to be that simple. To explain a bit better, the goal of this round was to reduce the number of players by having them kill each other. Unlike the other rounds, there would be no monsters this time for them to face normally. The players become confused and worried because they still wanted to level up and become stronger. One of the players asked the angel if, since only half would survive, it would be enough to kill just one person. Laughing, the angel says that was part of the secret. It wouldn't be any fun if she told them everything. Ryumin sighs because fun was far from the right word. She was just following orders from her superiors. The angels only delivered information to them in this cursed game. The true master of that space was someone else. The fact that the angel was still hiding one specific rule meant she was receiving orders from the real master. Meanwhile, the angel says they couldn't complete their missions just by killing players. To that end, only 521 could survive, but how the ranking would be formed this time was a secret. Then she adds there was one more thing. They couldn't take first place just by being the first to take another's life. With that, she finishes her explanation and now commands everyone to begin facing off because they needed to reduce the numbers now. Then the countdown to the end of the round begins and all the players are worried about what they should do now. It seemed like they just had to focus on others and take their lives, but still, everyone was hesitating. It was unsettling to simply take another person's life in cold blood even without having anything against them. It was a very sickening round for them to get used to. Yeonmin reflects on this too, but it was lucky for him because there were some assholes among those people he actually wanted to kill. Ryumin realizes that just as he thought, Yeonmin was thinking about killing his friends, and Yeonmin keeps smiling as he thinks about it. In fact, it would be better for him if the players were hesitating to kill each other from the start. That way he could be unbeatable, and he intended to take advantage of that, even without knowing where those guys were, but he would take them all down. However, Ryumin approaches, which completely startles Yeonmin because he came up silently. He stammers nervously, asking if something was wrong, and Ryumin brings up how he had said earlier that he would help him not become a target. He was there precisely to fulfill that promise. But Yeonmin was confused about what he meant after he summoned his weapon. In a second, Yaomin's head flies off and the secret mission is unlocked with the protagonist's first action. Now, the mission to eliminate the regional representative within the time limit was unlocked, and a random selection token for a low-level mana stone would be granted. With that, Ryuman successfully completed the secret mission and was rewarded with a random selection token for a lower-level mana stone. This token was of the rare type with an effect that randomly provided 1 to 5 low-level magic stones, but only until the next round. Ryuman feels relieved because he got the reward he wanted from the beginning. He killed Yeonmin to obtain the secret mission's reward. Even if that wasn't the only reason, and everyone around freezes in shock because someone died. They scream that the Black Reaper killed him without hesitation, and Ryuman thinks that not long ago was those same people who wanted to kill the president. Now they were all pretending to be good people, and everyone yells at the Black Reaper saying he couldn't just go around killing people as he pleased. They all call him inhuman and cold, claiming he was just a heartless killer. Ryuman thinks that deep down they weren't wrong because he had also killed Jang Sikyeon before. And that wasn't all. He intended to keep killing countless people until round 20 after that. But he never killed people without a reason, especially in this round where there was no choice but to kill to get through it, whether he liked it or not. In response, the angel simply smiles as she watches, and Ryuman realizes that despite everything, everyone was openly criticizing him. If this went well, they could incite people to kill the Black Reaper. They had a chance to ruin his image. If they attack as a group, the Black Reaper wouldn't be able to stop it. They couldn't let him become the regional representative. That's why everyone wanted to condemn him and take advantage of this opportunity, all to triumph of the protagonist. And Ryuman smiles seeing that everyone thought they had a chance, or at least that's what they believed. But it was a big joke. The players yell at the protagonist, questioning if he thought all this was fun or amusing to act like that. He seemed like a psychopath. After what he did, he still dared to behave in such an absurd way. Then the system announces that the Black Reaper had successfully become the new representative of region ESK's 45-5. Everyone is shocked because the Black Reaper became the regional representative. It was like handing a gun to a professional shooter. Everyone wonders what they should do now, and Ryuman asks why they weren't complaining anymore. Maybe it was because they got scared once he became the regional representative, and he taunts the other players about it. But if they were afraid of the command authority, it seemed like they hadn't undergone their class change yet. Everyone is confused by what the protagonist is talking about, but then they all point at the Black Reaper's name color, which suddenly changed to red. All around, everyone belatedly realizes it was true. His color really had changed, but it seemed to have changed only for Ryuman. It should have turned me in red. In rounds like this, your name turns red when you kill someone. The more you killed, the darker the color would become. The name color change was to distinguish those who had killed from those who hadn't. Back then, Primordial 39 took lives and everyone started to turn on him, calling him a murderer. People end up chasing murderers, not innocent players. After all, it's better for their consciences. But people who kill murderers also become murderers, and they become new targets after that. As a result, it only encouraged players to kill other players in an endless loop. Now everyone might be hesitating, but this would be the reason for the deaths of many more people over time. Ryuman asks everyone what they were doing. He was sure they didn't have time to waste like that. Everyone yells at the protagonist to stay right there, calling him a murderer and ready to take him down. The protagonist laughs. They were all making it seem like he was the only one who wanted to kill the regional representative, and he asks about the people who went after Cho Jong-sik in the last round. It seemed like they were all pretending now. It was kill or be killed. They shouldn't tell Ryuman they'd survived this long without knowing such a basic principle. He tells everyone to stop with such hypocrisy and face the reality in front of their eyes. If your head's on straight, there's no way you can't hold a knife. Especially against those who were threatening your life, now wasn't the time to be standing still. If that bothered everyone so much, then have a debate like the last time when they came back. Even if he didn't say it, they'd intended to start fighting anyway, but Ryuman planned to encourage it through provocation. It was too late for all of them, but if he didn't at least say this, they would all keep wasting their time. If that happened, it was possible that not even 521 people would make it through. Even if it meant fighting one another, encouraging them to do the mission was more important than the lives of others. All around, the others agree that they couldn't just stand there. As the Black Reaper said before, everyone should do something. They debate about talking it out, but it only ends up leading to an argument about being sarcastic when they only wanted to have a conversation. Another person suggests they do one-on-one duels, but there shouldn't be any sense of fairness in killing each other anyway. And one-on-one duels were stupid. It seemed like they were treating it like a game, which only ended up creating more reasons to fight. People get tense during the discussion, and Eren nervously asks Sangxiul what they should do if they really had to kill someone like the Black Reaper said. Her bodyguard replies that of course they did, otherwise they'd end up being killed after everything they had done to survive. They couldn't care about the lives of strangers they didn't even know, but Eren recoils at the thought. Sangxiul completely agreed with what Ryuman had said, so he thought it was better to quickly decide what they were going to do. That's because murder wasn't exactly a pleasant experience, and Aaron comments that he was talking as if it wasn't the first time he had done it. Dodging the subject, the bodyguard says that if that were the case, he was only theorizing about the situation. Then Aaron asks who they should kill, and Sangshil says they should just let the mood of the place decide. All around, players were shouting at each other, trying to decide who they would kill and accusing murderers of being the best targets. They should just focus on the people whose name colors had changed, but they didn't want to use one person in particular to decide that. It ends with everyone wondering if they should kill the Black Reaper after everything, but they didn't know how they could kill a level 30 person. Even so, they were sure they wouldn't be able to kill him even if they all went together to try to pin down Ryumin. And everyone argues because if the protagonist hears it, but it was obvious that Ryumin could hear everything and he clicks his tongue at it. Everyone argues that life is precious. They shouldn't kill anyone, not even the murderers. And they agree that if they killed someone, they'd only become murderers like him, and everyone questions what they could even suggest. Someone would have to die in order for others to live, but they should stop arguing and just agree to kill each other in that case. People wonder how they could identify the criminals, maybe ask for the records if needed. That kind of suggestion only made someone else furious enough to start throwing insults. They yell at each other and even start considering killing each other right then and there. The fights escalate and the mood drives everyone to want to lash out. Another person shouts sarcastically for them to stop talking and just fight, and someone else complains because that person was trying to start a fight openly. People like him were the ones who instigated everything and stayed on the sidelines. The worst of all, true bastards who just watched from outside. Soon people start drawing their weapons, fighting and ready to clash. They had no more patience with each other. Ryumin sighs at the mess everything had turned into. They kept talking, but there was nothing they could do to ease the tension. Even so, there was no need to worry anymore. It wouldn't take long before they started killing each other. Someone else steps up, asking for everyone to be realistic, and suddenly everyone is shocked as they look to the side. That's because the person who should have been dead, Yangmin, suddenly woke up, and everyone was left speechless. That was the secret rule of that round. After 10 minutes, players could come back from the dead. Yangmin doesn't understand why everyone was staring at him, but it wasn't just him. It was like he was a zombie or some kind of supernatural creature. It was all very strange. He was sure he had been talking to the Black Reaper before, and Yangmin turns to the protagonist not understanding anything. Everyone screams that suddenly Yangmin came back to life like it was a miracle, and questioned how the system could make him reappear. It meant that those who died in this round could be revived, and if that was the case, then it would be fine to kill them. If everyone would come back to life anyway, then it should be okay. But one person steps up asking everyone to calm down a bit. They couldn't be sure that everyone could revive, so they should take it easy and not rush so much. Until suddenly someone strikes the wounded from behind, and the person yells that she should be the first to test whether she'd live or die. The man who killed her shouts for her to come back to life because they needed to fight again, while everyone around is still in shock from the new death. But since the woman didn't come back, everyone starts to worry, and another person suggests they should wait because she probably wouldn't revive so quickly. Thinking it over, they realize Yangmin hadn't come back to life until about 10 minutes later. So everyone decides to wait for the test woman to come back to life, and 10 minutes later her body glows, her wounds are restored, and she revives. Everyone is left confused because she gets up and stretches like she had just taken a nap. However, she quickly stops and demands to know who the bastard was that attacked her from behind, and he quickly steps forward to speak up. But before he can kill the woman again, a third person kills the man before he can strike her once more. It seemed like everyone really could come back to life after 10 minutes, and all the players feel a bit dizzy. Even though the ability to resurrect existed, they still saw murder as a heinous and terrifying act. However, people tended to get swept up by the atmosphere and reveal their true selves after a while. Soon, everyone began to give in to the pressure and kill many others around them, no longer caring about what might happen. The players fight each other, and those who come back to life even get angry at those who killed them and return for revenge. They attack the ones who killed them to make them feel a bit the pain they experienced, and they keep fighting to the death since they would revive anyway. At this point, hundreds of players were fighting each other like stray dogs. And this was basically the birth of a true battlefield, and Ryumin prepares his weapon to move as well. Suddenly, they realize the Black Reaper is approaching and begins to kill multiple people at once with his scythe. In response, people start getting ready to attack him together, taking advantage of the opportunity to try to kill Ryumin. But the protagonist had no trouble taking them all down. It wasn't like ambushing him was possible when he had presence detection. Around them, there were other people who were enjoying killing each other like that non-stop. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the fourth round was perfect for a violent person like him. He killed without a second thought. With the absorption rune in his possession, this situation was basically a feast for him to enjoy. Considering the color of his name, he figured he had killed around 10 people. That guy was going to need the removal ability a few times after this. The man was thoroughly enjoying the mood of the situation. He could hardly believe his attributes increased every time he killed another player. It was the most amazing thing he'd seen so far. He knew his stats could go up when killing monsters, but didn't expect the same to apply to players. He had the Absorption rune, whose effects included increased accumulation when killing enemies, and once full, it granted a random attribute. So he kept killing non-stop again and again. Now it looked like he had gained a lot of accumulation points, probably due to the levels. They were around his level and the accumulation increased a lot, and he wonders what would happen if he killed the Black Reaper, curious about how much he'd gain. It might be possible to fill the entire bar in one go and even get an immediate attribute. But it didn't matter now. Who knew what could happen if he messed with that guy without thinking? For now, he intended to get his hands on those other players and advance even more than usual. He apologizes mentally as he kills. It wasn't personal, but he was still smiling the whole time. He even laughs because this really could relieve his stress. He hadn't been able to hunt properly because of that other guy until now. This round was made specifically for him to take advantage of others. No one else benefited from killing players. But his attributes were increasing and he could get even stronger, and his Absorption rune just kept rising. Above all, his prey kept reappearing and coming back to him, looking for revenge after being killed. And he wonders if there could be an even better opportunity than this. He couldn't even say how many he'd managed to kill so far. He needed to kill as many as possible to get to the top and wonders where he should go next. Suddenly, the one who appears in his path is the Black Reaper, who immediately announces the Night of Death. That caught everyone by surprise because suddenly everything was getting dark while they were all busy fighting. And beyond that, Ryuman's sight became transparent, but whenever it was, they should be careful of the attack that was coming. But his head ended up flying off before he could even understand what happened, and the protagonist made the move without thinking. Being the Black Reaper, he should have avoided him instead of facing him head-on so carelessly. Meanwhile, everyone's swords were clashing, trying to kill each other while Yeonmin just watched. Beside him, he sees a girl waking up and is shocked because she revived. It looked like people really could come back to life after 10 minutes. And he smiles because it was great. They had set everyone up to kill each other, and this was his chance to get revenge on those who stabbed him in the back. That makes him laugh, ready to take them all down. And he looks for Kim Sung-in because he wanted to finish him off with his own hands. Finally, Yeongmin finds Kim, laughing because he was a complete idiot for being scared over just one penalty. Yeongmin runs at Kim, who freezes and turns to him in shock, but is immediately punched in the face by Yeongmin. Kim flies backward and writhes on the ground after the blow, but Yeongmin grabs him by the collar to deal even more damage. He had said before that he would kill him if he ever saw him again, and Yeongmin challenges him to do it now that he had the chance. After beating Kim with his bare hands, Yeongmin sighs because it really was refreshing to get revenge. Now he was ready to find the others and take down each of them too, without any trouble. If there was a hell, it was probably like this. A battlefield where people were constantly killing each other. A killing field filled with nothing but murderous intent, and it left Erin a bit tense as she held her blood-stained weapon. Beside her, Sang-hyul asks if she's tired and she stammers that she's fine. It was just that her mental state was worse than her physical one. Sang-hyul could handle the life or death situation, but the real issue was how Erin would deal with it. If her mental state got bad and she couldn't function, he didn't know how he'd face the director afterward. Suddenly, someone grabs her by the hair and raises their sword to kill Erin while she's distracted. But Sang-hyul is faster and jumps in to save her, deflecting the attacker's sword and confronting him. After stabbing the man, Sang-hyul tells Erin to finish the job. And even though she hesitates a lot, she finally gives in and does it. Despite everything, Erin could do what was asked of her, even if she was trembling through the whole ordeal. She asks how much longer they'd have to keep doing this, and he replies that it was for about 1 more hour. Erin feels like just watching the battlefield and hearing the sounds was slowly breaking her from the inside. She still didn't understand why everyone was so determined to kill each other like this, and Sang-hyul observes that she was just too weak. It seemed like she was acting like the delicate flower she was, and he says if she was tired, she should take the chance to rest. After all, she had killed about 50 people by now, and Erin agrees that that really should be enough. Sang-hyul believed that would be enough to get her on the scoreboard, so she could leave the rest to him. Erin thanks him, but it was Sang-hyul who wanted to thank her. Now he didn't have to carry someone else anymore. He could focus entirely on his own score and continue the battle, and so about 10 minutes remained until the end of that round. With that in mind, Ryuman feels that the 4th round was always the most exhausting of them all, but even so, he couldn't afford to miss any of the possible rewards, especially those for first place in all regions. That was of great importance. He needed to keep progressing and reach the 20th round no matter what happened. There was no way to know how strong the final boss would be, so he had to become as powerful as possible to avoid any problems. So Ryuman keeps going after everyone who always screamed in desperation when they saw the Black Reaper nearby. However, at this point, some were relieved because they weren't killed. Ryuman felt there was no need to kill someone who had already killed once. That's because in the 4th round, ranking wasn't determined by the number of people killed. You couldn't keep killing the same person over and over. It was necessary to kill a wide variety of different people. Even if you killed someone 50 or 100 times, it would only count as one actual kill in the end. Which means he shouldn't have been killing like that other crazy psychopath who repeated his prey over and over again. That also applied to Yeongmin, who kept beating the people that had wronged him non-stop. It was shocking that Yeongmin was killing his 3 former friends in the same corner again and again non-stop. It must have been hard for them to survive that round, and Yongmin even beat their bodies while shouting at them to resurrect faster. If Yongmin killed them as soon as they respawn, they wouldn't be able to kill anyone else afterward. There was only 1 minute left now. There wasn't much time, and Ryumin needed to use it to rack up as many points as possible. He had managed to kill a great number of people, but couldn't remember those he hadn't seen yet. At least Ryumin could recall their faces and plan to eliminate the ones he couldn't remember. There wasn't much time, so he had to kill them quickly, and the protagonist swiftly finished them off with his scythe. Finally, suddenly, a barrier enveloped all the players still standing, and the angel laughed, asking if they had enjoyed themselves enough. It looked like they had killed people just like them. There was no way something like that could be fun. The angel knew it and was just teasing. The angel sighed at the sight of so much blood left behind. The place had turned into a huge mess, but she congratulated them for doing a good job killing each other. And she wanted to bring back those who were killed before they checked how the scoreboard turned out after everything. Ryumin knew she was pretending like she was saving their lives, but in truth, the system was doing all the work for her. Then, everyone was revived, and those who had lost body parts also recovered quickly. Then, Yangmin's former friends screamed at him because they were killed multiple times and wanted revenge for that. They shouted that Yangmin was even worse than Cho Jung-sik, but Yangmin was just smiling because they were all idiots. In the middle of this argument, the angel tells them all to shut up. Any human who spoke would now have their head exploded. With that, all the players fall silent, and she smiles because it looked like they had finally all gone quiet. Now that they were all gathered again, they could stop to check the results. But before that, they had to see the secret mission of that round. The players are surprised to hear that there was a secret mission this time too, and the angel laughs because it was obvious there would be. She even calls them idiots. Thus, the secret mission was revealed, to eliminate the regional representative within the time limit. They're shocked to see that, and the angel laughs, agreeing that it's exactly what they're seeing after all. Only one person completed the secret mission in their region, and that person was the Black Reaper, who did it from start to finish. Now that they had heard about it, they all realized that Ryumin had killed Hwang Yangmin as soon as the round began. It was really a problem becoming the regional representative, and that round was just a bonus after all. If they had known, they would have gone after Yangmin from the start, but the protagonist got ahead and ended that opportunity before anyone else. Meanwhile, Yangmin was still shocked to hear that he had really been killed by Ryumin. Now he had nothing to rely on. He didn't have the authority commands that were part of his temporary ability before. All of that was lost. Earlier, the protagonist had said he would help him avoid becoming a target, but Yangmin realized too late that the protagonist also took his title as representative in the process. That when the angel says they can stop and look at the final results, everyone must be curious about how the ranking was determined. And she explains that they were ranked according to each person's unique kills. Even if you killed the same person several times, it only counted as one kill. Everyone is shocked to learn that. It seemed like it hadn't been about killing as many as possible from the beginning. And the angel laughs, calling them idiots for thinking things could be that simple. In any case, she snaps her fingers so they can check the results without further delay, and the system displays the ranking once more. As expected, the Black Reaper was in first place with 722 kills, followed by Stupid Idiots and the Celestial Demon across all regions. The Black Reaper also triumphed in his own region, followed by Little Baby Bird and An Sankyo. The angel laughs upon realizing that the Black Reaper came in first place again, but Ryumin remains perfectly serious as he stares at her. Around him, the players whisper among themselves about his new achievement. He killed 700 people, and it was shocking that he had managed to pull it off. There should have been only about 1,000 gathered, and even so, Ryumin managed to kill around 70% of them by himself. It was madness. And the angel praises him because he achieved such a feat on his own. It was truly impressive, his efforts. She thought he deserved a reward for it, and Ryumin receives congratulations from the system for completing his mission in first place in his own region and across all others. As the top ranker in his region, he would receive a rare armor ticket, and as the top ranker across all regions, he would receive a special reward selection chest. A rare armor ticket was a decent item. Ryumin needed to replace his armor anyway, so it wasn't bad at all. Then the system asked the protagonist to choose one of the following armors: the Shining Bronze Armor, the Bloodthirsty Assassin's Garments, or the Robe of Shadows. He chooses the second one. They were the Bloodthirsty Assassin's Garments, a rare rank armor with powerful effects. The bloodthirsty garments used by an assassin still carried the scent of blood, but granted certain effects. Then came the special reward, and Ryumin had to choose between a 50% attribute boost limited to the 5th round, 5,000 gold, or information about the 5th round. In exchange, the secret mission for round 5 would have a great reward, but the difficulty would be quite high. Considering that difficulty, the attribute boost would be very useful, and he immediately chose the first option. The angel then asks everyone to check their rankings, as they knew. The minimum rank to survive in their region was 521. Those below that would be cut, and the angel begins preparing to make that happen and eliminate the ones to be discarded. Suddenly, some players begin to glow, and they tremble, begging the angel to wait before doing anything. They were worried because this time they might actually die for real. They didn't want to lose their lives and pleaded with her. Everyone was begging for mercy, and Yeoman felt relieved because he survived. He barely made it. All around, while everyone screamed for help, Erin covered her ears so she wouldn't hear anything while being watched by her bodyguard. A little while later, those voices disappeared, and the system announces that their spirits would be transferred back to their bodies in the real world. The 5th round would begin on May 1st, 2023, and they bid farewell to all the players for now. Meanwhile, in the real world, Section Chief runs to speak with the president, who was lying in bed. The president sits up, asking what he was doing there. He didn't remember calling for anyone to begin with, and explains that Kyung wasn't responding, so he rushed there, apologizing because everything was quite chaotic. He thought something might have happened to the president, and the president asked back what could possibly have happened, laughing because it seemed like thought he was going to die in the 4th round. He hadn't even seen the final results yet, and admits he had seen them. Kyung finished in 3rd place, but he was still worried because it was such a brutal round. Kyung sits up, saying that's exactly why he went straight to bed when it ended. He was completely exhausted upon returning. That made sense to him because he killed 433 people. If they added the ones he killed multiple times, it would be much more than that. He gained several abilities, but it was still shocking because the Black Reaper was truly a monster who didn't even seem human, and suggests that he should be an active member of the Special Forces. If they thought of someone with that level of confidence and skill in South Korea, that's what he should be, in his opinion. Then Kyung goes quiet, thinking about the Black Reaper. The more he thought about him, the more amazing he seemed. No matter what his identity was, it would be much easier to advance by cooperating with someone like him. He should ask the Prophet about the Black Reaper at some point, and then praises how the Prophet had previously said the 4th round would be exactly as it was. He had been a bit skeptical before seeing it with his own eyes, and the president agrees he felt the same way. The 4th round would no longer be about killing monsters. Instead, a massacre would take place. Hearing that from Ryumin made Kyung tense. It would be a brutal scenario where players killed each other, and because of that, he couldn't lower his guard. And now asks what they should do about it, and Kyung doesn't understand what he's referring to. He wanted to know about the Prophet Ryumin, and asks if Kyung thought they should start working together again from now on. And Kyung agrees that it was obvious. He was a major investor who owned about 31% of their shares, so he didn't have much authority there. To be perfectly honest, it could be said that the company's future was truly in his hands. Then asks if he meant that he would completely change the company's operations as he had suggested. And the president asks what else he could do about it. He said the company would grow that way. Besides, even putting all that aside, they needed him on their side, and Kyung says they couldn't underestimate the Prophet. It didn't matter how old he was, nor could they let themselves be consumed by ego. Even if he did something they didn't like, they should keep working with him. Only that way could they reap all the benefits of a true prophet like Ryumin after all. And agrees with the president's words, stating that he would pay close attention to how he treated Ryumin from that day on. With that, he decides they should contact Ryumin immediately and say that if he had time, they would like to hold a celebration party to commemorate surviving. And also, the president says to tell him to invite his family, and to also call the actress Seo to compliment the gathering, and asks if that means inviting Erin to dinner, and Kyung agrees, saying a celebrity should be quite useful. Meanwhile, Ryumin met with Min, who greeted him with relief because he seemed well after everything that happened. She asks what happened for the protagonist to call her out like that, just to eat out of the blue. The protagonist replies that it was just a celebration for surviving, no need to worry too much. And she responds that if it wasn't too much for him, she thought she could be pampered a bit by her rich friend that day. In the car, Min thanks the Prophet because she was able to prepare for the 4th round thanks to him, and he asks if she ever considered the possibility that he had been lying to her from the beginning, but she replies that it should be impossible. There was no reason to do that, and Ryumin smiles, thanking her for believing in his words. Then Min asks why he's thanking her when she should be the one grateful. If he hadn't told her she needed to kill at least 30 different people, it would have been the end. But Ryumin feels that she didn't actually need to be thankful. Even if he hadn't told her that, Min Julie would have survived thanks to her protection rune. Also, her will to live was much stronger than it seemed. The protagonist thought that unlike Erin, she couldn't be considered a delicate rose, but maybe a weed that just kept growing ever since. So Ryumin takes her out to eat, and she thanks him for it. Despite that, Ryumin laughs because Min was always thanking him constantly, but Min was a bit nervous. She didn't know if she could really do this after killing someone. Min only came because Ryumin called her, but eating felt like too much. He asks why she isn't eating, and Ryumin feels like she might end up being consumed by guilt at that rate. Min stammers that she wasn't that hungry, and he asks if it was because she had killed someone, which makes her go quiet. Then Ryumin asks her not to feel guilty about it. She also couldn't keep blaming herself too much. It was necessary in order to survive, and even if Min agrees, it was still complicated. It wasn't just her, but everyone else was in a life or death situation, and even with Min insisting on that, Ryumin asks her to stop. If she kept going like that in the future, she would just end up sitting around feeling bad about herself. And he asks what would happen to her family if she didn't wake up. After all, They all had a family waiting for them. Thinking about that, Min realizes that if she didn't wake up, her father would probably end up very worried. Finally, Min agrees with him. She hadn't been thinking about her family, and maybe that was what brought her so far on her own. So Min thanks the protagonist, who responds that it's nothing. He just wanted her to enjoy the meal and leave those thoughts aside. They eat, and she praises the food, saying it was really good. She felt the stress from the fourth round was gone. Later, Min thanks him for the food, and Ryumin is surprised because it was the first time she called him by name. And Min laughs when she realizes it, asking if she could call him by name like that, something he agrees to. Ryumin feels that her mood was good. Now he could get straight to the point, so he finally brings up the real reason he called her there that day. It was to tell Min about the information regarding the fifth round, and she freezes in surprise because the protagonist was able to see the future so quickly. He states that the fifth round would be much harder than all the ones before, and all the regions would be united. Min is surprised to hear about the regions, and the protagonist continues explaining that the regions were previously separated, but now they would be united as one. She asks if that meant they could meet this time, and Ryumin agrees, but the fifth round wasn't just about that. They would meet in the fifth round. Since they would be in the same area, he was sure she would try to find him. But he needed to find her while hiding his identity, and to do that, Ryumin asks her to listen to what he had to say. As he had said before, the fifth round would be quite complicated. There was a chance they wouldn't be able to make it through this time. But there was a method they could use, and Min asks what it was, and he says it was related to the Black Reaper. She should find him and ask for his help. That definitely caught her off guard, and she asks if the Black Reaper was the same guy who was ranked first in all the regions. Ryumin agrees, but Min was still terrified at the idea of asking the Black Reaper for help in the fifth round. The protagonist explains that it wasn't exactly about asking for help, but cooperating with him specifically during this round. She would need a temporary alliance with him. That was how she could survive if she wanted to pass the fifth round. Min questions whether he would really work with her, considering the Black Reaper was level 30 and she was much weaker. Ryumin replies that her ability was a buff. The Black Reaper would also mean something like that. It could be a symbiotic relationship. The girl agrees that it would be good to finish the round with help from someone like that, but she was still hesitating. Min confesses that she's worried. She didn't know if the Black Reaper would accept her as an ally because she had just a small buff. Ryumin thinks it wasn't something so small. In fact, she was amazing, and assures Min that the Black Reaper would definitely work with her. Not just in this round, but in the next as well. He had seen a part of the future, so she shouldn't worry. Hearing that makes Min a bit less tense, and she thanks Ryumin again because he always shared important information. And he replies that it's all right. It was the least he could do as her friend. So Min asks if he could reach out his hand to her for a second. She believes she needed to offer something in return, and so she also extends her hand to pass something to the protagonist. And he smiles at her, thanking Min for her words. He knew she couldn't live in debt to someone else. Now she could go home and use that. All of Ryumin's attributes increased by 50% due to the effect of a skill called Blessing. His current kill count was 100 out of 100. All of his attributes could now be increased by 100% thanks to the effect of the Slaughter rune. With the effect of Min's Blessing and the bonus from the Slaughter rune after killing 100 worms to activate it, his attributes were quite high. He opens his status window to check things, discovering to his surprise that he had reached 84 luck. He thought he could expect some good things with that much luck, and so Ryumin draws a card from the system. It was a random selection token for a low-tier mana stone. If it were a normal person, they'd be praying for good results because it was influenced by luck. But praying wasn't for them now, and the angel also intended to start a new game. On the first day of each month for 20 rounds, humans would be transported to a new dimension, and so a game would begin. That's how the whole story started. Even though Ryumin didn't know, he was certain that all of this was the work of a god. It was impossible for anyone else to drag 1.8 billion people into a deadly game without being something like that. There was definitely a god behind all of this, a god who was playing with humans like they were dolls. If he ever reached the point where he could earn a wish after finishing the 20th round after that, Ryumin wanted that god to be annihilated. So he uses the random selection token, successfully obtaining 5 low-tier mana stones. The protagonist was shocked to see that because 5 was an impressive number. It seemed like cursing the gods gave a good result. Now Ryumin could start combining. First, he decides to put the 2 red low-tier crystals together and combine them. Thus, he receives a red low-tier mana crystal. When combining mana crystals of the same rank and color this way, it would result in a higher crystal. With the purple crystal he got from Marin and the one he received from the token, he combines them to get a purple low-tier mana crystal. Now, by combining the crystal with an item, he manages to embed it in the assassin's hood, imbuing it with an extra 2% damage. Now he could take the opportunity to combine all the other things, so the shadow gloves were imbued with 2 more points in all attributes. The resistance ring gained 2 more points in luck, and his cunning long boots also received 2 more points in agility. He would separate the dark blue mana crystal from the hunter's armor. The bloodthirsty assassin's outfit was imbued with 1% damage reduction. With that, he used all the mana crystals he had. It was definitely worth getting the buff after exchanging the information. Now he could prepare to meet McKumlock, and upon leaving his room, he met with his brother One to talk. He tells him how he was invited to a party as a partner and would start working with him in the future. One knew he was talking about the company Ryuman invested in, the one with the Osun Group's successor as president. One gets emotional, asking if he should really go to a place like that, and Ryuman smiles because the president himself said he could bring his family. So it would all be fine. Suddenly there's a knock at the door and one stands up trembling because they have probably come to pick them up. The two go to the door and meet N, who greets them, saying he was there to escort them to the dinner location. One recognizes him because they had seen him before, and Ryuman explains that this was his brother, to which the man apologizes for the late introduction. He says he is section chief in Central. They had probably met before under different circumstances. One agrees and takes the card offered by Anne, who says that even though he already apologized to Ryuman, he still asks forgiveness from One for the rude behavior he showed before. His party was an apology and he hoped it wouldn't be a bother. Then he guided them outside because the limousine was ready. They head to McKimlock's hotel, and soon they meet Ryuman, though One was trembling nervously beside him the whole time. The one who came to greet them was Kyung himself, smiling as he saw Ryuman was alive and relieved because of it. The two greet each other and Kyung asks about his brother and Ryuman says his name was One, his younger brother. Kyung greets One and introduces himself as President McKimlock from Celestial Demon Consultations. The boy gets so nervous greeting the president that he uses the wrong hand to shake his. Putting that aside, Kyung asks if One was a player too, and he quickly stammers that he wasn't. The protagonist explains that he was only 14 years old, and Kyung comments that it was indeed a great stroke of luck to avoid playing a deadly game just by 1 year. He was almost jealous of One, and Ryuman mentally laughs at that kind of comment, thinking differently. Then the president guides them through the hotel. Even if it was simple, the party was prepared in the best way possible to welcome them. They arrive at the place where a chef and a large table full of delicious dishes were waiting for them. One was impressed with how fancy the place was, and Kyung remarks that he must be quite hungry. Even if it wasn't much, he believed they could be satisfied with what had been prepared. Hearing that, One became worried that he was being mocked, but Ryuman smiles and asks him to come along. Then Kyung asks them to eat first before anything else, but suddenly someone else opens the door to enter the room. Turning around, the protagonist is surprised to see that the person who entered was Erin. She had also been invited to the dinner. The two exchange glances, but Erin ignores Ryuman while Kyung stands up upon realizing she had finally arrived. She apologizes because she had to attend the funeral of another actor and ended up arriving late for dinner. And the president says he understands that she must have been busy, but more importantly, this was the company's top investor he had mentioned earlier. Kyung formally introduces Ryuman, and Erin turns to introduce herself to him as an actress. However, she recognizes the two brothers because they were the same people who had been handing out rice cakes after moving in. Ryuman agrees that it was indeed them, and Erin smiles upon realizing that her neighbors were major investors, which was great. Still, she was surprised because he looked younger than her, but was already a big investor. It almost felt like the president was joking with her. While One grows tense trying to respond, recognizing Erin immediately, Ryuman tries to calm him down a bit. He realizes that One probably didn't know about the relationship between McKimlock and Siu Erin, and must have been surprised that she suddenly showed up there. But more importantly than that, perhaps One's reaction was the most common one, considering Erin was considered beautiful. It seemed like he should probably act interested too, so Ryuman pretended to be at least mildly interested in Erin. That caught Kyung's attention. After all, he was quite young, so it meant that even the prophet was still a man. It really was a good idea to invite Erin to the event, and he asked her to take a seat, knowing she must be hungry too. She didn't mean to feel pressured and should enjoy the meal, and so they all sat down to eat together. Then Kyung asked the investor if the food was to his liking. He had told his chefs to be extra careful with the dishes, and Ryuman agrees that it was delicious, and Kyung asks One if it tasted good, which made the boy nervous, but he quickly nodded. It was the first time One had ever eaten like this, and the president smiled, happy to know it was delicious. It had been a good idea to have the chefs put in a little extra effort to please their two guests. Kyung noticed that Ryuman didn't have other family members and asked why he had brought only his brother to the dinner. The protagonist says their family was just the two of them. Their parents had died a long time ago. And Kyung apologizes for asking, almost feeling like he had stepped on a landmine and touched on something too sensitive. He wondered why he asked such a stupid question. Now the good atmosphere had been completely ruined. Nervous, Kyung felt he should stay quiet until the mood could recover somehow through conversation. Then it was time for dessert to be brought out, and Kyung felt that someone should try to lighten the mood. Mentally, he asked for Erin to look at them for a moment, but the girl was too busy drinking. Then suddenly he stood up and asked to speak with Erin, and even though surprised, she agreed. The two stepped out, and Kyung began speaking with Erin, first asking if the food was good, and she agreed that it was. Then he stared at her deeply and threateningly, asking if she thought he invited her just to feed her. Obviously, he had invited her to create a good atmosphere, yet she had remained completely quiet. So Erin apologized. She thought she had just been invited to a party, and Kyung sighed, because he had never invited her for that reason alone. He asked if the section chief hadn't said anything about who Ryuman was, and Erin guessed he must be a big investor. And he agrees that he was a major investor, but also a prophet, which completely caught Erin by surprise. Kyung explains that he was a prophet, and as she might imagine, from a unique class that could see the future. She should now understand that they needed to keep him in good mood. They'd be in trouble if they couldn't learn about the next round ahead of time. That's why she should use her pretty face to compliment the prophet and smile at him, making the most of those traits. And do whatever it took to win the prophet's heart. Erin becomes nervous and respectfully replies that she hadn't thought about it that way. However, Kyung insists that, as the president, he created an opportunity for her to succeed as an actress, so she should repay the favor. She didn't need to worry about tricks or methods, she just needed to do enough to improve the investor's mood. With her silence, the president asks why she wasn't answering, and she slowly ends up being forced to agree. The president tells them to return, saying he would be watching to make sure she was doing things correctly. When they return, Kyung asks if they waited too long. They were delayed because of some business talks. It seemed the dinner was over, so the president suggests changing locations, and Ryumin and Won prepare to leave. And Kyung thinks he already told the actress everything she needed to do, but she was still hesitating too much for some reason. Then suddenly, it was Won who approached Erin to talk, stammering about how he was a huge fan, and that she looked even prettier in person than in her pictures. That made her smile, thanking him for the compliments, and Won asked if it would be possible to take pictures together later, only if she had time. Faced with that shy behavior, Erin kept smiling and agreed to the request, and Kyung was surprised by it. It seemed like Won was more interested in her, so he should change his plans. Kyung sends a message to shift the target and approach the younger brother first. Erin felt bad about having to deceive a fan who had approached her with nothing but genuine admiration and no hidden motives. Kyung thinks that if they could bring Won to their side, then the older brother would end up following without a choice. With that, they could obtain information about the next round more easily by getting closer. Soon, Kyung guided them to a private room prepared for extra VIP guests, where they could order as many drinks as they wanted. Won nervously said he was still a student and couldn't drink alcohol, and the president laughed, understanding his point. He could drink non-alcoholic options. So he told Section Chief to request this special treatment and a non-alcoholic drink for Student 1. When it stepped out, the protagonist commented that he couldn't drink either, and Kyung was caught off guard. But he still suggested that since Ryumin was almost of age, he could use the opportunity to try drinking for the first time. At that moment, Ryumin asked Erin if she could go out to take a photo with his brother, and the girl immediately agreed. When the two stepped out, the protagonist started talking to the president, asking if he really thought he was such an easy person. That made Kyung nervous, asking what he meant by that, but Ryumin asked if by any chance he had completely forgotten that he was from the prophet class. Considering he could foresee the future, did he really think he wouldn't be able to see his conversation with Erin after walking out? At that, Kyung fell silent, and the protagonist asked how he thought they could work together like this when things were being done behind his back. Therefore, he said he should stop hiding things from him, and Kyung swallowed hard at the accusation. It seemed Ryumin knew about his conversation with Erin from the beginning, but he didn't know how that was possible. It seemed he had also foreseen that new future, and the protagonist said he knew Kyung had asked Erin to try to win him over. Kyung quickly apologized in case he had offended him. He just wanted them to become close friends. But Ryumin retorted that he had crossed the line when he decided to use his brother instead. The president was caught off guard because Ryumin really knew everything, and in the end, he bowed and apologized. He admitted to making a foolish decision and intended to fix things so that anything that displeased him would be removed. Since he was sincerely apologizing, Ryumin would let it go, saying he would pretend he hadn't heard the words he said to Erin. That made the president grateful because he had been given another chance, and at that moment, An also returned. However, Kyung immediately told him to leave, and the section chief was left confused, not understanding the reason. And Kyung explained that there was something he needed to discuss alone with the VIP, so he asked An to guide the others to the room next door. And agreed and left again, and Kyung cursed mentally because he had planned to use Erin to lighten the mood, but things only got worse. Ryumin asked if he happened to want information about the next round, and the president was surprised to learn that he also knew about his intentions. The reason he had accepted the invitation was to give information about the 5th round anyway, but if he kept being treated like this, giving that information and forming a partnership would be complicated. Those words made the president repeat that he was truly sorry, begging to be forgiven for this one mistake. Ryumin said he shouldn't hide anything from him from now on, he should trust him unconditionally above all else. He also expected that Kyung wouldn't offer any suggestions about how to manage the company. He believed he could convince the other shareholders during the meeting. Kyung immediately agreed that he would do his best to keep them in line, and the protagonist smiled, promising that he would do his best to make the company grow. Now he would give the information Kyung had been wanting so badly, and Kyung smiled. But his smile quickly faded when Ryumin said the 5th round would be the hardest of all so far. But he didn't need to worry, there weren't many problems for Kyung, and he asked what the mission would be. The protagonist said it was the mission to kill 300 orcs, but it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Besides that, the regions would all be merged. Since their numbers had been dropping, the previously separate regions would now all be placed together. Kyung asked if they could meet players from other regions, such as the Black Reaper for example. Ryumin replied that he wouldn't be in the same region as the Black Reaper, which disappointed Kyung. But he asked if the protagonist knew the true identity of the Black Reaper, and Ryuman said he didn't know about that, but he would be meeting him soon. Mentally, the protagonist laughed because they had already met, and he continues sharing more important details, because he knew Kyung was looking for a person, someone called Hwang Yangmin. That caught Kyung by surprise again, asking how he could know that even without him ever mentioning it. And Ryuman reminded him of how he had said before that there was no point in hiding anything from him anyway. Sighing, the president realized that, just as he thought, Ryuman's future vision rune was truly beyond his imagination. If by any chance Ryuman knew who he was, Kyung would like to know, but the protagonist immediately told him to stop investigating. The president couldn't understand the reason behind that, and the protagonist explained that he would end up suffering a great loss if he touched him. Kyung asked for more details about that, and Ryuman said it was all he could say for now. When Kyung stopped to reflect on it, the protagonist smiled to himself, thinking he was only keeping him alive because he was still useful. Then the president finally agreed to stop investigating Yangmin and suggested they return to the party. They would keep things alcohol-free, and so they left even though Kyung was furious inside and wanting to vent that night. Meanwhile, in the rain-filled streets, a blood-covered person was running in desperation. He was desperate because he heard footsteps behind him. Someone wielding a sword, ready to strike him again. He was slashed in the legs and fell to the ground screaming when Kyung ordered him to shut up if he didn't want his tongue cut out. The man asked why Kyung was doing this and what he had done wrong, and Kyung sighed because he was persistent for someone who took advantage of minors. Even faced with the accusation, the man responded that it was a long time ago, he had served his sentence and was now free from his sins. Now he was just a regular old man, but Kyung swung his sword again, striking him full force and listening to his screams, and told him to shut his mouth if he wanted to avoid a slow and painful death. He attracted witnesses to the alley. The number of corpses would only grow. With the man holding back tears, Kyung said it was better that way, at least his hearing hadn't gone bad with age. But he really should find it disgusting that a piece of trash like him was still alive after all this time. And suddenly Kyung's power began to surge, engulfing the man who was still screaming as he sank into the shadows. If his black mana wasn't on cooldown, he would have been able to kill him in a mere instant. But there was nothing to be done. He needed black mana to use black aura, and to recharge his black mana, he had to take other people's lives. And when he killed people, he gained much more mana than when focusing only on killing monsters. For someone like him who enjoyed killing criminals, the Black Knight class was definitely the perfect one to enjoy. Clearing out the trash relieved his stress, and so Kyung used his black sword skill to consume what was left of the man. But as he suspected, he couldn't consume corpses. The black aura only fed on the life force of a living target. And suddenly he felt something behind him, quickly turning around, but saw that it was just a cat. Kyung sighed. It was impossible for there to be witnesses to what he was doing, but he had lured the man into an alley, away from others' sight, before the sun rose. But in truth, there could be only one person aware of his actions, and that someone was Ryuman, the great prophet. He could have seen a scene like this using a future vision rune. In that case, it meant he had approached Kyung knowing he was a serial killer. That made Kyung smile, finding him quite interesting. So he called for section chief and to come clean up the trash for him. 2 weeks after the party with McKyunglok, Ryuman still didn't have any kind of commitments and decided to stay home. He needed to rest a little because he was always thinking about the future, but that rest would end that day. It was time to take a new step, and a protagonist decided to join a group of players who would change the world order of players. It was time to get one of the 5 runes that could be obtained in real life. It was the cloning rune, which would be very useful. The news was spreading that 1.8 billion people had been dragged into the other world, and the number had dropped to 90 million in just 3 months. The economy was at risk with the death of younger generations, and the nation's schools were shutting down. There was also the eternal mourning of parents and siblings who were suffering around the world with all the losses. Many people had died just in the 4th round, but that boy thought they were all useless bastards. The latest news was spreading about the most recent events happening around the world related to the players. The student thought it was all a huge mess. They would have done the same if they were players. There shouldn't be any problem in doing whatever you wanted before dying. Those people were all damn conservatives. That's why they shouldn't keep putting them under pressure all the time, telling them to do nothing. It was all because of the rules and restrictions. It was because of that they were destroying everything now, and the students sighed because it didn't matter anymore. No one could stop him. He was a player now and better than everyone. And after destroying the room and killing all those people, he wondered who could be his next target. He ended up killing people in real life, but he felt nothing and wondered if it was because he had gone through the hell of the 4th round. However, 1 stack per person was too cheap, and he wondered if it was because all the people he had taken the life of were civilians. The 4th round was really fun. It was better than killing monsters. Now he wanted to kill players, who gave more stacks. That's when he came across an online player community forum and realized he could join the forum and meet those people in real life, all to make it easier to kill other players, and so he decided to join one of the forums. It was the nation's first online forum to help players. They conducted interviews to make sure only players became members of the community. The questions were quite simple, and if answered incorrectly, entry would be denied. They asked for name, address, and phone number, as well as level and class in the other world, along with a username. They also requested the zone and rounds participated in, along with agreement to take part in the interview. Shim was surprised because they wanted all of his personal information and, on top of that, an interview. It was too much, but even so, he needed to get in there in order to find and meet other players. The other players probably would never imagine that there was someone among them who wanted to kill other players. Later, Shin went to what was supposed to be the right place, and the interviewer asked him to come to a cafe in Wabu by noon, wearing whatever he wanted. That was supposed to be the place, but he was irritated because they had called him to the middle of nowhere. Not even buses passed there. Shim was furious and ready to kill the interviewer if he annoyed him, but entering the cafe took him by surprise. The place was more modern than he expected, but it seemed there were only 2 customers sitting in the space. A man stood up, asking if he was the one being interviewed to join the JMM group. Shim slowly agreed, and the man asked for his username, to which he replied it was Black Flame Dragon in Hand. Then the man greeted him politely. He was the interviewer, and his username was my age 30. Shim was caught off guard because the interviewer was also a player, and the man laughed even if he didn't look like it. He had apparently turned 30 that year. The interviewer guided Shim to sit down and introduced the other player, who was called Little Cockle. He was there for the interview as well, and the interviewer introduced Cockle to the new arrival. The two might end up becoming companions and should greet each other, and Shim wondered if that fish-faced idiot was really a player too. He looked like a very weak person and greeted him while sitting next to the other player. Shim commented on how he thought business wasn't going well, there weren't many customers, and he didn't see any part-time workers around. The interviewer smiled, responding that the place was pretty far from the city, which was why they rented it for the interview. Then, Shim understood that he had rented the place, but the owner should be present, and the interviewer explained that the owner was in the kitchen preparing food. It was a cafe, but they also served meals, and Shim was even more surprised because there weren't any security cameras there. No one would find out if he killed the 2 and fled, but he didn't want to waste the opportunity just to take the lives of 2 people. So Shim asked if they could start the interview, and the interviewer said they were still waiting for one more person. They could start as soon as that person arrived, and Shim asked if there would be only 3 of them in total. The interviewer agreed, explaining that the scheduled time had passed a bit, so they just needed to wait a little longer. That's when the 3rd person finally appeared and entered, and the interviewer approached, asking if he was there for JMM. When asked for his username, he replied that it was Black Reaper, which excited the interviewer. A few days earlier, a group of people had gathered for an online meeting and warmly welcomed Yami and all the others. Everyone except for the player named Jam Made of Honey was present, so they needed to begin the meeting for the 3rd week of April. The person asks Lost Yark how many people entered the forum that week, and he replies that it was around 2,000. It was much more than the previous week. The number of players had been dropping month by month, but the number of players joining the forum was increasing every week. He thought the article talking about them ended up drawing attention. At that moment, when asked who hired the journalists, the woman named Kim Yi-dan replies that it was her. They are surprised because they didn't know she had connections in that kind of field, and Kim explains it was part of a new connection. The man says it's amazing, he wouldn't expect less from a long-time member, and then asks Lost Yark how many of the 2,000 were skilled. The man replies that if they exclude classless players and those below level 10, they'd have around 1,200 people. He asks how many could actually be useful, and someone else replies that they would talk about that now. A notorious player from Zone 5 SKS 45-5 was Black Flame Dragon in Hand. He was a regular level 10 warrior, but he ranked 3rd within his own zone, which was impressive. He must have had a good rune for his level. Otherwise, he would just be lying, but they thought he should be good enough for a candidate for an executive position. When asked if there was anyone else, the man replies there was also Little Cockle from Zone ESKS 122-7, who always stayed between 4th and 10th place. Besides those 2, there were another 50 players within the top 100 of their respective zones. That was quite a lot of people. It seemed they had been busy interviewing all those people for a while. They soon called the attention of my age 30, who was a bit drowsy, and he seems kind of lost in the meeting. It was surprising to see him like that, and they questioned what he was doing the night before to be dozing off in the middle of the meeting. As he tries to respond, the man cuts him off because he didn't want excuses. He should handle the 50 interviews by the next meeting. Otherwise, another high-level candidate might take his place, and the man stammers that he could leave it all in his hands. Then they return to the subject of the Black Reaper, wanting to know if he made contact again. They would have reported it immediately if it had happened, but it was probably true. They would have given him the executive position on the spot if he had joined them. So they asked Kim to have the journalists write more articles, thinking they would need more marketing to try to get the Black Reaper to join them. It was clear she could do that, but Kim wanted to be paid, though she didn't need to worry about any of that. They would definitely reward Kim for her hard work, which made her quite grateful now. Now they can move on to the next topic, but one of them asked to wait because someone just requested to join the forum. That person was the Black Reaper himself, and everyone is shocked to hear that just now, so suddenly. Back to the present, the interviewer was honored to meet the Black Reaper in person, shaking his hand. He asks if it was very difficult to get there, and the Reaper agrees, which makes the man chuckle nervously. Apologizing for that, the interviewer says this was the best private place they knew. But anyway, they acknowledge that he was well-dressed, probably very popular with women. He guides the Reaper to take a seat, mentioning there were 2 other people to do the interview just like him. Then the man who called himself the Black Reaper greets Shim and the hooded person. And the hooded person, Ryumin, introduces himself as Little Cockle, thinking this guy was truly a major bastard. Shim freezes, wondering if this man was really the one who killed him 5 times before in the game. He wished he could ask him directly if they had seen each other in real life for him to be so obsessed with killing him so many times. Then the interviewer asks Shim if there was any problem and if he didn't intend to introduce himself to the others. And he stammers his nickname Black Flame Dragon in hand, but the man pretending to be the Black Reaper says nothing. Shim gets furious because he didn't even intend to respond to his introduction, even though he thought he would recognize him if he said his username. Maybe the Black Reaper didn't even remember his username, even after killing him 5 times. That makes Ryumin wonder if he had acted with such arrogance so many times. He was impressed too, but that guy was a huge fraud. The real name of that guy pretending to be a Black Reaper was Kukurubingbong. He was a professional who does all kinds of scams to make money. Kukuru wasn't anything special at the moment, but in the future, he would receive the cloning rune and become quite famous. It was a reputation more bad than good, actually, because he used the cloning rune for all kinds of crimes. It was a bitter reality where even criminals gained powers from another world, but fortunately Ryumin had managed to meet him as planned. He intended to use Kukuru to obtain the cloning rune, and the interviewer continued. Now that they had introduced themselves, they would confirm their personal information. He starts with Little Cockle, and Ryumin agrees, introducing himself as Kim Sungyan. He was 20 years old, had finished high school, and was currently unemployed. The interviewer comments that he should be a level 13 assassin, and Ryumin agrees that he was exactly that. He had also placed 4th in his zone's ranking, but obviously it was all a big lie except for his username. Little Cockle was a real username. In other words, Ryumin was just pretending to be someone else. But he needed to fulfill the conditions to obtain the cloning rune. The cloning rune required committing a murder in the place where the rune was hidden, all while pretending to be someone else. In the past, Kukuru murdered someone while pretending to be the Black Reaper and received the cloning rune. Then the interviewer proceeds with Black Flame Dragon, and Shim introduces himself. He was 16 years old and in secondary school. The interviewer is surprised because he was the youngest one there, and Ryumin couldn't believe a guy like that was a high school student. He was completely rotten, and he wonders if the interviewer would still treat him kindly if he knew Shim had killed his classmates. That wasn't something a regular student could do, so the interviewer continues, mentioning he was a level 10 warrior and wanted to reach 3rd place in his zone. Shim agrees and asks if he thought he was lying, and the interviewer quickly replies that it was just part of the process, apologizing because he ended up offending him during the process, but it wasn't intentional, and then moves on to interview the Black Reaper. The interviewer asks his name, and the man replies that he was Kim In Hong, 28 years old and a fund manager. He had never been in any position other than 1st in his zone and was level 30. He should be sure by now that his class was Reaper. Therefore, there shouldn't be anything else he needed to check, and the interviewer nervously agrees right away. Ryumin mentally sighs. Fund manager was really a huge lie. He was more like a scammer manager. He would even use his username to borrow money from other players without shame. The interviewer concludes that was all he needed to confirm their identities. Now they could just say why they wanted to join the JMM. Ryumin says the world was dangerous like that nowadays. It was scary to go outside alone like this. He thought it would be better to be with other players, and the interviewer moves on to Shim, wanting to hear his opinion on that, who obviously couldn't say that he was there just to kill other players to get stronger and have fun. And Shim replies that he was there for the same reason as Ryumin. He couldn't go to school and was worried about the next round. Then the interviewer questions the Black Reaper, who replies that he signed up just because there was a forum and it caught his interest. That makes the interviewer let out a cheerful laugh, but Ryumin thinks it was basically a free pass. No matter what he said, the Black Reaper would come out ahead. Then the interviewer agrees that everyone gave quite satisfactory answers. They could now move on to the final part of the interview. Suddenly, he states that they would need to kill someone to pass the final part of the interview, simply giving a bizarre smile. Nervously, the protagonist questions the reason for needing to kill, and the interviewer shoots him a glare, stating that he must not have understood how things work, deciding then to help him understand because surely he must have read the articles. But the government began regulating things by turning their backs on them. They were afraid of them because they were more powerful than the government. However, they, the players, would soon rule the world. That world would become a reality much sooner if they worked together. Therefore, there was no need to be restricted by laws. They just had to show the government that players were the law by opposing government regulations. Still pretending to be nervous, Ryumin asks if that was the reason they needed to kill, and the man replies that it was exactly that, all to show the government their strong will, to show that the laws could not control them, and the interviewer hoped that Little Cockle understood that now. After Ryumin agrees, the interviewer proceeds by stating that if any of them didn't want to continue with the final part, they could leave right now. However, if they left now, they shouldn't expect to receive help from them in the future, and Ryumin realizes it was like a cue to blacklist those players. It was meant to pressure them into committing crimes so they wouldn't be able to easily leave the community later after joining. When everyone stays silent, the interviewer smiles because they all seem well prepared, so he would take it as agreement. They would now proceed with the final part, and Shim questions whether they really should continue to kill, since there wasn't anyone around to witness it. But the interviewer smiles, saying they didn't need to worry about anything, everything had been prepared so they could shine. Then he gets up, telling the other players to follow him, when a young woman steps out and asks if they intended to leave already. She says they could stay longer if they wanted because the space was rented, and the interviewer replies that they were in a hurry now. So he asks to use the bathroom, and the woman points out where it was, also deciding to ask a favor while she was at it. The interviewer asks her to get the car from the parking lot for him. He was running a bit late and would appreciate the help. The woman agrees, saying there was no need to worry, and she leaves to go to the car in question. But before she can get into the car, suddenly hands grab her neck and she screams. It was the interviewer who easily took advantage of the helpless prey. Ryumin nervously asks what he was doing, and even Shim questions why it had to be that woman. But the man simply asked back why they were hesitating, ordering all of them to get in the car now. They feel tense because the man had just attacked a cafe owner who was clearly a defenseless person. But they get in the car anyway and drive through the woods, arriving at the place where they could proceed with the final part of the interview. Carrying the unconscious woman inside, he throws her on the ground and asks who would be the first to kill her. He suggests it should be the Black Reaper, and Kukuru agrees to do it, which was expected by the interviewer. But Ryumin asks them to wait, and the interviewer asks what was going on, to which he replies if he could do it in their place. This catches the interviewer by surprise. It was interesting, he hadn't expected him to do that considering how shy he had seemed. But it wasn't a problem for him, and he asked the Black Reaper to let the other handle things for now. Kukuru walks past Ryumin, saying he'd better do a good job since he'd owe him a favor for this. The protagonist agrees, promising he would make good use of the cloning rune, which caught Kukuru off guard. He had no idea what he was talking about. But Ryumin snaps Kukuru's neck in just 1 second, right in front of all of them, and the interviewer freezes in shock. He doesn't know what he just witnessed and demands to know how he dared to kill the Black Reaper in front of him. Ryumin sighs because that man was really noisy, which made the interviewer freeze again because his eyes were like those of a beast. The atmosphere around him was completely different, and he starts to wonder what on earth was happening. Soon, Ryumin receives the notification that he had committed a murder while impersonating someone else. Thus, he fulfilled the activation requirements, discovering the hidden rune, the cloning rune in the current location. The obtained rune would automatically be sealed into the player's body, and Ryumin was pleased. At least pretending to be Little Cockle had been worth it. The interviewer was still questioning the protagonist, wanting to know what he had done and why he killed the Black Reaper. And Ryumin replies that it was because the guy was an idiot who was stealing his identity, obviously. Hearing this, the interviewer asks what that was supposed to mean. He didn't understand how someone could be stealing identity, and says he should have killed that woman, but instead he killed the Black Reaper. He wanted to know why. The protagonist replies that he already explained. He killed that guy because he was a piece of shit, and the interviewer himself was another piece of shit. After making sure the woman was safely covered, Ryumin stands up as the furious interviewer draws his sword. He had heard the insults and was ready to lunge at the protagonist, but froze when he saw what appeared in front of him. Ryumin had drawn his scythe, reminding him that he had called him a piece of shit, but it seemed he had a hearing problem if he couldn't even understand that. This makes the man freeze upon realizing that was his main weapon. He had never seen a player carrying such a giant scythe before. So when he stopped to reflect more deeply about a player who could use a scythe as a main weapon, he understood, but far too late. When he understood the reason why Ryumin had killed the other man and covered his own face with a mask, everything made perfect sense. And the protagonist laughs, asking if now he was able to understand who the real Black Reaper was. In light of the revelation, the protagonist apologizes for lying, that he didn't seem guilty about it in the slightest. The man drops his sword, trembling as he realizes Ryumin was never Little Cockle from the beginning. He was the real Black Reaper, and now he falls to his knees, begging for forgiveness because he didn't recognize him. His acting had been very convincing, and he pleads to be spared after making such a huge mistake. But Ryumin immediately refuses, slicing off his head with his scythe, leaving only himself and Shim alive, who witness everything in silence. Shim backs away, shouting in shock. Now he could feel that this was truly the real Black Reaper. He was on another level entirely. Shim hadn't even been able to see him move the scythe before he took a life, and Ryumin points the weapon in his direction. Now it was just the two of them. He should know what would happen now. He'd give him a moment to say his final words before his head went flying too. Shim stammers that he wouldn't say something obvious to beg for his life, but there was something he wanted to ask if they ever met again. Ryumin knew he wanted to know why he had been killed 5 times in the 4th round back then. And Shim agrees, to which the protagonist explains that it was quite simple. It was just because he recognized him as his rival. Shim is confused about being recognized, and Ryumin says it was because he seemed to be the most skilled among the people in that place. He needed to get rid of any potential rivals, but there was one more reason why he should be ready to die now. But Shim still wanted to ask something else. He wanted to know the reason for being killed, and Ryuman replies that obviously it was because he was also a piece of shit. He didn't understand what he had done, and the protagonist replies that for starters, he came all the way there to kill that woman. Shim stammers that he hadn't done anything yet, and Ryuman mutters that it almost sounded like he could say that he'd just been watching the whole time. Sighing, Ryuman says that if that's all he had done, he could still give him a chance, and Shim smiles in relief at those words. But in exchange, he had a hand over everything in his possession, and Ryuman was quite satisfied because all the items were very useful. He might be able to get about 2,000 gold for all the items in the shop, and Shim states that was everything he had with him. And he insists that was really the case, he had nothing else on him. Ryuman agrees, saying he wasn't doubting him. After picking up a few stones, Shim is surprised because the protagonist didn't intend to take anything else that was there. He replies that he already had a use for those and could leave the rest. It was all useless to him. Shim grabs his remaining belongings, and Ryuman reflects that he wouldn't even be able to make good use of the other things since he couldn't sell them at the store. Then he asks if he could be allowed to live as promised, to which the protagonist agrees. After all, a promise is a promise. Shim thanks the Black Reaper profusely, and Ryuman says that's enough. Bowing that much was excessive. He could just be good from now on and decide what to do with the bodies left behind after he killed them. But Ryuman intended to take the woman. Shim stammers, asking to help, but he replies that it's fine and he could handle it alone. He didn't trust him and just told him to disappear from his sight, which made Shim take a deep breath of relief because he had survived. He really thought he was going to die. He hadn't expected Ryuman to give him a chance. He ended up losing a few items, but nothing compared to his own life. But even so, he still felt bad somehow and wondered if he was really doing such terrible things. To the point that he had to lose some items just for watching, it didn't seem fair in his opinion. Then Shim realizes that Ryuman was vulnerable now. Carrying that woman, if he struck him from behind, he would just die. He finds himself stuck between deciding what to do. His stats would increase a lot if he ended up killing someone of such high level. It was an opportunity that might never come again in his life. He would never have another chance like this. He would regret it if he let it pass. Shim hopes Ryuman wouldn't notice him as he approached. He pleads mentally as he walks toward the protagonist with his weapon in hand, finally getting close enough to strike. Finally, when Shim got close enough, he only wanted to hit the protagonist directly, hoping he would die from it. And indeed, Shim's attack hits them, which makes him chuckle softly now that he had managed to kill the Black Reaper more easily than he expected. Shim laughs out loud because he couldn't even believe he had done it with his own hands. It was shocking that the Black Reaper would die to a level 10 player. He laughs, calling him a bastard. That's why you never turn your back on an enemy. He was a fool to trust someone blindly like that. Being high level was worthless when you were that stupid, and Shim even kicks Ryuman's fallen body. But he thanks him for the levels he would receive as a bonus thanks to that. However, Shim is caught by surprise because he doesn't receive any notification. After all, he should have been alerted that his stacks increased. Something should have popped up, but nothing changed. While wondering what was going on, suddenly the Black Reaper himself appears behind him, asking what he was doing. Shim turns around in a hurry, unable to believe what he was seeing before his eyes. The person who should have died was standing there perfectly fine. Ryuman asks why he looked so scared. Was it like he saw a ghost or something? But Shim was truly stunned. He was sure he had just killed the Black Reaper moments ago, and he wonders if he could respawn or something like what happened during the battle rounds. As he stepped back, his feet touched the bodies on the ground, and when he turned, Shim was shocked by what he saw. After all, there wasn't a single blood stain where he shouldn't have landed the blow, and the Black Reaper's body had vanished from the spot. Then the protagonist confesses that what he killed was actually his clone, and even Shim couldn't believe something like that was possible. That was the ability of the cloning rune, which allowed him to create a clone identical to himself with ease. However, it was a clone that couldn't fight. The user, while using the rune, would become a spirit for 10 seconds. At least the clone could be controlled by the user, but its abilities and inventory couldn't be accessed. The rune also required 10 minutes of cooldown. Still, Ryuman was surprised that Shim completely fell into his trap. It seemed the clone was very useful even without combat ability. This had been a great test, which enraged Shim once he realized he had been deceived by the rune's ability. The protagonist asks why he's acting like he's the victim here, when Ryuman was the one who was struck by Shim. He could have died from that blow, and Shim snaps back that it's a joke, when it was Ryuman who threatened him first. At that, the protagonist gives up on talking and brings his scythe into the world, ready to attack his opponent. The movement was so fast that Shim couldn't understand what had happened. His body wouldn't move no matter how hard he tried. That was because his head had fallen from his body and Ryuman's size. Listening to him talk any longer would have just been a waste of time. Besides that, the protagonist uses his ability to erase the traces of what happened there, and all the bodies vanish from the scene. No one could tell that this had been a crime scene, except for one person, obviously. At that, Ryuman approaches the woman on the ground, calling out to her and asking why she hadn't gotten up by now. After all, she had been pretending to be unconscious for quite a while, but she couldn't fool a player. especially because the protagonist could hear her thoughts, so it was quite obvious what was going on. After a moment of silence, the woman sits up, stammering an apology and asking if she could remove what was covering her face. Ryumin refuses. She should keep it on until he leaves, and she ends up being forced to agree, though unwillingly. Now he intended to ask a few questions and hope that this woman would cooperate, something she agrees to without hesitation. First, he begins by asking how many customers there were and whether she remembered the faces of everyone who had been there. She replies that there were 4 people. One was in his 40s, and she remembered his face because she spoke to him, but the others were a bit harder to recall. Ryumin could tell she was telling the truth and is satisfied, saying that's enough, and the woman nervously asks if she's safe now and if it's over. The protagonist agrees that she can go home as long as she doesn't report what happened there to the police. Things could turn out badly. Slowly she agrees, and Ryumin says she can remove the sack from her head in 1 minute, and again the woman agrees without much choice. After counting 60 seconds, the girl removes the bag from her head and takes a deep breath now that she can get fresh air. As he turned around, he wondered what had happened, but there was nothing around him to let him know what was left. It almost felt like a dream. Later, the protagonist returned home and announced that one had arrived, and his younger brother rushed over to greet him. Suddenly, the younger brother was caught off guard. After all, Ryumin was wearing his jacket, and he asked where he was using that. Realizing he had been caught off guard, Ryumin tried to make an excuse, just passing by one and sighing that he was tired. One didn't press the issue despite being confused, but he wanted to know where Ryumin had been and if he had managed to eat something. Ryumin agreed that he still hadn't had dinner, and one asked if he wanted them to order something to eat, and the protagonist simply nodded. He was too distracted thinking about the things that had happened just recently. Things were clean now. But he couldn't return that jacket to his brother because things might become dangerous for him. So Ryumin simply threw the jacket away, to one's complete shock, who came closer asking why he was doing that. And the protagonist replied that it was too old. He'd give him a new one instead. After all, he had used that one for too long, and it was worn out. Even though one was sad about throwing away a piece of clothing like that, Ryumin promised he'd gift him something better than that. Faced with such stubbornness, the younger brother couldn't do anything but agree with him, saying it was okay. School had ended up being closed and he couldn't go out, and Ryumin could see that it must have been boring staying at home and not being able to go to school because of people like Shin. So Ryumin asks his brother if he'd like to go out with him tomorrow. Maybe they could take a trip to Everland. That immediately excites one, who quickly gets up asking if they could really go to Everland, looking like the child he was. Ryumin agrees that they could go out, but they should eat dinner soon so they could sleep early and enjoy the next day. And so the two brothers went to Everland, a land of amusement park wonders that still enchanted one even after so long since he last visited. The protagonist hadn't been able to bring him there because of how difficult life had been lately, especially financially. But now things were different, and there were still places in the park that should be operating, even if others might have closed in the meantime. Still, hope was very important during times like these, so they could enjoy everything Everland had to offer. Then one sees a family leaving a place wearing bunny ears, which made him look at his older brother with a clear idea in mind. Soon he pulls Ryumin by the arm so they could go there first, and they quickly end up trying on some animal-themed headbands. One made Ryumin wear a bear one, and of course he looked super admirable, especially in contrast with his personality. He wanted to take even more than usual of those animal headbands, surprised that there were so many cute things together. Ryumin said he could get whatever he wanted without worry, and so they left the store with one carrying several teddy bears. The protagonist asked what he wanted to do now, and one said they should go everywhere that was still open so they could fully enjoy Everland. So the brothers ended up exploring the entire amusement park, from roller coasters to water rides, and even got to see cute pandas. Seeing how much fun one was having, Ryumin felt it had been worth it to take time off to unwind from everything. One had been really down the day before. It was a good idea to suggest the trip to Everland. Now he seemed much more full of energy. Then one reminds his brother that the next day would be May 1st and asks if it was really okay to go out with him when it was going to be an important day. Obviously, he was very happy that Ryumin invited him, but he was still worried about his older brother. And the protagonist says there's no need to worry. He'd be fine. It would only take 10 hours this time. So there was no need to be scared, even if he ends up sleeping for a long time. But that shocked one quite a bit. 10 hours was a long time, and he hoped Ryumin wouldn't be involved in anything too dangerous. He hoped he'd return home safe and sound. Hearing that, Ryumin sighs. He was really too worried, but promises he'd never leave him alone no matter what happened. Instead of worrying, maybe they should distract themselves with more things inside the park and enjoy their time. So they continue enjoying their time and even visit the safari, spending the entire day at the park. Later, the brothers returned home and the protagonist was lying down when he received a message. There were only 10 minutes left until the 1st of May. It was a message from Min. She knew it was almost midnight, and she was sure everything would be fine this time too. She hoped they would do their best and says goodbye, hoping that Ryumin would stay safe, but even he could tell she was quite nervous. But there was no need to worry. He intended to protect her from now on, especially in that new round, which would be especially dangerous. Putting the phone aside, it was finally the time when all the players were summoned, the turn of the 1st of May. All the players were summoned, and the people around were surprised because it seemed like a much smaller number compared to before. It could be that some of them hadn't arrived yet, but the survivor count from the previous round was about 500 people. Around them, the players noticed that indeed a much smaller number of people had gathered than usual. It gave a sense of scarcity. It was normal to feel that way considering the first round had nearly 10,000 people, but that feeling of scarcity would disappear soon. Suddenly, the angel appeared to greet all the players, congratulating them for making it to the 5th round. However, noticing their expressions, she smiled at their tense faces, asking what was wrong with them. At the very least, they should smile a bit, since the last round should have been quite fun. They all at least seemed involved. They had worked hard to kill their own kind and did so diligently, and it was very well received. Seeing their angry expressions, the angel decided to stop. Their reactions were all too boring for her. A total of 442 survivors had gathered there. There were supposed to be 521, but about 80 were missing. The angel believed that people had fought a little in the real world and their bodies ended up being lost over time. The players were surprised because their numbers had decreased considerably, but that actually happened every time. The angel said it was fine. Whatever they were resolving in the real world had nothing to do with her. However, they couldn't have a proper game with so few people, so she had prepared something special for everyone to enjoy. And that would be a zone integration, at which one of the players raised their hand, asking the angel to explain things in more detail. This nearly irritated the angel. How could they be so stupid as to not even understand something so simple? They were making her put in more effort than she should. But anyway, she explained that it was literally an integration of the zones. She didn't know if they were aware, but there were hundreds of zones just in their country, about 875 to be exact. The players were shocked by the huge number of zones and people who should be participating at the same time, especially just in South Korea. The angel laughed. It wasn't something they needed to be so amazed to hear. It should be pretty obvious, actually. There was a low number compared to other nations, but the players ended up realizing that it made a lot of sense. If there were 10,000 people per zone, then there must be other nations with many more zones and people involved. In light of that, it seemed that if there was at least one angel per zone, there was a terrifying number of angels in that world. It meant there were at least several thousand angels, and everyone froze in shock, unable to believe there could be that many angels around the world. The angel agreed that they had assumed correctly. There was one angel per zone, and she laughed because those stupid humans had realized something so obvious only now. Then one of them asked if she wasn't the one who created the game, which made the angel go silent instead of replying immediately. And she asked what made him think that, and the player explained that he didn't believe thousands of angels would work together just to make a survival game. In a flash, the angel descended toward the player with terrifying speed, and she pressed him, asking what the problem could possibly be with them working together. Maybe he was going to praise them for doing it. Therefore, they shouldn't ask unnecessary questions. They might end up dying if they meddle too much in those matters. The player, pressured by the angel's presence, stammered an apology after asking too much. Seeing him fall on his butt in fear, the angel grumbled that humans were truly despicable and moved away. Ryuman knew the player must have touched on a sensitive subject, but he was sure there was a rule that prevented angels from talking about the original creator of the game. And more than that, there was no way an angel who perished to a player could have created such a big game on their own. In light of that, the angel crosses her arms, saying she doesn't intend to answer stupid questions and persistent idiocy like that anymore. They should be thinking and focusing only on their own survival instead of any other foolish thing. They ended up wasting a lot of time on that, but anyway, she decides to begin the integration, warning them to remember she was doing this because there were so few of them. They shouldn't try to come up with some dumb theory about it, and so the angel distances herself quite a bit from the players. Suddenly, a light appeared on the ground and some players fell over as the earth suddenly began to shake. Several yellow squares emerged on the ground, quickly revealing a massive number of silhouettes appearing inside the golden squares. Before they realized it, many other people began to appear within that shining, almost blinding space. The summoned people were divided into their own zones by the golden squares, and everyone was still a bit amazed by the sight. When the earthquake ended, it seemed that all the summons had been successful, and the players soon realized those new people were from other zones. The angel announces that the zone integration is complete and questions what the problem was since everyone was frozen in place. They should introduce themselves, and another angel even appears to ask how long they plan on staring at each other like idiots. The players were surprised because not only had one more appeared, but there were now 10 angels flying in the sky. A new angel greets the humans, stating they should be aware by now, but they integrated the zones because there were so few people. They simply combined 10 zones into one because it would be more practical to handle things that way instead of separately. Now the number of people was 4,884, and the players were shocked. Nearly 5,000 people gathered. But they couldn't be that surprised. The other zones did the same, meaning the names of the zones would change as a result. Their zone would now be called CESKS 007, and all the players started wondering if only Koreans had been gathered there. At least they had managed to communicate with those other people, but maybe they would integrate with other zones again in the future, and this would repeat. It was a fact, and Raymond mentally agrees that zone integration would continue to happen over time. Whenever there are fewer than 500 people gathered, they would repeat the same process to keep reducing the numbers more and more. But even further ahead, when there are fewer than 500 people in all of South Korea, they would end up competing with players from other nations as well. Still, that was the kind of thing that would only happen by the 11th round. It was better for Ryuman to just focus on the present for now. The angels were talking and were about to start the game very soon, so we should get ready and pay attention. Then the blonde-hair angel says that before they can announce the main mission, they would hold a simple bonus game to celebrate the zone integration. There was one representative in each zone, but now they had all been merged, and they wondered what to do because of that. But it was pretty obvious they only needed one representative, and the players were left wondering how they'd managed to get down to just one person. The rules were quite simple. The former representatives would fight directly until only one person remained. That person would be chosen as the zone's representative, and everyone became worried upon realizing they would have to kill each other again, all just to become the representative. It was truly cruel, but others found it fun and were curious to see who would become the new president. Some who didn't even plan to fight were already wanting popcorn to watch the upcoming battle. But that was the kind of thing only those who wouldn't be fighting could think. It was a sort of luxury for those players. Meanwhile, they would have to kill each other to choose just one representative, and not all the representatives were okay with the idea. Other side, now not even wanting to have become their zone's representative in the first place, maybe they'd get lucky and reincarnate if they died. They were even considering giving up their right to be a representative instead of going to fight to the death. Ryuman reflects that there was no merit in being a zone representative so far, but that would change in the rounds to come. You have to win the fight, which would become a massacre, and become the true representative no matter what happened. Seeing their reactions, the angel once again asks everyone not to be so scared about it. They wouldn't die in real life. When the game ends, they would all be reborn, and the representatives sigh in relief because they could come back to life that time as well. The angel understands they must be thinking there was no real merit in becoming the zone representative under these circumstances. The new zone representative would receive the position of ruler instead of the position of authority that originally existed. This would give the representative the power to control players with a lower level than theirs. It was an upgraded version of the previous authority role. It allowed the person to control players regardless of their class as long as their level was higher. Obviously, it could still only be used once, and the position would then be passed on to the person who kills the current representative. It was quite tempting, of course, to have the ability to command others of your kind indiscriminately without thinking. The representatives reflect on the idea of being able to control whoever they want as long as their level is lower regardless of class, and they feel pleased. The angel understands that should have been motivation enough for them to get involved in the battle for the role of representative and tells everyone to get ready. Now that the zones have been integrated, they should choose a representative from among all of them as well. And so the angels gather, asking if anyone there would like to volunteer, but everyone remains silent. Obviously, the angel sighs because she shouldn't have even asked. And another says that an angel who volunteers to work must be crazy. Now that they knew no one wanted to volunteer to do the job, another one asks what they should do and whether anyone had an idea. Soon, one of them suggests they can decide randomly using dice, and another sighs because it sounded pretty bad and was also really boring. Then, another suggests they could take turns, but someone else replies that it didn't seem fair. The last ones might not even get to work given the time. Someone else says that's true. The zones would have to be integrated again, and they wonder if there's no other fun and fair way to make it work. Soon, one of the angels ends up suggesting another idea, since the zone representatives would be fighting soon anyway. In that case, the angel responsible for the zone whose representative is defeated first would become the one to do the work. Around them, the angels feel that it was much more fun. It was a great idea, and they end up approving it, asking among themselves to see if anyone was against it. Around them, it turns out all the angels agree, but one of them protests and tries to suggest something else they could do. Instead of the first human defeated, maybe they could choose the angel responsible for the zone of the human who survives until the end. And that person would become the queen, which sparked a small conflict between the two angels who suggested the ideas. Beside them, the first one who made the suggestion asks what the second meant by the idea of becoming the queen of the situation. And the angel replies that the other angels would have to submit to the command of the person who becomes the representative. For example, if they appoint an angel as the guide, that angel must carry out the work because it's the queen's request. Another angel asks that if their human wins, does that mean they should be winning too? And if they do win, could they play the queen just like the human representative? This proposal excited everyone even more than before. It sounded even more fun, and the term queen ended up drawing quite a lot of attention. Olive, the angel with curly golden hair, provided a really good idea even if another angel was grumbling about it. Suggesting that the winner should be the queen made it seem like the angel was very confident in herself. And the angel from Ryuman's group, named Olive, agrees that she was indeed confident, and another angel asks who can imagine what the real future would be. After all, their region's representative couldn't be defeated easily either. Their human had never left the top rank of the region. Olive laughs because that was quite stupid. Being first in your region wasn't a big deal, laughing because her human seemed happy with so little. After all, Olive knew that all the other angels would end up shocked if they knew who her region's representative really was. Finally, Olive asks if they were all in or out of the game, and the girl replies that she had no reason to oppose it to begin with. The others end up agreeing too. They thought this was a much more fun method, and they kept agreeing that seemed to be the case. They were confident in their own representatives because they wouldn't fall so easily, and it would be pretty simple to resolve. Thus, since they had all reached a conclusion quickly, it seemed they could begin the competition. One of the angels asks Olive to inform all the humans that things would begin, and she immediately agrees. Then Olive approaches the players, stating that they would begin with the bonus game to decide the representative of the integrated region. So she commands the representatives of each region to gather below her, and all the players who were representatives move closer. With all of them gathered in the same place, the ground suddenly begins to shake, and they are caught off guard by a new change in the scenery. Suddenly, a kind of arena emerges beneath the feet of all the representatives, isolating them from the other people who were out of reach. Olive says they would now begin the free-for-all. They were to fight until only one person was left standing, would be every man for himself. They couldn't be revived if they died outside the arena, so they should be careful not to fall out of it, even if it meant risking their life in the process. That said, Olive announces they should begin immediately, and all the players draw their weapons, including Ryuman, who grabs his scythe to start the fight. One of the players wonders if he could really become king if he ends up killing the other 9 people along the way. Seeing how no one had made the first move, everyone seemed quite cautious. It meant that everyone there was a regional representative and obviously didn't want to die. That meant that, one way or another, they were all skilled, but even so, that player believed there shouldn't be anyone else as strong as him. He had never lost the #1 rank in his own region, and his dismantling rune was completely overpowered against other players. If he stabbed his sword into someone's body, the rune would activate immediately and completely destroy the target's body. It was like checkmate. It was as if the blade of the sword was possessed and knew exactly where to strike. Thanks to it, he'd have killed 312 people during the 4th round. Seeing that everyone was quiet, the angels began to wonder why no one was fighting and why they were all just standing around. They shout for the humans to just kill each other already, but they still weren't moving even after a few seconds. One of the players wonders why the angels are so anxious. Maybe it made some kind of bet or something like that to be acting so impatiently. He was already planning to attack anyway. There was no one there stronger than him to begin with. He could use the opportunity to leave a strong impression and make everyone tremble with fear of him from beginning to end. And to do that, he needed to find a sacrifice, a lamb that could elevate the importance and weight of his performance. So drawing his sword, he thinks everyone can feel free to come because he'll kill anyone who gets close using his sword. The one who approached that player was none other than Ryuman himself, and he's surprised to see this. It looked like his lamb prepared for slaughter had arrived. Even so, the player judges the protagonist for wielding such an oversized scythe. It shouldn't be so common to carry such a massive weapon. He had seen various nicknames involving scythes before, but the number of people he actually saw using them was very small to begin with. When he saw the name, the man froze. He was standing before the Black Reaper, and he suddenly remembers exactly who the person in front of him was. However, he tries to convince himself it must be someone else using the same nickname, but that couldn't be possible. He was sure they couldn't duplicate other players' nicknames in this death and survival game. Stammering, the man now understands that this was the man, the person who was ranked #1 across all regions, the Black Reaper, who was at level 30. One of the angels asks what was wrong with that human. Ryuman looked very confident, yet the other players suddenly froze in shock. Then they asked Priscilla, the red-haired angel, if that player didn't belong to her region, and Priscilla nervously bites her nails. She wonders what that idiot was doing instead of just starting the fight and showing his true power for real, not understanding why he froze, especially letting his opponent get so close. But that just makes the other angels burst out laughing upon realizing Priscilla was furious. Beside them, Olive is laughing and Priscilla asks what was so funny, to which she replies apologetically. After all, it really was hilarious. Priscilla's representative was staring at the representative of her own region, shaking like an abandoned dog in fear. Priscilla is surprised and checks who the representative of Olive's region is, noticing it's someone wielding a very striking scythe. But she couldn't feel any aura that would cause her player to shiver like that after seeing that human for the first time. Priscilla questions Olive, wanting to know if her region's representative was really making hers freeze in fear to that extent. And Olive agrees because after all, that was exactly what was happening right in front of all of them. This makes Priscilla irritated and she tells Olive to stop speaking nonsense, asking if she thought being first rank in her region didn't mean anything. Her region's representative had never lost his position as rank 1 since the first round without hesitation. Olive was still smiling with superiority. It was laughable that just anyone seemed able to become first in a region. Meanwhile, the representative of Olive's region had never lost his position as first in all regions since the very beginning of it all. The other angels were caught off guard. Being the first rank across all regions seemed far too absurd to be real. However, it seemed that none of them had understood anything yet. They apparently paid very little attention to the other ranks to recognize him. Then they all realized the person down there was the Black Reaper, and they remember the name. It was the human who always appeared in the result window in every round. The Black Reaper was from Olive's region and her representative. If that human was really the Black Reaper, the representative of any other region stood no chance. Suddenly, all the angels scream in surprise because the other player was decapitated in a single swift move from Ryumin. And with that, Angel Priscilla was out of the game to become queen, which brought laughter from Olive, who was clearly enjoying having that person at her side in some way. All around, even the other representatives are shocked, not understanding why the Black Reaper himself was actually there. None of them could defeat him even if they all worked together. They might end up dead, just like the other representative, unable to even react. They didn't know if they could beat someone at level 30 when the vast majority of them were around level 13 or close to it. Ryumin begins to approach the other players and everyone grows terrified, while he laughs that it's a great opportunity to get to know the Black Reaper. One of them gets nervous but says he's happy to be in the same region as someone so famous, he might even cry from joy. But since the protagonist didn't stop walking for even a moment, they keep begging him to wait a bit. They could at least talk this over. One of the players even puts away her weapon to show that she had no intention of facing the Black Reaper no matter what. Then several players tell the angels that they would surrender. They admit defeat and don't want to die at the hands of the protagonist like that. The angels get irritated, sighing at the shameful behavior on display. They were surrendering, which meant they were backing down and taking away all the potential fun the game could have had from the very beginning. One of them says she'll give a warning. The head of anyone who speaks about surrendering will explode instantly without much delay. They shouldn't even think they'd be revived when that happens, so they should opt to die in the field, because at least then they come back to life. So everyone is forced to pick up their weapons again. There were 8 players, and maybe they could beat Ryumin, even if he was way stronger. The protagonist realizes they must think the angels were more terrifying than the Black Reaper himself. It looked like they were planning to all attack at once to try and find some opening or chance at victory. But no matter how much ants try, they're still just ants, and Ryumin intended to wipe them all out. Seeing his smile, the players feel like they're being mocked. It seemed the Black Reaper was confident just because his level was higher. They were still non-rankers in their region, so they should have some chance, and they all rushed toward the protagonist, ready to take him down. Even with several attacking, Ryumin moves only once to take them all down at once, slicing through their bodies with his scythe. The remaining representatives freeze in shock at the scene, but the protagonist wasn't finished and kept walking forward, cutting down everything in his path. It couldn't even be called a fight. It was a massacre, and all the angels just froze in surprise, seeing how everything ended so quickly. It seemed that was it, and the Black Reaper had won without any difficulty, which meant Olive would be in charge of Ryumin, and so they would all have to serve her from now on. So Priscilla argues with Olive because she should have known this would all happen from the start and proposed the idea from the beginning. The angel laughs because that's exactly right, and Priscilla accuses her of tricking them, saying Olive suggested the idea because she knew she would win. Olive doesn't even try to hide it. It was obvious she'd do something like that. She suggested it precisely because she knew things would go in her favor. There was no other reason to make such a suggestion from the start, and she never forced or coerced anyone to agree with her proposals. All of them had agreed it seemed fun. Now they looked like they wanted to back out just because they lost. Priscilla was furious with Olive, but she provokes her, saying it looked like she wanted to hit her and tells her to go ahead if she really wants to. Angels fighting in front of humans seemed quite dignified. Once the chief angel found out about it, she'd be sent to the insect penitentiary. Thinking about that made Priscilla nervous, and she ended up avoiding the idea. The insect cell was horrible, and she hated that place. When Olive asked if she didn't intend to fight and Priscilla stayed silent, she sighed because either way, she was the queen now. So Priscilla could work as the guide from now on, and she asks for how long, to which Olive replies that it should be until she feels better. Since Priscilla stayed quiet, Olive tells her to go on ahead and get to work already instead of stalling like that. Sighing, Priscilla flies toward the humans, knowing she shouldn't have agreed to that bet from the start. As they had all witnessed, the name of the human representative was chosen. Now the Black Reaper player was the representative of Zone CESK007. He received his temporary ability to command any player without being disobeyed, just one person, and it had to be a lower level player. Olive had always known Ryumin would be the representative. He was level 30, so he could control anyone else. It was best to avoid causing trouble with him, and Priscilla says that now that the matter is settled, they would resurrect those who were killed. Everyone was revived in a short time. They didn't even understand what had happened. They just remember feeling the Black Reaper killing them. Priscilla tells them that they all died to the Black Reaper and the new zone representative was now him by right. This makes the revived representatives understand the situation, and Priscilla continues explaining that having a new representative removes the rights of all the others. There's no need to feel sad about it. They could always earn it back as long as they killed the current representative. Now that the bonus game was over, she would explain the main mission, and a window appears showing what was to come in the main mission. It was to kill 300 orcs per person within 10 hours. The secondary was to collect 4 balance stones. There was something secret coming in case of success, and all the players are surprised, especially because such a small number of people would succeed. Priscilla questions why they're complaining so much. It must be because of the number of people who could pass the mission. She asked if they wanted her to lower it even more, and so the players were forced to accept the current conditions. The angel says that the rounds so far had been too easy, which is why she prepared something harder, and they shouldn't be upset about it. Even so, the players didn't understand whether killing 300 orcs was supposed to be difficult, since they were all weak monsters. Priscilla shakes her head, explaining that they'd see for themselves how complicated it would be. She didn't intend to say anything more. They're curious to know what the secondary mission was and how there could be a reward marked with question marks. Unlike before, the secondary mission was visible this time, although the reward was still a secret, just as they observed. Ryuma knew they would always opt for secrets like that. The reward for the secondary mission was actually the balance rune. It was one of the 18 required runes, and only one person per zone could receive this reward during the mission. Obviously, there were opportunities for others to earn the balance rune. After all, only one was given per zone. But the difficulty was even greater than the main mission. Even if they completed the secondary mission, it was hard to meet the conditions for the balance rune. So Priscilla explains that the secondary mission of this round was to collect balance stones. If they collect 4, they get a mysterious reward. But only one person could receive the reward. There were only 4 balance stones divided per zone. The players ask what happens if the person doesn't find all 4 and the secondary mission isn't completed. The angel laughs, responding that there's no need to worry. You could steal the balance stones from others by killing them. They ask if they could do that to the zone's representative, and Priscilla agrees, but not other items. This applies only to the balance stones. They also wouldn't be resurrected, so if they died, that would be the end this time. That was all she had to say, and she only wished them to do their best. The time until the end of the round was 10 hours, but Ryuma sighed because, in his opinion, all the angels were far too annoying. The best thing was for the protagonist to fulfill the orc quota and set a new record. He'd help Min afterward. Soon, Ryuman steps down from the platform and simply walks past the other players as if it were nothing. Around him, they grow tense, relieved that he just walked by them. They were frightened when Ryuman started walking in their direction. Even so, they didn't understand where the Black Reaper was going and wondered if they should follow him. Others thought it was madness. Following the Black Reaper was dangerous. He could use his power against other players. He might even keep them as slaves forever, but it was better than doing nothing. He was always faster than them at everything. That was how Ryuman always stayed in first place, so they all figured they'd be caught anyway. They end up deciding they should just stay away from the Black Reaper, and one of them says they could stay back because she was going alone. The woman goes after the Black Reaper, and the others all decide to follow him to wherever he was headed this time. The path the protagonist took led to an orc village, and all the players followed, surprised to see such a place existed. It looked like the Black Reaper was entering the village, and of course the orcs got angry, rushing at the protagonist right away. Ryun finishes off the first orc without much effort and simply enters the orc village, something the protagonist didn't find difficult as he approached and killed them too. The monsters fall to the attacks of the Black Reaper, and he moves closer and closer to the back of the orc village. Seeing this, the players judge that the orcs must be easy. They were as weak as other monsters. They wonder if maybe it only seemed easy because the Black Reaper was higher level, and that must be the case. They couldn't let their guard down. It was always better to be cautious than sorry when things got worse. Everyone decides to attack the orcs, and one of the players thinks it's better to stick with those idiots for now. Others plan to stay in the rear, and if it seems safe, they could split off. After all, the more meat shields, the better. The players enter another orc village which looked a bit larger, at least 3 times bigger than the previous one they found. Suddenly, an orc blows his signal, and several orc warriors come running when they realize humans were approaching their village. The players are surprised because that one had a horn. He had just summoned all the other orcs. The orcs run and surround the players immediately, and they grow worried. They thought this village seemed a bit too large. But this surpassed their previous expectations. They didn't even know what to do now that they were trapped by such a massive horde. They should just fight for their lives. There may have been many, but they had to remember they were all weak, and so they decide to fight. They were basically rookies, and their attacks weren't very fast for fighting against the players. In fact, they eventually feel that all of them were easy, but one of them who plunged his sword into the orc's body was caught by surprise. That's because he couldn't pull his sword back after stabbing the orc. He got stuck close to the monster, keeping him from backing away. And Sudi took a direct hit, with all the other orcs charging at them at the same time. One of them ended up falling and losing to an orc without much struggle, even begging for help, but nothing could stop his own death. Meanwhile, Ryuman realizes that the other players who were following him had ended up disappearing. It was far too difficult for 20 people to move together without making noise to begin with, so obviously the protagonist would notice their presence. Ryuman figures they should all be fine as long as they stick with a big group, unless of course they're stupid enough to attack a massive orc village. They shouldn't run into major problems. It was better to avoid villages that had watchtowers. As soon as an orc guard blows the horn, more than 50 orcs would quickly appear, and over 200 orcs lived in large villages. Plus, the muscle structure of orcs was different from humans, so if you stuck your sword into them, pulling it out would take a lot of effort. That's why it was necessary to focus on their necks, the most vulnerable spot on those orcs and the best place to attack. Ryuman had no trouble with that, but it was only possible if the person was a skilled player capable of doing so. The progress window showed that after killing some orcs, there were still 9 hours left. He had spent only 1 hour on that task, and the protagonist managed to finish first before everyone else. It took him only 1 hour to take first place. Since he had completed his goal, Ryuman could now help Min, and he immediately used his skill to track the girl. Meanwhile, 2 players, Choi Manki and Choi Yongo, were getting up after nearly dying in battle. They didn't understand how the orcs could be so strong. Even though they looked like bite-built pigs, it was better not to underestimate their opponents. One of them asks Manki how many they had killed so far, and he responds that it was around 50 probably. 50 in 1 hour with 5 people was way too little. They wouldn't be able to reach the 300 within 10 hours if they kept going like that. They'd all fall behind. If they couldn't make it, they would all end up dying, so they realized they needed to attack a bigger village now. It was still too dangerous. Fighting 3 was already too much. How could they handle even more than that? One of them thought it was better to hunt smaller villages safely, and they agreed among themselves since they didn't want to argue about it. He didn't intend to force his teammates, but at that pace it wouldn't reach the goal. He knew it was difficult, but they had no choice but to take the risk. Therefore, everyone just needed to stay aware that there was no future in remaining aboard a sinking ship like that. And so the battles continued throughout the zone, and the countdown to the end of the 5th round kept ticking. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.